Granny's Family Classics. I'm Granny, and I'm so happy you're here with me today. Today's tale is Fairy Tales of Hans Christian Andersen. Andersen's fairy tales have been beloved for generations, and they are full of lessons. You may already be familiar with some of his famous stories, like The Little Mermaid, The Ugly Duckling, and The Princess and the Pea. These stories are full of whimsy and wonder, yet they also carry such deep, thoughtful messages. One of my favorite things about Andersen's tales is how they weave together beautiful and often tragic moments where characters transform, grow, and face challenges. Each story is like a little treasure chest of wisdom wrapped in fairy dust. From the humble beginnings of a duckling that becomes a swan to a mermaid longing for love, there's a universal message in each one that speaks to the heart. Before we begin, here's a little question for you. Which character in Andersen's fairy tales undergoes a beautiful transformation, turning from something ugly into something magnificent? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, or if you have a favorite Andersen tale, do share it with us. Alright, let's step into the enchanting world of Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales and see what wonders await. Granny's Family Classics presents Fairy Tales of Hans Christian Andersen by H.C. Andersen. Read by Granny. Part 3. The Mail Coach Passengers. It was bitterly cold. The sky glittered with stars, and not a breeze stirred. Bump! An old pot was thrown at a neighbor's door, and bang, bang, went the guns, for they were greeting the new year. It was New Year's Eve, and the church clock was striking 12. Tantarara, tantarara, sounded the horn, and the mail coach came lumbering up. The clumsy vehicles stopped at the gate of the town. All the places had been taken, for there were 12 passengers in the coach. Hurrah! Hurrah! Cried the people in the town, for in every house the new year was being welcomed, and as the clock struck, they stood up, the full glasses in their hands, to drink success to the newcomer. A happy new year was the cry, a pretty wife, plenty of money, and no sorrow or care. The wish passed round, and the glasses clashed together till they rang again, while before the town gate the mail coach stopped with the 12 strange passengers. And who were these strangers? Each of them had his passport and his luggage with him. They even brought presents for me, and for you, and for all the people in the town. Who were they? What did they want? And what did they bring with them? Good morning, they cried to the sentry at the town gate. Good morning, replied the sentry, for the clock had struck 12. Your name and profession? Asked the sentry of the one who alighted first from the carriage. See for yourself in the passport, he replied. I am myself, and a famous fellow he looked, arrayed in bearskin and fur boots. I am the man on whom many persons fix their hopes. Come to me tomorrow, and I'll give you a New Year's present. I throw shillings and pence among the people. I give balls, no less than 31. Indeed, that is the highest number I can spare for balls. My ships are often frozen in, but in my offices it is warm and comfortable. My name is January. I'm a merchant, and I generally bring my accounts with me. Then the second alighted. He seemed a merry fellow. He was a director of a theater, a manager of masked balls, and a leader of all the amusements we can imagine. His luggage consisted of a great cask. We'll dance the bung out of the cask at carnival time, said he. I'll prepare a merry tune for you and for myself too. Unfortunately, I have not long to live, the shortest time, in fact, of my whole family, only 28 days. Sometimes they pot me in a day extra, but I trouble myself very little about that. Hurrah! You must not shout so, said the sun tree. Certainly I may shout, retorted the man. I'm Prince Carnival, traveling under the name of February. The third now got out. He looked a personification of fasting, but he carried his nose very high, for he was related to the 40K Knights and was a weather prophet. But that is not a very lucrative office, and therefore he praised fasting. In his buttonhole he carried a little bunch of violets, but they were very small. March, March, the fourth called after him, slapping him on the shoulder. Don't you smell something? Make haste into the guard room. They're drinking punch there. That's your favorite drink. I can smell it out here already. Forward, Master March. But it was not true. The speaker only wanted to remind him of his name and to make an April fool of him, for with that fun the fourth generally began his career. He looked very jovial, did little work, and had the more holidays. If the world were only a little more settled, said he, but sometimes I'm obliged to be in a good humor, and sometimes a bad one, according to circumstances. Now rain, now sunshine. I'm kind of a house agent, also a manager of funerals. I can laugh or cry, according to circumstances. I have my summer wardrobe in this box here, but it would be very foolish to put it on now. Here I am. On Sundays I go out walking in shoes and white silk stockings and a muff. After him, a lady stepped out of the coach. She called herself Miss May. She wore a summer dress and overshoes. Her dress was a light green, and she wore anemones in her hair. She was so scented with wild thyme that it made the sentry sneeze. Your health and God bless you, was her salutation to him. How pretty she was, and such a singer. Not a theater singer, nor a ballad singer, no, but a singer of the woods, for she wandered through the gay green forest and had a concert there for her own amusement. Now comes the young lady, said those in the carriage, and out stepped a young dame, delicate, proud, and pretty. It was Mistress June, in whose service people become lazy and fond of sleeping for hours. She gives a feast on the longest day of the year, that there may be time for her guests to partake of the numerous dishes at her table. Indeed, she keeps her own carriage, but still she traveled by the mail with the rest, because she wished to show that she was not high-minded. But she was not without a protector. Her younger brother, July, was with her. He was a plump young fellow, clad in summer garments and wearing a straw hat. He had but very little luggage with him, because it was so cumbersome in the great heat. He had, however, swimming trousers with him, which are nothing to carry. Then came the mother herself in crinoline, Madame Auguste, a wholesale dealer in fruit, proprietress of a large number of fish ponds and a land cultivator. She was fat and heated, yet she could use her hands well, and would herself carry out beer to the laborers in the field. In the sweat of the face shalt thou eat bread, said she. It is written in the Bible. After work came the recreations, dancing and playing in the greenwood and the harvest homes. She was a thorough housewife. After her a man came out of the coach, who was a painter. He is the great master of colors, and is named September. The forest, on his arrival, had to change its colors when he wished it, and how beautiful are the colors he chooses. The woods glow with hues of red and gold and brown. This great master painter could whistle like a blackbird. He was quick in his work and soon entwined the tendrils of the hot plant around his beer jug. This was an ornament to the jug, and he has a great love for ornament. There he stood with his color pot in his hand, and that was the whole of his luggage. A landowner followed, who in the month for sowing seed attended to the plowing and was fond of field sports. Squire October brought his dog and his gun with him, and had nuts in his game bag. Crack, crack. He had a great deal of luggage, even an English plough. He spoke of farming, but what he said could scarcely be heard for the coughing and gasping of his neighbor. It was November, who coughed violently as he got out. He had a cold, which caused him to use his pocket handkerchief continually, and yet he said he was obliged to accompany servant girls to their new places and initiate them into their winter service. He said he thought his cold would never leave him when he went out woodcutting, for he was a master sawyer and had to supply wood to the whole parish. He spent his evenings preparing wooden saws for skates, for he knew, he said, that in a few weeks these shoes would be wanted for the amusement of skating. At length the last passenger made her appearance, Old Mother December, with her fire stool. The dame was very old, but her eyes glistened like two stars. She carried on her arm a flower pot, in which a little fir tree was growing. "This tree I shall guard and cherish," she said, "that it may grow large by Christmas Eve, and reach from the ground to the ceiling, to be covered and adorned with flaming candles, golden apples, and little figures. The fire stool will be as warm as a stove, and I shall then bring a story book out of my pocket and read aloud till all the children in the room are quite quiet. Then the little figures on the tree will become lively, and the little waxen angel at the top spread out his wings of gold leaf and fly down from his green perch. He will kiss everyone in the room, great and small. Yes, even the poor children who stand in the passage or out in the street singing a carol about the Star of Bethlehem." "Well, now the coach may drive away," said the sentry. "We have the whole 12. Let the horses be put up." "First, let all the 12 come to me," said the captain on duty, one after another. "The passports I will keep here. Each of them is available for 1 month. When that has passed, I shall write the behavior of each on his passport. Mr. January, have the goodness to come here." And Mr. January stepped forward. "When a year has passed, I think I shall be able to tell you what the 12 passengers have brought to you, to me, and to all of us. Now I do not know, and probably even they don't know themselves, for we live in strange times. The Marsh King's Daughter." The storks relate to their little ones a great many stories, and they are all about moors and reed banks, and suited to their age and capacity. The youngest of them are quite satisfied with cribble, crabble, or such nonsense, and think it very grand, but the elder ones want something with a deeper meaning, or at least something about their own family. We are only acquainted with one of the 2 longest and oldest stories which the storks relate. It is about Moses, who was exposed by his mother on the banks of the Nile, and was found by the king's daughter, who gave him a good education. And he afterwards became a great man, but where he was buried is still unknown. Everyone knows the story, but not the second, very likely because it is quite an inland story. It has been repeated from mouth to mouth, from one stork mama to another, for thousands of years, and each has told it better than the last, and now we mean to tell it better than all. The first stork pair who related it lived at the time it happened, and had their summer residence on the rafters of the Viking's house, which stood near the wild moorlands of Wencesel, that is, to speak more correctly, the Great Moor Heath, high up in the north of Jutland, by the Skagen Peak. This wilderness is still an immense wild heath of marshy ground, about which we can read in the official directory. It is said that in olden times the place was a lake, the ground of which had heaved up from beneath, and now the moorland extends for miles in every direction, and is surrounded by damp meadows, trembling, undulating swamps, and marshy ground covered with turf, on which grow bellberry bushes and stunted trees. Mists are almost always hovering over this region, which, 70 years ago, was overrun with wolves. It may well be called the Wild Moor, and one can easily imagine, with such a wild expanse of marsh and lake, how lonely and dreary it must have been 1,000 years ago. Many things may be noticed now that existed then. Their reeds grow to the same height and bear the same kind of long, purple-brown leaves with their feathery tips. There still stands the birch, with its white bark and its delicate, loosely hanging leaves, and with regard to the living beings who frequented this spot, the fly still wears a gauzy dress of the same cut, and the favorite colors of the stork are white, with black and red for stockings. The people, certainly, in those days, wore very different dresses to those they now wear, but if any of them, be he huntsman or squire, master or servant, ventured on the wavering, undulating, marshy ground of the moor, they met with the same fate 1,000 years ago as they would now. The wanderer sank and went down to the Marsh King, as he is named, who rolls in the great moorland empire beneath. They also called him Guncle King, but we like the name of Marsh King better, and we will give him that name as the storks do. Very little is known of the Marsh King's role, but that, perhaps, is a good thing. In the neighborhood of the moorlands, and not far from the great arm of the North Sea and the Kattegat which is called the Lumpjorden, lay the castle of the Viking, with its watertight stone cellars, its tower, and its 3 projecting stories. On the ridge of the roof the stork had built his nest, and there the stork mamma sat on her eggs and felt sure her hatching would come to something. One evening, stork papa stayed out rather late, and when he came home he seemed quite busy, bustling, and important. "I have something very dreadful to tell you," said he to the stork mamma. "Keep it to yourself then," she replied. "Remember that I am hatching eggs. It may agitate me, and will affect them." "You must know it at once," said he. "The daughter of our host in Egypt has arrived here. She has ventured to take this journey, and now she is lost." "She who sprung from the race of the fairies, is it?" cried the mother stork. "Oh, tell me all about it. You know I cannot bear to be kept waiting at a time when I am hatching eggs." "Well, you see, mother," he replied, "she believed what the doctors said, and what I have heard you state also, that the more flowers which grow about here would heal her sick father, and she is flown to the north in swan's plumage, in company with some other swan princesses, who come to these parts every year to renew their youth. She came, and where is she now?" "You enter into particulars too much," said the mamma stork, "and the eggs may take cold. I cannot bear such suspense as this." "Well," said he, "I have kept watch, and this evening I went among the rushes where I thought the marshy ground would bear me, and while I was there 3 swans came. Something in their manner of flying seemed to say to me, 'Look carefully now. There is one not all swan, only swan's feathers.' You know, mother, you have the same intuitive feeling that I have. You know whether a thing is right or not immediately. Yes, of course, said she, but tell me about the princess. I am tired of hearing about the swan's feathers. Well, you know that in the middle of the moor there is something like a lake, said the stork Popo. You can see the edge of it if you raise yourself a little. Just there, by the reeds and the green banks, lay the trunk of an elder tree. Upon this the 3 swans stood flapping their wings, and looking about them. One of them threw off her plumage, and I immediately recognized her as one of the princesses of our home in Egypt. There she sat, without any covering but her long, black hair. I heard her tell the 2 others to take great care of the swan's plumage, while she dipped down into the water to pluck the flowers which she fancied she saw there. The others nodded and picked up the feather dress and took possession of it. I wonder what will become of it, thought I, and she most likely asked herself the same question. If so, she received an answer, a very practical one, for the 2 swans rose up and flew away with her swan's plumage. Dive down now, they cried. Thou shalt never more fly in the swan's plumage. Thou shalt never again see Egypt. Here on the moor thou wilt remain. So saying, they tore the swan's plumage into 1,000 pieces. The feathers drifted about like a snow shower, and then the 2 deceitful princesses flew away. Why, that is terrible, said the stork Momo. I feel as if I could hardly bear to hear any more, but you must tell me what happened next. The princess wept and lamented aloud. Her tears moistened the elder stump, which was really not an elder stump, but the marsh king himself, he who in marshy ground lives and rolls. I saw myself how the stump of the tree turned round, and was a tree no more, while long, clammy branches like arms were extended from it. Then the poor child was terribly frightened, and started up to run away. She hastened to cross the green, slimy ground, but it will not bear any weight, much less hers. She quickly sank, and the elder stump dived immediately after her. In fact, it was he who drew her down. Great black bubbles rose up out of the moor slime, and with these every trace of the 2 vanished. And now the princess is buried in the wild marsh. She will never now carry flowers to Egypt to cure her father. It would have broken your heart, mother, had you seen it. You ought not to have told me, said she, at such a time as this. The eggs might suffer. But I think the princess will soon find help. Someone will rise up to help her. Ah, if it had been you or I, or one of our people, it would have been all over with us. I mean to go every day, said he, to see if anything comes to pass, and so he did. A long time went by, but at last he saw a green stalk shooting up out of the deep, marshy ground. As it reached the surface of the marsh, a leaf spread out and unfolded itself broader and broader, and close to it came forth a bud. One morning, when the stork Papa was flying over the stem, he saw that the power of the sun's rays had caused the bud to open, and in the cup of the flower lay a charming child, a little maiden, looking as if she had just come out of a bath. The little one was so like the Egyptian princess that the stork, at the first moment, thought it must be the princess herself, but after a little reflection he decided that it was much more likely to be the daughter of the princess and the marsh king, and this explained also her being placed in the cup of a water lily. But she cannot be left to lie here, thought the stork, and in my nest there are already so many. But stay, I have thought of something. The wife of the Viking has no children, and how often she has wished for a little one. People always say the stork brings the little ones, I will do so in earnest this time. I shall fly with the child to the Viking's wife. What rejoicing there will be!" And then the stork lifted the little girl out of the flower cup, flew to the castle, picked a hole with his beak in the bladder-covered window, and laid the beautiful child in the bosom of the Viking's wife. Then he flew back quickly to the stork mama and told her what he had seen and done, and the little storks listened to it all, for they were then quite old enough to do so. "So you see," he continued, "that the princess is not dead, for she must have sent her little one up here, and now I have found a home for her." "Ah, I said it would be so from the first," replied the stork mama, "but now think a little of your own family. Our traveling time draws near, and I sometimes feel a little irritation already under the wings. The cuckoos and the nightingale are already gone, and I heard the quails say they should go too as soon as the wind was favorable. Our youngsters will go through all the maneuvers at the review very well, or I am much mistaken in them." The Viking's wife was above measure delighted when she awoke the next morning and found the beautiful little child lying in her bosom. She kissed it and caressed it, but it cried terribly and struck out with its arms and legs, and did not seem to be pleased at all. At last it cried itself to sleep, and as it lay there so still and quiet, it was a most beautiful sight to see. The Viking's wife was so delighted that body and soul were full of joy. Her heart felt so light within her that it seemed as if her husband and his soldiers, who were absent, must come home as suddenly and unexpectedly as the little child had done. She and her whole household therefore busied themselves in preparing everything for the reception of her lord. The long, colored tapestry, on which she and her maidens had worked pictures of their idols, Odin, Thor, and Frigga, was hung up. The slaves polished the old shields that served as ornaments, cushions were placed on the seats, and dry wood laid on the fireplaces in the center of the hall, so that the flames might be fanned up at a moment's notice. The Viking's wife herself assisted in the work, so that at night she felt very tired, and quickly fell into a sound sleep. When she awoke, just before morning, she was terribly alarmed to find that the infant had vanished. She sprang from her couch, lighted a pine chip, and searched all round the room, when, at last, in that part of the bed where her feet had been, lay, not the child, but a great, ugly frog. She was quite disgusted at the sight, and seized a heavy stick to kill the frog, but the creature looked at her with such strange, mournful eyes that she was unable to strike the blow. Once more she searched round the room. Then she started at hearing the frog utter a low, painful croak. She sprang from the couch and opened the window hastily. At the same moment the sun rose, and threw its beams through the window, till it rested on the couch where the great frog lay. Suddenly it appeared as if the frog's broad mouth contracted, and became small and red. The limbs moved and stretched out and extended themselves till they took a beautiful shape, and behold, there was the pretty child lying before her, and the ugly frog was gone. "How is this?" she cried. "Have I had a wicked dream? Is it not my own lovely cherub that lies there?" Then she kissed it and fondled it, but the child struggled and fought, and bit as if she had been a little wild cat. The Viking did not return on that day, nor the next. He was, however, on the way home, but the wind, so favorable to the storks, was against him, for it blew towards the south. A wind in favor of one is often against another. After 2 or 3 days had passed, It became clear to the Viking's wife how matters stood with the child. It was under the influence of a powerful sorcerer. By day it was charming in appearance as an angel of light, but with a temper wicked and wild, while at night, in the form of an ugly frog, it was quiet and mournful, with eyes full of sorrow. Here were two natures, changing inwardly and outwardly with the absence and return of sunlight. And so it happened that by day the child, with the actual form of its mother, possessed the fierce disposition of its father. At night, on the contrary, its outward appearance plainly showed its descent on the father's side, while inwardly it had the heart and mind of its mother. Who would be able to loosen this wicked charm which the sorcerer had worked upon it? The wife of the Viking lived in constant pain and sorrow about it. Her heart clung to the little creature, but she could not explain to her husband the circumstances in which it was placed. He was expected to return shortly, and were she to tell him, he would very likely, as was the custom at that time, expose the poor child in the public highway, and let anyone take it away who would. The good wife of the Viking could not let that happen, and she therefore resolved that the Viking should never see the child excepting by daylight. One morning there sounded a rushing of storks' wings over the roof. More than 100 pair of storks had rested there during the night to recover themselves after their excursion, and now they soared aloft and prepared for the journey southward. "All the husbands are here and ready," they cried, "wives and children also." "How light we are," screamed the young storks in chorus. "Something pleasant seems creeping over us, even down to our toes, as if we were full of live frogs. Ah, how delightful it is to travel into foreign lands. Hold yourselves properly in the line with us," cried Papa and Mama. "Do not use your beaks so much, it tries the lungs." And then the storks flew away. About the same time sounded the clang of the warriors' trumpets across the heath. The Viking had landed with his men. They were returning home, richly laden with spoil from the Gallic coast, where the people, as did also the inhabitants of Britain, often cried in alarm, "Deliver us from the wild Northmen." Life and noisy pleasure came with them into the castle of the Viking on the moorland. A great cask of mead was drawn into the hall, piles of wood blazed, cattle were slain and served up, that they might feast in reality. The priest who offered the sacrifice sprinkled the devoted parishioners with the warm blood. The fire crackled, and the smoke rolled along beneath the roof. The soot fell upon them from the beams, but they were used to all these things. Guests were invited and received handsome presents. All wrongs and unfaithfulness were forgotten. They drank deeply and threw in each other's faces the bones that were left, which was looked upon as a sign of good feeling amongst them. A bard, who was a kind of musician as well as warrior, and who had been with the Viking in his expedition and knew what to sing about, gave them one of his best songs, in which they heard all their warlike deeds praised, and every wonderful action brought forward with honor. Every verse ended with this refrain: "Gold and possessions will flee away. Friends and foes must die one day. Every man on earth must die, but a famous name will never die." And with that they beat upon their shields and hammered upon the table with knives and bones in a most outrageous manner. The Viking's wife sat upon a raised cross seat in the open hall. She wore a silk dress, golden bracelets, and large amber beads. She was in costly attire, and the bard named her in his song, and spoke of the rich treasure of gold which she had brought to her husband. Her husband had already seen the wonderfully beautiful child in the daytime and was delighted with her beauty. Even her wild ways pleased him. He said the little maiden would grow up to be a heroine with the strong will and determination of a man. She would never wink her eyes, even if, in joke, an expert hand should attempt to cut off her eyebrows with a sharp sword. The full cask of mead soon became empty, and a fresh one was brought in, for these were people who liked plenty to eat and drink. The old proverb, which everyone knows, says that the cattle know when to leave their pasture, but a foolish man knows not the measure of his own appetite. Yes, they all knew this, but men may know what is right, and yet often do wrong. They also knew that even the welcome guest becomes wearisome when he sits too long in the house. But there they remained, for pork and meat are good things. And so at the Vikings' house they stayed and enjoyed themselves, and at night the bondmen slept in the ashes and dipped their fingers in the fat and licked them. Oh, it was a delightful time. Once more in the same year the Viking went forth, though the storms of autumn had already commenced to roar. He went with his warriors to the coast of Britain. He said that it was but an excursion of pleasure across the water, so his wife remained at home with the little girl. After a while, it is quite certain the foster mother began to love the poor frog, with its gentle eyes and its deep sighs, even better than the little beauty who bit and fought with all around her. The heavy, damp mists of autumn, which destroy the leaves of the wood, had already fallen upon forest and heath. Feathers of plucked birds, as they call the snow, flew about in thick showers, and winter was coming. The sparrows took possession of the stork's nest, and conversed about the absent owners in their own fashion. And they, the stork pair and all their young ones, where were they staying now? The storks might have been found in the land of Egypt, where the sun's rays shone forth bright and warm, as it does here at midsummer. Tamarinds and acacias were in full bloom all over the country. The crescent of Mahomet glittered brightly from the cupolas of the mosques, and on the slender pinnacles sat many of the storks, resting after their long journey. Swarms of them took divided possession of the nests which lay close to each other between the venerable columns, and crowded the arches of temples in forgotten cities. The date and the palm lifted themselves as a screen or as a sunshade over them. The great pyramids looked like broken shadows in the clear air, and the far-off desert, where the ostrich wheels his rapid flight, and the lion, with his subtle eyes, gazes at the marble sphinx which lies half buried in sand. The waters of the Nile had retreated, and the whole bed of the river was covered with frogs, which was a most acceptable prospect for the stork families. The young storks thought their eyes deceived them. Everything around appeared so beautiful. "It is always like this here, and this is how we live in our warm country," said the stork mama, and the thought made the young ones almost beside themselves with pleasure. "Is there anything more to see?" they asked. "Are we going farther into the country?" "There is nothing further for us to see," answered the stork mama. Beyond this delightful region there are immense forests, where the branches of the trees entwine round each other, while prickly, creeping plants cover the paths, and only an elephant could force a passage for himself with his great feet. The snakes are too large, and the lizards too lively for us to catch. Then there is the desert. If you went there, your eyes would soon be full of sand with the lightest breeze, and if it should blow great guns, you would most likely find yourself in a sand drift. Here is the best place for you, where there are frogs and locusts. Here I shall remain, and so must you. And so they stayed. The parents sat in the nest on the slender minaret and rested, yet still were busily employed in cleaning and smoothing their feathers, and in sharpening their beaks against their red stockings. Then they would stretch out their necks, salute each other, and gravely raise their heads with the high-polished forehead and soft, smooth feathers, while their brown eyes shone with intelligence. The female young ones strutted about amid the moist rushes, glancing at the other young storks and making acquaintances, and swallowing a frog at every third step, or tossing a little snake about with their beaks, in a way they considered very becoming. And besides, it tasted very good. The young male storks soon began to quarrel. They struck at each other with their wings, and pecked with their beaks till the blood came. And in this manner many of the young ladies and gentlemen were betrothed to each other. It was, of course, what they wanted, and indeed what they lived for. Then they returned to a nest, and there the quarreling began afresh, for in hot countries people are almost all violent and passionate. But for all that it was pleasant, especially for the old people, who watched them with great joy. All that their young ones did suited them. Every day here there was sunshine, plenty to eat, and nothing to think of but pleasure. But in the rich castle of their Egyptian host, as they called him, pleasure was not to be found. The rich and mighty lord of the castle lay on his couch in the midst of the great hall, with its many-colored walls looking like the center of a great tulip, but he was stiff and powerless in all his limbs, and lay stretched out like a mummy. His family and servants stood round him. He was not dead, although he could scarcely be said to live. The healing more flower from the north, which was to have been found and brought to him by her who loved him so well, had not arrived. His young and beautiful daughter who, in swan's plumage, had flown over land and seas to the distant north, had never returned. She is dead, so the two swan maidens had said when they came home, and they made up quite a story about her, and this is what they told. "We three flew away together through the air," said they. "A hunter caught sight of us and shot at us with an arrow. The arrows struck our young friend and sister, and slowly singing her farewell song she sank down, a dying swan, into the forest lake. On the shores of the lake, under a spreading birch tree, we laid her in the cold earth. We had our revenge. We bound fire under the wings of a swallow, who had a nest on the thatched roof of the huntsman. The house took fire and burst into flames. The hunter was burnt with the house, and the light was reflected over the sea as far as the spreading birch, beneath which we laid her sleeping dust. She will never return to the land of Egypt." And then they both wept. And Stork Papa, who heard the story, snapped with his beak so that it might be heard a long way off. "Deceit and lies," cried he. "I should like to run my beak deep into their chests." "And perhaps break it off," said the mamma stork. "Then what a sight you would be. Think first of yourself, and then of your family. All others are nothing to us." "Yes, I know," said the Stork Papa. "But tomorrow I can easily place myself on the edge of the open cupola, when the learned and wise men assemble to consult on the state of the sick man. Perhaps they may come a little nearer to the truth." And the learned and wise men assembled together, and talked a great deal on every point, but the stork could make no sense out of anything they said. Neither were there any good results from their consultations, either for the sick man or for his daughter in the marshy heath. When we listen to what people say in this world, we shall hear a great deal, but it is an advantage to know what has been said and done before, when we listen to a conversation. The stork did, and we know at least as much as he, the stork. Love is a life giver. The highest love produces the highest life. Only through love can the sick man be cured. This had been said by many, and even the learned men acknowledged that it was a wise saying. "What a beautiful thought!" exclaimed the papa stork immediately. "I don't quite understand it," said the mama stork, when her husband repeated it. "However, it is not my fault, but the fault of the thought. Whatever it may be, I have something else to think of." Now the learned man had spoken also of love between this one and that one, of the difference of the love which we have for our neighbor, to the love that exists between parents and children, of the love of the plant for the light, and how the germ springs forth when the sunbeam kisses the ground. All these things were so elaborately and learnedly explained that it was impossible for Stork Papa to follow it, much less to talk about it. His thoughts on the subject quite weighed him down. He stood the whole of the following day on one leg, with half-shut eyes, thinking deeply. So much learning was quite a heavy weight for him to carry. One thing, however, the Papa Stork could understand. Everyone, high and low, had from their inmost hearts expressed their opinion that it was a great misfortune for so many thousands of people, the whole country indeed, to have this man so sick, with no hopes of his recovery. And what joy and blessing it would spread around if he could by any means be cured. But where bloomed the flower that could bring him health? They had searched for it everywhere, in learned writings, in the shining stars, in the weather and wind. Inquiries had been made in every byway that could be thought of, until at last the wise and learned men has asserted, as we have been already told, that love, the life-giver, could alone give new life to a father, and in saying this, they had overdone it, and said more than they understood themselves. They repeated it and wrote it down as a recipe. Love is a life-giver. But how could such a recipe be prepared? That was a difficulty they could not overcome. At last it was decided that help could only come from the princess herself, whose whole soul was wrapped up in her father, especially as a plan had been adopted by her to enable her to obtain a remedy. More than a year had passed since the princess had set out at night, when the light of the young moon was soon lost beneath the horizon. She had gone to the marble sphinx in the desert, shaking the sand from her sandals, and then passed through the long passage, which leads to the center of one of the great pyramids, where the mighty kings of antiquity, surrounded with pomp and splendor, lie veiled in the form of mummies. She had been told by the wise men that if she laid her head on the breast of one of them, from the head she would learn where to find life and recovery for her father. She had performed all this, and in a dream had learned that she must bring home to her father the lotus flower, which grows in the deep sea, near the moors and heath in the Danish land. The very place and situation had been pointed out to her, and she was told that the flower would restore her father to health and strength. And, therefore, she had gone forth from the land of Egypt, flying over to the open marsh and the wild moor in the plumage of a swan. The Papa and Mama Storks knew all this, and we also know it now. We know, too, that the Marsh King has drawn her down to himself, and that to the loved ones at home she is forever dead. One of the wisest of them said, as the Stork Mama also said, that in some way she would, after all, manage to succeed, and so at last they comforted themselves with this hope, and would wait patiently. In fact, they could do nothing better. I should like to get away the swan's feathers from those two treacherous princesses, said the papa stork. Then, at least, they would not be able to fly over again to the wild moor and do more wickedness. I can hide the 2 suits of feathers over yonder till we find some use for them. But where will you put them? Asked the mama stork. In our nest on the moor. I and the young ones will carry them by turns during our flight across, and as we return, should they prove too heavy for us, we shall be sure to find plenty of places on the way in which we can conceal them till our next journey. Certainly 1 suit of swan's feathers would be enough for the princess, but 2 are always better. In those northern countries, no one can have too many traveling wrappers. No one will thank you for it, said Stork Mama, but your master, and, excepting at breeding time, I have nothing to say. In the Vikings' castle on the wild moor, to which the storks directed their flight in the following spring, the little maiden still remained. They had named her Helga, which was rather too soft a name for a child with a temper like hers, although her form was still beautiful. Every month this temper showed itself in sharper outlines, and in the course of years, while the stork still made the same journeys in autumn to the hill, and in spring to the moors, the child grew to be almost a woman, and before anyone seemed aware of it. She was a wonderfully beautiful maiden of 16. The casket was splendid, but the contents were worthless. She was, indeed, wild and savage even in those hard, uncultivated times. It was a pleasure to her to splash about with her white hands in the warm blood of the horse which had been slain for sacrifice. In one of her wild moods she bit off the head of the black cock, which the priest was about to slay for the sacrifice. To her foster father she said one day, "If thine enemy were to pull down thine house about thy ears, and thou shouldest be sleeping in unconscious security, I would not wake thee. Even if I had the power, I would never do it. For my ears still tingle with the blow that thou gavest me years ago. I have never forgotten it." But the Viking treated her words as a joke. He was, like everyone else, bewitched with her beauty, and knew nothing of the change in the form and temper of Helga at night. Without a saddle, she would sit on a horse as if she were a part of it, while it rushed along at full speed, nor would she spring from its back, even when it quarreled with other horses and bit them. She would often leap from the high shore into the sea with all her clothes on, and swim to meet the Viking when his boat was steering home towards the shore. She once cut off a long lock of her beautiful hair and twisted it into a string for her bow. "If a thing is to be done well," said she, "I must do it myself." The Viking's wife was, for the time in which she lived, a woman of strong character and will, but, compared to her daughter, she was a gentle, timid woman, and she knew that a wicked sorcerer had the terrible child in his power. It was sometimes as if Helga acted from sheer wickedness, for often when her mother stood on the threshold of the door, or stepped into the yard, she would seat herself on the brink of the well, wave her arms and legs in the air, and suddenly fall right in. Here she was able, from her frog nature, to dip and dive about in the water of the deep well, until at last she would climb forth like a cat and come back into the hall dripping with water, so that the green leaves that were strewed on the floor were whirled round and carried away by the streams that flowed from her. But there was one time of the day which placed a check upon Helga. It was the evening twilight. When this hour arrived, she became quiet and thoughtful, and allowed herself to be advised and led, Then also a secret feeling seemed to draw her towards her mother. And as usual, when the sun set and the transformation took place, both in body and mind, inwards and outwards, she would remain quiet and mournful, with her form shrunk together in the shape of a frog. Her body was much larger than those animals ever are, and on this account it was much more hideous in appearance, for she looked like a wretched dwarf, with a frog's head and webbed fingers. Her eyes had a most piteous expression. She was without a voice, excepting a hollow, croaking sound, like the smothered sobs of a dreaming child. Then the Viking's wife took her on her lap, and forgot the ugly form, as she looked into the mournful eyes and often said, "I could wish that thou wouldst always remain my dumb frog child, for thou art too terrible when thou art clothed in a form of beauty." And the Viking woman wrote runic characters against sorcery and spells of sickness, and threw them over the wretched child, but they did no good. One can scarcely believe that she was ever small enough to lie in the cup of the water lily, said the papa stork, and now she is grown up, and the image of her Egyptian mother, especially about the eyes. Ah, we shall never see her again. Perhaps she has not discovered how to help herself, as you and the wise men said she would. Year after year have I flown across and across the moor, but there was no sign of her being still alive. Yes, and I may as well tell you that each year, when I arrived a few days before you to repair the nest and put everything in its place, I have spent a whole night flying here and there over the marshy lake, as if I had been an owl or a bat, but all to no purpose. The 2 suit of swan's plumage, which I and the young ones dragged over here from the land of the Nile, are of no use. Trouble enough it was to us to bring them here in 3 journeys, and now they are lying at the bottom of the nest, and if a fire should happen to break out, and the wooden house be burnt down, they would be destroyed. And our good nest would be destroyed, too, said the mamma stork. But you think less of that than of your plumage stuff and your moor princess. Go and stay with her in the marsh if you like. You are a bad father to your own children, as I have told you already, when I hatched my first brood. I only hope neither we nor our children may have an arrow sent through our wings, owing to that wild girl. Helga does not know in the least what she is about. We have lived in this house longer than she has. She should think of that, and we have never forgotten our duty. We have paid every year our toll of a feather, an egg, and a young one, as it is only right we should do. You don't suppose I can wander about the courtyard, or go everywhere as I used to do in old times. I can do it in Egypt, where I can be a companion of the people, without forgetting myself. But here I cannot go and peep into the pots and kettles as I do there. No, I can only sit up here and feel angry with that girl, the little wretch, and I am angry with you, too. You should have left her lying in the water lily, then no one would have known anything about her. You are far better than your conversation, said the papa stork. I know you better than you know yourself. And with that he gave a hop and flapped his wings twice, proudly. Then he stretched his neck and flew, or rather soared away, without moving his outspread wings. He went on for some distance, and then he gave a great flap with his wings and flew on his course at a rapid rate, his head and neck bending proudly before him, while the sun's rays fell on his glossy plumage. He is the handsomest of them all, said the mamma stork as she watched him, but I won't tell him so. Early in the autumn, the Viking again returned home laden with spoil and bringing prisoners with him. Among them was a young Christian priest, one of those who contemned the gods of the north. Often lately there had been, both in hall and chamber, a talk of the new faith which was spreading far and wide in the south, and which, through the means of the holy Ansgarius, had already reached as far as Hedeby on the Schlei. Even Helga had heard of this belief in the teachings of one who was named Christ, and who for the love of mankind, and for their redemption, had given up his life. But to her all this had, as it were, gone in one ear and out the other. It seemed that she only understood the meaning of the word love, when in the form of a miserable frog, she crouched together in the corner of the sleeping chamber. But the Viking's wife had listened to the wonderful story, and had felt herself strangely moved by it. On their return, after this voyage, the men spoke of the beautiful temples built of polished stone, which had been raised for the public worship of this holy love. Some vessels, curiously formed of massive gold, had been brought home among the booty. There was a peculiar fragrance about them all, for they were incense vessels, which had been swung before the altars in the temples by the Christian priests. In the deep stony cellars of the castle, the young Christian priest was immured, and his hands and feet tied together with strips of bark. The Viking's wife considered him as beautiful as Baldur, and his distress raised her pity, but Helga said he ought to have ropes fastened to his heels, and be tied to the tails of wild animals. I would let the dogs loose after him, she said, over the moor and across the heath. Hurrah! That would be a spectacle for the gods, and better still to follow in its course. But the Viking would not allow him to die such a death as that, especially as he was the disowned and despiser of the high gods. In a few days, he had decided to have him offered as a sacrifice on the bloodstone in the grove. For the first time, a man was to be sacrificed here. Helga begged to be allowed to sprinkle the assembled people with the blood of the priest. She sharpened her glittering knife, and when one of the great, savage dogs, who were running about the Viking's castle in great numbers, sprang towards her, she thrust the knife into his side, merely, as she said, to prove its sharpness. The Viking's wife looked at the wild, badly disposed girl with great sorrow, and when night came on, and her daughter's beautiful form and disposition were changed, she spoke in eloquent words to Helga of the sorrow and deep grief that was in her heart. The ugly frog, in its monstrous shape, stood before her and raised its brown mournful eyes to her face, listening to her words and seeming to understand them with the intelligence of a human being. Never once to my lord and husband has a word passed my lips of what I have to suffer through you. My heart is full of grief about you, said the Viking's wife. The love of a mother is greater and more powerful than I ever imagined. But love never entered thy heart. It is cold and clammy, like the plants on the moor. Then the miserable form trembled. It was as if these words had touched an invisible bond between body and soul, for great tears stood in the eyes. A bitter time will come for thee at last, continued the Viking's wife, and it will be terrible for me too. It had been better for thee if thou hadst been left on the high road, with the cold night wind to lull thee to sleep. And the Viking's wife shed bitter tears, and went away in anger and sorrow, passing under the partition of firs, which hung loose over the beam and divided the hall. The shriveled frog still sat in the corner alone. Deep silence reigned around. At intervals, a half-stifled sigh was heard from its inmost soul. It was the soul of Helga. It seemed in pain, as if a new life were arising in her heart. Then she took a step forward and listened, then stepped again forward, and seized with her clumsy hands the heavy bar which was laid across the door. Gently, and with much trouble, she pushed back the bar, as silently lifted the latch, and then took up the glimmering lamp which stood in the antechamber of the hall. It seemed as if a stronger will than her own gave her strength. She removed the iron bolt from the closed cellar door and slipped into the prisoner. He was slumbering. She touched him with her cold, moist hand, and as he awoke and caught sight of the hideous form, he shuddered as if he beheld a wicked apparition. She drew her knife, cut through the bonds which confined his hands and feet, and beckoned to him to follow her. He uttered some holy names and made the sign of the cross, while the form remained motionless by his side. "Who art thou?" he asked, "whose outward appearance is that of an animal, while thou willingly performest acts of mercy?" The frog figure beckoned to him to follow her, and led him through a long gallery concealed by hanging drapery to the stables, and then pointed to a horse. He mounted upon it, and she sprang up also before him and held tightly by the animal's mane. The prisoner understood her, and they rode on at a rapid trot, by a road which he would never have found by himself, across the open heath. He forgot her ugly form, and only thought how the mercy and loving kindness of the Almighty was acting through this hideous apparition. As he offered pious prayers and sang holy songs of praise, she trembled. Was it the effect of prayer and praise that caused this? Or was she shuddering in the cold morning air at the thought of approaching twilight? What were her feelings? She raised herself up and wanted to stop the horse and spring off, but the Christian priest held her back with all his might, and then sang a pious song, as if this could loosen the wicked charm that had changed her into the semblance of a frog. And the horse galloped on more wildly than before. The sky painted itself red, the first sunbeam pierced through the clouds, and in the clear flood of sunlight the frog became changed. It was Helga again, young and beautiful, but with a wicked demoniac spirit. He held now a beautiful young woman in his arms, and he was horrified at the sight. He stopped the horse and sprang from its back. He imagined that some new sorcery was at work. But Helga also leaped from the horse and stood on the ground. The child's short garment reached only to her knee. She snatched the sharp knife from her girdle and rushed like lightning at the astonished priest. "Let me get at thee," she cried. "Let me get at thee, that I may plunge this knife into thy body. Thou art pale as ashes, thou beardless slave." She pressed in upon him. They struggled with each other in heavy combat, but it was as if an invisible power had been given to the Christian in the struggle. He held her fast, and the old oak under which they stood seemed to help him, for the loosened roots on the ground became entangled in the maiden's feet and held them fast. Closed by rows of bubbling spring, and he sprinkled Helga's face and neck with the water, commanded the unclean spirit to come forth, and pronounced upon her a Christian blessing. But the water of faith has no power unless the wellspring of faith flows within. And yet, even here its power was shown. Something more than the mere strength of a man opposed itself, through his means, against the evil which struggled within her. His holy action seemed to overpower her. She dropped her arms, glanced at him with pale cheeks and looks of amazement. He appeared to her a mighty magician skilled in secret arts. His language was the darkest magic to her, and the movements of his hands in the air were as the secret signs of a magician's wand. She would not have blinked had he waved over her head a sharp knife or a glittering axe, but she shrunk from him as he signed her with the sign of the cross on her forehead and breast, and sat before him like a tame bird, with her head bowed down. Then he spoke to her, in gentle words, of the deed of love she had performed for him during the night, when she had come to him in the form of an ugly frog, to loosen his bonds, and to lead him forth to life and light. And he told her that she was bound in closer fetters than he had been, and that she could recover also life and light by his means. He would take her to Hedeby to St. Ansgarius, and there, in that Christian town, the spell of the sorcerer would be removed. But he would not let her sit before him on the horse, though of her own free will she wished to do so. "Thou must sit behind me, not before me," said he. "Thy magic beauty has a magic power which comes from an evil origin, and I fear it. Still I am sure to overcome through my faith in Christ." Then he knelt down and prayed with pious fervor. It was as if the quiet woodland were a holy church consecrated by his worship. The birds sang as if they were also of this new congregation, and the fragrance of the wild flowers was as the ambrosial perfume of incense, while, above all, sounded the words of Scripture, "A light to them that sit in darkness and in the shadow of death, to guide their feet into the way of peace." And he spoke these words with the deep longing of his whole nature. Meanwhile, the horse that had carried them in wild career stood quietly by, plucking at the tall bramble bushes, till the ripe young berries fell down upon Helga's hands, as if inviting her to eat. Patiently she allowed herself to be lifted on the horse, and sat there like a somnambulist, as one who walked in his sleep. The Christian bound 2 branches together with bark, in the form of a cross, and held it on high as they rode through the forest. The way gradually grew thicker of brushwood as they rode along, till at last it became a trackless wilderness. Bushes of the wild slow here and there blocked up the path, so that they had to ride over them. The bubbling spring formed not a stream, but a marsh, round which also they were obliged to guide the horse. Still there were strength and refreshment in the cold forest breeze, and no trifling power in the gentle words spoken in faith and Christian love by the young priest, whose inmost heart yearned to lead this poor lost one into the way of light and life. It is said that raindrops can make a hollow in the hardest stone, and the waves of the sea can smooth and round the rough edges of the rocks. So did the dew of mercy fall upon Helga, softening what was hard and smoothing what was rough in her character. These effects did not yet appear. She was not herself aware of them. Neither does the seed in the lap of earth know, when the refreshing dew and the warm sunbeams fall upon it, that it contains within itself power by which it will flourish and bloom. The song of the mother sinks into the heart of the child, and the little one prattles the words after her, without understanding their meaning. But after a time the thoughts expand, and what has been heard in childhood seems to the mind clear and bright. So now the Word, which is all-powerful to create, was working in the heart of Helga. They rode forth from the thick forest, crossed the heath, and again entered a pathless wood. Here, towards evening, they met with robbers. "Where hast thou stolen that beauteous maiden?" cried the robbers, seizing the horse by the bridle and dragging the 2 riders from its back. The priest had nothing to defend himself with but the knife he had taken from Helga, and with this he struck out right and left. One of the robbers raised his axe against him, but the young priest sprang on one side and avoided the blow, which fell with great force on the horse's neck, so that the blood gushed forth and the animal sunk to the ground. Then Helga seemed suddenly to awake from her long, deep reverie. She threw herself hastily upon the dying animal. The priest placed himself before her to defend and shelter her, but one of the robbers swung his iron axe against the Christian's head with such force that it was dashed to pieces. The blood and brains were scattered about, and he fell dead upon the ground. Then the robbers seized beautiful Helga by her white arms and slender waist, but at that moment the sun went down, and as its last ray disappeared, she was changed into the form of a frog. A greenish-white mouth spread half over her face. Her arms became thin and slimy, while broad hands, with webbed fingers, spread themselves out like fans. Then the robbers, in terror, let her go, and she stood among them, a hideous monster, and, as is the nature of frogs to do, she hopped up as high as her own size and disappeared in the thicket. Then the robbers knew that this must be the work of an evil spirit or some secret sorcery, and, in a terrible fright, they ran hastily from the spot. The full moon had already risen and was shining in all her radiant splendor over the earth, when from the thicket, in the form of a frog, crept poor Helga. She stood still by the corpse of the Christian priest and the carcass of the dead horse. She looked at them with eyes that seemed to weep, and from the frog's head came forth a croaking sound, as when a child bursts into tears. She threw herself first upon one and then upon the other, brought water in her hand, which, from being webbed, was large and hollow, and poured it over them, but they were dead, and dead they would remain. She understood that at last. Soon wild animals would come and tear their dead bodies, but no, that must not happen. Then she dug up the earth as deep as she was able, that she might prepare a grave for them. She had nothing but a branch of a tree in her two hands, between the fingers of which the web skin stretched, and they were torn by the work, while the blood ran down her hands. She saw at last that her work would be useless, more than she could accomplish, so she fetched more water and washed the face of the dead, and then covered it with fresh green leaves. She also brought large boughs and spread over him, and scattered dried leaves between the branches. Then she brought the heaviest stones that she could carry, and laid them over the dead body, filling up the crevices with moss, till she thought she had fenced in his resting place strongly enough. The difficult task had employed her the whole night, and as the sun broke forth, there stood the beautiful Helga in all her loveliness, with her bleeding hands, and, for the first time, with tears on her maiden cheeks. It was, in this transformation, as if two natures were striving together within her. Her whole frame trembled, and she looked around her as if she had just awoke from a painful dream. She leaned for support against the trunk of a slender tree, and at last climbed to the topmost branches, like a cat, and seated herself firmly upon them. She remained there the whole day, sitting alone, like a frightened squirrel, in the silent solitude of the wood, where the rest and stillness is as the calm of death. Butterflies fluttered around her, and close by were several ant hills, each with its hundreds of busy little creatures moving quickly to and fro. In the air danced myriads of gnats, swarm upon swarm, troops of buzzing flies, ladybirds, dragonflies with golden wings, and other little winged creatures. The worm crawled forth from the moist ground, and the moles crept out, but accepting these, all around had the stillness of death. But when people say this, they do not quite understand themselves what they mean. None noticed Helga but a flock of magpies, which flew chattering round the top of the tree on which she sat. These birds hopped close to her on the branches with bold curiosity. A glance from her eyes was a signal to frighten them away, and they were not clever enough to find out who she was. Indeed, she hardly knew herself. When the sun was near setting, and the evening's twilight about to commence, the approaching transformation aroused her to fresh exertion. She let herself down gently from the tree, and, as the last sunbeam vanished, she stood again in the wrinkled form of a frog, with the torn, webbed skin on her hands. But her eyes now gleamed with more radiant beauty than they had ever possessed in her most beautiful form of loveliness. They were now pure, mild, maidenly eyes that shone forth in the face of a frog. They showed the existence of deep feeling and a human heart, and the beauteous eyes overflowed with tears, weeping precious drops that lightened the heart. On the raised mound which she had made as a grave for the dead priest, she found the cross made of the branches of a tree, the last work of him who now lay dead and cold beneath it. A sudden thought came to Helga, and she lifted up the cross and planted it upon the grave, between the stones that covered him and the dead horse. The sad recollection brought the tears to her eyes, and in this gentle spirit she traced the same sign in the sand round the grave, and as she formed, with both her hands, the sign of the cross, the webbed skin fell from them like a torn glove. She washed her hands in the water of the spring, and gazed with astonishment at their delicate whiteness. Again she made the holy sign in the air, between herself and the dead man. Her lips trembled, her tongue moved, and the name which she in her ride through the forest had so often heard spoken rose to her lips, and she uttered the words, "Jesus Christ." Then the frog skin fell from her. She was once more a lovely maiden. Her head bent wearily, her tired limbs required rest, and then she slept. Her sleep, however, was short. Towards midnight, she awoke. Before her stood the dead horse, prancing and full of life, which shone forth from his eyes and from his wounded neck. Close by his side appeared the murdered Christian priest, more beautiful than Baldur, as the Viking's wife had said, but now he came as if in a flame of fire. Such gravity, such stern justice, such a piercing glance shone from his large, gentle eyes, that it seemed to penetrate into every corner of her heart. Beautiful Helga trembled at the look, and her memory returned with a power as if it had been the day of judgment. Every good deed that had been done for her, every loving word that had been said, were vividly before her mind. She understood now that love had kept her here during the day of her trial, while the creature formed of dust and clay, soul and spirit, had wrestled and struggled with evil. She acknowledged that she had only followed the impulses of an evil disposition, that she had done nothing to cure herself. Everything had been given her, and all had happened as it were by the ordination of Providence. She bowed herself humbly, confessed her great imperfections in the sight of him who can read every fault of the heart, and then the priest spoke. "Daughter of the moorland, thou hast come from the swamp and the marshy earth, but from this thou shalt arise. The sunlight shining into thy inmost soul proves the origin from which thou hast really sprung, and has restored the body to its natural form. I am come to thee from the land of the dead, and thou also must pass through the valley to reach the holy mountains where mercy and perfection dwell. I cannot lead thee to Hedeby that thou mayst receive Christian baptism, for first thou must remove the thick veil with which the waters of the moorland are shrouded, and bring forth from its depths the living author of thy being and thy life. Till this is done, thou canst not receive consecration. Then he lifted her on the horse and gave her a golden censer, similar to those she had already seen at the Viking's house. A sweet perfume arose from it, while the open wound in the forehead of the slain priest shone with the rays of a diamond. He took the cross from the grave and held it aloft, and now they rode through the air over the wrestling trees, over the hills where warriors lay buried each by his dead war horse, and the brazen monumental figures rose up and galloped forth, and stationed themselves on the summits of the hills. The golden crescent on their foreheads, fastened with golden knots, glittered in the moonlight, and their mantles floated in the wind. The dragon, that guards buried treasure, lifted his head and gazed after them. The goblins and the satyrs peeped out from beneath the hills and flitted to and fro in the fields, waving blue, red, and green torches, like the glowing sparks in burning paper. Over woodland and heath, flood and fen, they flew on, till they reached the wild moor, over which they hovered in broad circles. The Christian priest held the cross aloft, and it glittered like gold, while from his lips sounded pious prayers. Beautiful Helga's voice joined with his in the hymns he sung, as a child joins in her mother's song. She swung the censer, and a wonderful fragrance of incense arose from it, so powerful that the reeds and rushes of the moor burst forth into blossom. Each germ came forth from the deep ground. All that had life raised itself. Blooming water lilies spread themselves forth like a carpet of wrought flowers, and upon them lay a slumbering woman, young and beautiful. Helga fancied that it was her own image she saw reflected in the still water. But it was her mother she beheld, the wife of the marsh king, the princess from the land of the Nile. The dead Christian priest desired that the sleeping woman should be lifted on the horse, but the horse sank beneath the load, as if he had been a funeral pall fluttering in the wind. But the sign of the cross made the airy phantom strong, and then the three rode away from the marsh to firm ground. At the same moment the cock crew in the Viking's castle, and the dream figures dissolved and floated away in the air, but mother and daughter stood opposite to each other. "Am I looking at my own image in the deep water?" said the mother. "Is it myself that I see represented on a white shield?" cried the daughter. Then they came nearer to each other in a fond embrace. The mother's heart beat quickly, and she understood the quickened pulses. "My child," she exclaimed, "the flower of my heart, my lotus flower of the deep water," and she embraced her child again and wept, and the tears were as a baptism of new life and love for Helga. "In swan's plumage I came here," said the mother, "and here I threw off my feather dress. Then I sank down through the wavering ground, deep into the marsh beneath, which closed like a wall around me. I found myself after a while in fresher water. Still a power drew me down deeper and deeper. I felt the weight of sleep upon my eyelids. Then I slept, and dreams hovered round me. It seemed to me as if I were again in the pyramids of Egypt, and yet the waving elder trunk that had frightened me on the moor stood ever before me. I observed the clefts and wrinkles in the stem. They shone forth in strange colors, and took the form of hieroglyphics. It was the mummy case on which I gazed. At last it burst, and forth stepped the 1,000-years-old king, the mummy form, black as pitch, black as the shining wood snail, or the slimy mud of the swamp. Whether it was really the mummy or the marsh king I know not. He seized me in his arms, and I felt as if I must die. When I recovered myself, I found in my bosom a little bird, flapping its wings, twittering and fluttering. The bird flew away from my bosom, upwards towards the dark, heavy canopy above me, but a long, green band kept it fastened to me. I heard and understood the tenor of its longings. Freedom, sunlight, to my father. Then I thought of my father and the sunny land of my birth, my life and my love. Then I loosened the band and let the bird fly away to its home, to a father. Since that hour I have ceased to dream. My sleep has been long and heavy, till in this very hour harmony and fragrance awoke me and set me free. The green band which fastened the wings of the bird to the mother's heart, where did it flutter now? Whither had it been wafted? The stork only had seen it. The band was the green stalk, the cup of the flower, the cradle in which lay the child, that now in blooming beauty had been folded to the mother's heart. And while the two were resting in each other's arms, the old stork flew round and round them in narrowing circles, till at length he flew away swiftly to his nest, and fetched away the 2 suits of swan's feathers, which he had preserved there for many years. Then he returned to the mother and daughter, and threw the swan's plumage over them. The feathers immediately closed around them, and they rose up from the earth in the form of 2 white swans. "And now we can converse with pleasure," said the stork papa. "We can understand one another, although the beaks of birds are so different in shape. It is very fortunate that you came tonight. Tomorrow we should have been gone. The mother, myself, and the little ones were about to fly to the south. Look at me now. I am an old friend from the Nile, and a mother's heart contains more than her beak. She always said that the princess would know how to help herself. I and the young ones carried the swan's feathers over here, and I am glad of it now, and how lucky it is that I am here still. When the day dawns, we shall start with a great company of other storks. We'll fly first, and you can follow in our track, so that you cannot miss your way. I and the young ones will have an eye upon you." "And the lotus flower which I was to take with me," said the Egyptian princess, "is flying here by my side, clothed in swan's feathers. The flower of my heart will travel with me, and so the riddle is solved. Now for home, now for home." But Helga said she could not leave the Danish land without once more seeing her foster mother, the loving wife of the Viking. Each pleasing recollection, each kind word, every tear from the heart which her foster mother had wept for her, rose in her mind, and at that moment she felt as if she loved this mother the best. "Yes, we must go to the Viking's castle," said the stork. "Mother and the young ones are waiting for me there. How they will open their eyes and flap their wings. My wife, you see, does not say much. She is short and abrupt in her manner, but she means well, for all that. I will flap my wings at once, that they may hear us coming." Then Stork Papa flapped his wings in first-rate style, and he and the swans flew away to the Viking's castle. In the castle, everyone was in a deep sleep. It had been late in the evening before the Viking's wife retired to rest. She was anxious about Helga, who, 3 days before, had vanished with the Christian priest. Helga must have helped him in his flight, for it was her horse that was missed from the stable. But by what power had all this been accomplished? The Viking's wife thought of it with wonder, thought on the miracles which they said could be performed by those who believed in the Christian faith and followed its teachings. These passing thoughts formed themselves into a vivid dream, and it seemed to her that she was still lying awake on her couch, while without darkness reigned. A storm arose. She heard the lake dashing and rolling from east and west, like the waves of the North Sea or the Kattegat. The monstrous snake which, it is said, surrounds the earth in the depths of the ocean, was trembling in spasmodic convulsions. The night of the fall of the gods was come, Ragnarok, as the heathens call the judgment day, when everything shall pass away, even the high gods themselves. The war trumpet sounded. Riding upon the rainbow came the gods, clad in steel, to fight their last battle on the last battlefield. Before them flew the winged vampires, and the dead warriors closed up the train. The whole firmament was ablaze with the northern lights, and yet the darkness triumphed. It was a terrible hour, and, close to the terrified woman, Helga seemed to be seated on the floor, in the hideous form of a frog, yet trembling and clinging to her foster mother, who took her on her lap and lovingly caressed her, hideous and frog-like as she was. The air was filled with the clashing of arms and the hissing of arrows, as if a storm of hail was descending upon the earth. It seemed to her the hour when earth and sky would burst asunder, and all things be swallowed up in Saturn's fiery lake. But she knew that a new heaven and a new earth would arise, and that cornfields would wave where now the lake rolled over desolate sands, and the ineffable God reign. Then she saw rising from the region of the dead, Baldur the gentle, the loving, and as the Viking's wife gazed upon him, she recognized his countenance. It was the captive Christian priest. "White Christian," she exclaimed aloud, and with the words, she pressed a kiss on the forehead of the hideous frog child. Then the frog skin fell off, and Helga stood before her in all her beauty, more lovely and gentle-looking, and with eyes beaming with love. She kissed the hands of her foster mother, blessed her for all her fostering love and care during the days of her trial and misery, for the thoughts she had suggested and awoke in her heart, and for naming the name which she now repeated. Then beautiful Helga rose as a mighty swan, and spread her wings with the rushing sound of troops of birds of passage flying through the air. Then the Viking's wife awoke, but she still heard the rushing sound without. She knew it was the time for the storks to depart, and that it must be their wings which she heard. She felt she should like to see them once more, and bid them farewell. She rose from her couch, stepped out on the threshold, and beheld, on the ridge of the roof, a party of storks ranged side by side. Troops of the birds were flying in circles over the castle and the highest trees, but just before her, as she stood on the threshold and close to the well where Helga had so often sat and alarmed her with her wildness, now stood two swans, gazing at her with intelligent eyes. Then she remembered her dream, which still appeared to her as a reality. She thought of Helga in the form of a swan. She thought of a Christian priest, and suddenly a wonderful joy arose in her heart. The swans flapped their wings and arched their necks as if to offer her a greeting, and the Viking's wife spread out her arms towards them, as if she accepted it, and smiled through her tears. She was roused from deep thought by a rustling of wings and snapping of beaks. All the storks arose and started on their journey towards the south. "We will not wait for the swans," said the mama stork. "If they want to go with us, let them come now. We can't sit here till the plovers start. It is a fine thing after all to travel in families, not like the finches and the partridges. There the male and the female birds fly in separate flocks, which, to speak candidly, I consider very unbecoming. What are those swans flapping their wings for? Well, everyone flies in his own fashion, said the papa stork. The swans fly in an oblique line, the cranes in the form of a triangle, and the plovers in a curved line like a snake. Don't talk about snakes while we are flying up here, said Stork Mama. It puts ideas into the children's heads that cannot be realized. Are those the high mountains I have heard spoken of? Asked Helga, in the swan's plumage. They are storm clouds driving along beneath us, replied her mother. What are yonder white clouds that rise so high? Again inquired Helga. Those are mountains covered with perpetual snows that you see yonder, said her mother. And then they flew across the Alps towards the blue Mediterranean. Africa's land, Egyptia's strand, sang the daughter of the Nile, in her swan's plumage, as from the upper air she caught sight of her native land, a narrow, golden, weavy strip on the shores of the Nile. The other birds espied it also and hastened their flight. I can smell the Nile mud and the wet frogs, said the stork Mama, and I begin to feel quite hungry. Yes, now you shall taste something nice, and you will see the marabou bird, and the ibis and the crane. They all belong to our family, but they are not nearly so handsome as we are. They give themselves great airs, especially the ibis. The Egyptians have spoiled him. They make a mummy of him and stuff him with spices. I would rather be stuffed with live frogs, and so would you, and so you shall. Better have something in your inside while you are alive, than to be made a parade of after you are dead. That is my opinion, and I am always right. The storks are come, was said in the great house on the banks of the Nile, where the Lord lay in the hall on his downy cushions, covered with a leopard skin, scarcely alive, yet not dead, waiting and hoping for the lotus flower from the deep moorland in the far north. Relatives and servants were standing by his couch when the two beautiful swans who had come with the storks flew into the hall. They threw off their soft white plumage, and two lovely female forms approached the pale, sick old man and threw back their long hair, and when Helga bent over her grandfather, redness came back to his cheeks, his eyes brightened, and life returned to his benumbed limbs. The old man rose up with health and energy renewed. Daughter and grandchild welcomed him as joyfully as if with a morning greeting after a long and troubled dream. Joy reigned through the whole house, as well as in the stork's nest, although there the chief cause was really the good food, especially the quantities of frogs, which seemed to spring out of the ground in swarms. Then the learned men hastened to note down, in flying characters, the story of the two princesses, and spoke of the arrival of the health-giving flower as a mighty event, which had been a blessing to the house and the land. Meanwhile, the stork papa told the story to his family in his own way, but not till they had eaten and were satisfied. Otherwise they would have had something else to do than to listen to stories. Well, said the stork Mama, when she had heard it, you will be made something of at last. I suppose they can do nothing less. What could I be made? Said stork Papa. What have I done? Just nothing. You have done more than all the rest, she replied. But for you and the youngsters, the two young princesses would never have seen Egypt again, and the recovery of the old man would not have been effected. You will become something. They must certainly give you a doctor's hood, and our young ones will inherit it, and their children after them, and so on. You already look like an Egyptian doctor, at least in my eyes. I cannot quite remember the words I heard when I listened on the roof, said Stork Papa, while relating the story to his family. All I know is that what the wise men said was so complicated and so learned that they received not only rank but presents. Even the head cook at the great house was honored with a mark of distinction, most likely for the soup. And what did you receive? Said the stork mamma. They certainly ought not to forget the most important person in the affair, as you really are. The learned men have done nothing at all but use their tongues. Surely they will not overlook you. Late in the night, while the gentle sleep of peace rested on the now happy house, there was still one watcher. It was not Stork Papa, who, although he stood on guard on one leg, could sleep soundly. Helga alone was awake. She leaned over the balcony, gazing at the sparkling stars that shone clearer and brighter in the pure air than they had done in the north, and yet they were the same stars. She thought of the Viking's wife in the wild moorland, of the gentle eyes of her foster mother, and of the tears she had shed over the poor frog child that now lived in splendor and starry beauty by the waters of the Nile, with air balmy and sweet as spring. She thought of the love that dwelt in the breast of the heathen woman, love that had been shown to a wretched creature, hateful as a human being, and hideous when in the form of an animal. She looked at the glittering stars and thought of the radiance that had shone forth on the forehead of the dead man, as she had fled with him over the woodland and moor. Tones were awakened in her memory, words which she had heard him speak as they rode onward, when she was carried, wondering and trembling, through the air, words from the great fountain of love, the highest love that embraces all the human race. What had not been won and achieved by this love? Day and night beautiful Helga was absorbed in the contemplation of the great amount of her happiness, and lost herself in the contemplation, like a child who turns hurriedly from the giver to examine the beautiful gifts. She was overpowered with her good fortune, which seemed always increasing, and therefore what might it become in the future? Had she not been brought by a wonderful miracle to all this joy and happiness? And in these thoughts she indulged, until at last she thought no more of the giver. It was the overabundance of youthful spirits unfolding its wings for a daring flight. Her eyes sparkled with energy when suddenly arose a loud noise in the court below, and the daring thought vanished. She looked down and saw two large ostriches running round quickly in narrow circles. She had never seen these creatures before, great, coarse, clumsy-looking birds with curious wings that looked as if they had been clipped, and the birds themselves had the appearance of having been roughly used. She inquired about them, and for the first time heard the legend which the Egyptians relate respecting the ostrich. Once, say they, the ostriches were a beautiful and glorious race of birds with large, strong wings. One evening the other large birds of the forest said to the ostrich, "Brother, shall we fly to the river tomorrow morning to drink, God willing?" And the ostrich answered, "I will." With the break of day, therefore, they commenced their flight, first rising high in the air, towards the sun, which is the eye of God. Still higher and higher the ostrich flew, far above the other birds, probably approaching the light, trusting in its own strength, and thinking not of the giver or saying, "If God will." When suddenly the avenging angel drew back the veil from the flaming ocean of sunlight, and in a moment the wings of the proud bird were scorched and shriveled, and they sunk miserably to the earth. Since that time the ostrich and his race have never been able to rise in the air. They can only fly terror-stricken along the ground, or run round and round in narrow circles. It is a warning to mankind that in all our thoughts and schemes, and in every action we undertake, we should say, if God will. Then Helga bowed her head thoughtfully and seriously, and looked at the circling ostrich, as with timid fear and simple pleasure it glanced at its own great shadow on the sunlit walls. And the story of the ostrich sunk deeply into the heart and mind of Helga. A life of happiness, both in the present and in the future, seemed secure for her, and what was yet to come might be the best of all, God willing. Early in the spring, when the storks were again about to journey northward, beautiful Helga took off her golden bracelets, scratched her name on them, and beckoned to the stork father. He came to her, and she placed the golden circlet round his neck, and begged him to deliver it safely to the Viking's wife, so that she might know that her foster daughter still lived, was happy, and had not forgotten her. "It is rather heavy to carry," thought Stork Papa, when he had it on his neck, "but gold and honor are not to be flung into the street. The stork brings good fortune. They'll be obliged to acknowledge that at last." "You lay gold, and I lay eggs," said Stork Mama. "With you it is only once in a way. I lay eggs every year, but no one appreciates what we do. I call it very mortifying." "But then we have a consciousness of our own worth, Mother," replied Stork Papa. "What good will that to you?" retorted Stork Mama. "It will neither bring you a fair wind, nor a good meal. The little nightingale, who is singing yonder in the tamarind grove, will soon be going north too." Helga said she had often heard her singing on the wild moor, so she determined to send a message by her. While flying in the swan's plumage, she had learnt the bird language. She had often conversed with the stork and the swallow, and she knew that the nightingale would understand. So she begged the nightingale to fly to the beechwood on the peninsula of Jutland, where a mound of stone and twigs had been raised to form the grave, and she begged the nightingale to persuade all the other little birds to build their nests round the place, so that evermore should resound over that grave music and song. And the nightingale flew away, and time flew away also. In the autumn, an eagle, standing upon a pyramid, saw a stately train of richly laden camels, and men attired in armor on foaming Arabian steeds, whose glossy skins shone like silver. Their nostrils were pink, and their thick, flowing manes hung almost to their slender legs. A royal prince of Arabia, handsome as a prince should be, and accompanied by distinguished guests, was on his way to the stately house, on the roof of which the storks' empty nests might be seen. They were away now in the far north, but expected to return very soon. And, indeed, they returned on a day that was rich in joy and gladness. A marriage was being celebrated, in which the beautiful Helga, glittering in silk and jewels, was the bride, and the bridegroom the young Arab prince. Bride and bridegroom sat at the upper end of the table, between the bride's mother and grandfather. But her gaze was not on the bridegroom, with his manly, sunburnt face, round which curled a black beard, and whose dark fiery eyes were fixed upon her, but away from him, at a twinkling star that shone down upon her from the sky. Then was heard the sound of rushing wings beating the air. The storks were coming home, and the old stork pair, although tired with the journey and requiring rest, did not fail to fly down at once to the balustrades of the veranda, for they knew already what feast was being celebrated. They had heard of it on the borders of the land, and also that Helga had caused their figures to be represented on the walls, for they belonged to her history. "I call that very sensible and pretty," said Stork Papa. "Yes, but it is very little," said Mama Stork. "They could not possibly have done less." But when Helga saw them, she rose and went out into the veranda to stroke the backs of the storks. The old stork pair bowed their heads and curved their necks, and even the youngest among the young ones felt honored by this reception. Helga continued to gaze upon the glittering star, which seemed to glow brighter and purer in its light. Then between herself and the star floated a form, purer than the air and visible through it. It floated quite near to her, and she saw that it was the dead Christian priest, who also was coming to her wedding feast, coming from the heavenly kingdom. "The glory and brightness yonder outshines all that is known on earth," said he. Then Helga the Fair prayed more gently and more earnestly than she had ever prayed in her life before, that she might be permitted to gaze, if only for a single moment, at the glory and brightness of the heavenly kingdom. Then she felt herself lifted up, as it were, above the earth, through a sea of sound and thought. Not only around her, but within her, was there light and song, such as words cannot express. "Now we must return," he said. "You will be missed." "Only one more look," she begged, "but one short moment more. We must return to earth. The guests will have all departed. Only one more look, the last." Then Helga stood again in the veranda. But the marriage lamps in the festive hall had been all extinguished, and the torches outside had vanished. The storks were gone. Not a guest could be seen. No bridegroom. All in those few short moments seemed to have died. Then a great dread fell upon her. She stepped from the veranda through the empty hall into the next chamber, where slept strange warriors. She opened a side door, which once led into her own apartment, but now, as she passed through, she found herself suddenly in a garden which she had never before seen here. The sky blushed red. It was the dawn of morning. 3 minutes only in heaven, and a whole night on earth had passed away. Then she saw the storks and called to them in their own language. Then Stork Papa turned his head towards her, listened to her words, and drew near. "You speak our language," said he. "What do you wish? Why do you appear, you, a strange woman?" "It is I, it is Helga. Dost thou not know me? 3 minutes ago we were speaking together yonder in the veranda." "That is a mistake," said the stork. "You must have dreamed all this." "No, no," she exclaimed. Then she reminded him of the Viking's castle, of the great lake, and of the journey across the ocean. Then Stork Papa winked his eyes and said, "Why, that's an old story which happened in the time of my grandfather. There certainly was a princess of that kind here in Egypt once, who came from the Danish land, but she vanished on the evening of her wedding day, many 100 years ago, and never came back. You may read about it yourself yonder, on a monument in the garden. There you will find swans and storks sculptured, and on the top is a figure of the Princess Helga in marble." And so it was. Helga understood it all now and sank on her knees. The sun burst forth in all its glory, and, as in olden times, the form of the frog vanished in his beams, and the beautiful form stood forth in all its loveliness. So now, bathed in light, rose a beautiful form, purer, clearer than air, a ray of brightness, from the source of light himself. The body crumbled into dust, and a faded lotus flower lay on the spot on which Helga had stood. "Now that is a new ending to the story," said Stork Papa. "I really never expected it would end in this way, but it seems a very good ending." "And what will the young ones say to it, I wonder?" said Stork Mama. That is a very important question," replied the stork. The Metal Pig. In the city of Florence, not far from the Piazza del Granduca, runs a little street called Porta Rosa. In this street, just in front of the marketplace where vegetables are sold, stands a pig made of brass and curiously formed. The bright color has been changed by age to dark green, but clear, fresh water pours from the snout, which shines as if it had been polished, and so indeed it has. For hundreds of poor people and children seize it in their hands as they place their mouths close to the mouth of the animal to drink. It is quite a picture to see a half-naked boy clasping the well-formed creature by the head as he presses his rosy lips against its jaws. Everyone who visits Florence can very quickly find the place. He is only to ask the first beggar he meets for the metal pig, and he will be told where it is. It was late on a winter evening. The mountains were covered with snow, but the moon shone brightly, and moonlight in Italy is like a dull winter's day in the north. Indeed, it is better, for clear air seems to raise us above the earth, while in the north a cold, gray, leaden sky appears to press us down to earth, even as the cold, damp earth shall one day press on us in the grave. In the garden of the Grand Duke's palace, under the roof of one of the wings, where 1,000 roses bloom in winter, a little ragged boy had been sitting the whole day long, a boy who might serve as a type of Italy, lovely and smiling, and yet still suffering. He was hungry and thirsty, yet no one gave him anything, and when it became dark and they were about to close the gardens, the porter turned him out. He stood a long time musing on the bridge which crosses the Arno, and looking at the glittering stars, reflected in the water which flowed between him and the elegant marble bridge della Trinita. He then walked away towards the metal pig, half knelt down, clasped it with his arms, and then put his mouth to the shining snout and drank deep draughts of the fresh water. Close by lay a few salad leaves and 2 chestnuts, which were to serve for his supper. No one was in the street but himself. It belonged only to him, so he boldly seated himself on the pig's back, leaned forward so that his curly head could rest on the head of the animal, and, before he was aware, he fell asleep. It was midnight. The metal pig raised himself gently, and the boy heard him say quite distinctly, "Hold tight, little boy, for I am going to run," and away he started for a most wonderful ride. First, they arrived at the Piazza del Granduca, and the metal horse which bears the Duke's statue neighed aloud. The painted coats of arms on the old council house shone like transparent pictures, and Michelangelo's David tossed his sling. It was as if everything had life. The metallic groups of figures, among which were Perseus and the Rape of the Sabines, looked like living persons, and cries of terror sounded from them all across the noble square. By the Palazzo degli Uffizi, in the arcade, where the nobility assemble for the carnival, the metal pig stopped. "Hold fast," said the animal. "Hold fast, for I am going upstairs." The little boy said not a word. He was half pleased and half afraid. They entered a long gallery where the boy had been before. The walls were resplendent with paintings. Here stood statues and busts, all in a clear light as if it were day. But the grandest appeared when the door of a side room opened. The little boy could remember what beautiful things he had seen there, but tonight everything shone in its brightest colors. Here stood the figure of a beautiful woman, as beautifully sculptured as possible by one of the great masters. Her graceful limbs appeared to move, dolphins sprang at her feet, and immortality shone from her eyes. The world called her the Venus de Medici. By her side were statues in which the spirit of life breathed in stone, figures of men, one of whom whetted his sword and was named the Grinder. Wrestling gladiators formed another group. The sword had been sharpened for them, and they strove for the goddess of beauty. The boy was dazzled by so much glitter, for the walls were gleaming with bright colors. All appeared living reality. As they passed from hall to hall, beauty everywhere showed itself, and as the metal peg went step by step from one picture to the other, the little boy could see it all plainly. One glory eclipsed another, yet there was one picture that fixed itself on the little boy's memory, more especially because of the happy children it represented, for these the little boy had seen in daylight. Many pass this picture by with indifference, and yet it contains a treasure of poetic feeling. It represents Christ descending into Hades. They are not the lost whom the spectator sees, but the heathen of olden times. The Florentine Angiolo Bronzino painted this picture. Most beautiful is the expression on the face of the two children, who appear to have full confidence that they shall reach heaven at last. They are embracing each other, and one little one stretches out his hand towards another who stands below him and points to himself, as if he were saying, "I am going to heaven." The older people stand as if uncertain, yet hopeful, and they bow in humble adoration to the Lord Jesus. On this picture the boy's eyes rested longer than on any other. The metal peg stood still before it. A low sigh was heard. Did it come from the picture or from the animal? The boy raised his hands towards the smiling children, and then the peg ran off with him through the open vestibule. thank you, you beautiful animal," said the little boy, caressing the metal peg as it ran down the steps. "Thanks to yourself also," replied the metal peg. "I have helped you and you have helped me, for it is only when I have an innocent child on my back that I receive the power to run. Yes, as you see, I can even venture under the rays of the lamp, in front of the picture of the Madonna, but I may not enter the church, still from without, and while you are upon my back, I may look in through the open door. Do not get down yet, for if you do, then I shall be lifeless, as you have seen me in the Porta Rosa." "I will stay with you, my dear creature," said the little boy. So then they went on at a rapid pace through the streets of Florence, till they came to the square before the church of Santa Croce. The folding doors flew open, and light streamed from the altar through the church into the deserted square. A wonderful blaze of light streamed from one of the monuments in the left side aisle, and 1,000 moving stars seemed to form a glory round it. Even the coat-of-arms on the tombstone shone, and a red ladder on a blue field gleamed like fire. It was the grave of Galileo. The monument is unadorned, but the red ladder is an emblem of art, signifying that the way to glory leads up a shining ladder, on which the prophets of mind rise to heaven, like Elias of old. In the right aisle of the church, every statue on the richly carved sarcophagi seemed endowed with life. Here stood Michelangelo, there Dante, with the laurel wreath round his brow, Alfieri and Machiavelli, for here side by side rest the great men, the pride of Italy. The church itself is very beautiful, even more beautiful than the marble cathedral at Florence, though not so large. It seemed as if the carved vestments stirred, and as if the marble figures they covered raised their heads higher, to gaze upon the brightly colored glowing altar where the white-robed boys swung the golden censers amid music and song, while the strong fragrance of incense filled the church and streamed forth into the square. The boy stretched forth his hands towards the light, and at the same moment the metal peg started again so rapidly that he was obliged to cling tightly to him. The wind whistled in his ears. He heard the church door creak on its hinges as it closed, and it seemed to him as if he had lost his senses. Then a cold shudder passed over him, and he awoke. It was morning. The metal peg stood in its old place on the Porta Rosa, and the boy found he had slipped nearly off its back. Fear and trembling came upon him as he thought of his mother. She had sent him out the day before to get some money. He had not done so, and now he was hungry and thirsty. Once more he clasped the neck of his metal horse, kissed its nose, and nodded farewell to it. Then he wandered away into one of the narrowest streets, where there was scarcely room for a loaded donkey to pass. A great iron-bound door stood ajar. He passed through, and climbed up a brick staircase, with dirty walls and a rope for a balustrade, till he came to an open gallery hung with rags. From here a flight of steps led down to a court, where from a well water was drawn up by iron rollers to the different stories of the house, and where the water buckets hung side by side. Sometimes the roller and the bucket danced in the air, splashing the water all over the court. Another broken-down staircase led from the gallery, and two Russian sailors running down it almost upset the poor boy. They were coming from their nightly carousal. A woman not very young, with an unpleasant face and a quantity of black hair, followed them. "What have you brought home?" she asked when she saw the boy. "Don't be angry," he pleaded. "I received nothing. I have nothing at all." And he seized his mother's dress and would have kissed it. Then they went into a little room. I need not describe it, but only say that there stood in it an earthen pot with handles, made for holding fire, which in Italy is called a marito. This pot she took in her lap, warmed her fingers, and pushed the boy with her elbow. "Certainly you must have some money," she said. The boy began to cry, and then she struck him with her foot till he cried out louder. "Will you be quiet? Or I'll break your screaming head." And she swung about the fire pot which she held in her hand, while the boy crouched to the earth and screamed. Then a neighbor came in, and she had also a marito under her arm. "Felicita," she said, "what are you doing to the child?" "The child is mine," she answered. "I can murder him if I like, and you too, Janina." And then she swung about the fire pot. The other woman lifted up hers to defend herself, and the two pots clashed together so violently that they were dashed to pieces, and fire and ashes flew about the room. The boy rushed out at the sight, sped across the courtyard, and fled from the house. The poor child ran till he was quite out of breath. At last he stopped at the church, the doors of which were opened to him the night before, and went in. Here everything was bright, and the boy knelt down by the first tomb on his right, the grave of Michelangelo, and sobbed as if his heart would break. People came and went. Mass was performed, but no one noticed the boy, excepting an elderly citizen, who stood still and looked at him for a moment, and then went away like the rest. Hunger and thirst overpowered the child, and he became quite faint and ill. At last he crept into a corner behind the marble monuments and went to sleep. towards evening he was awakened by a pull at his sleeve. He started up, and the same old citizen stood before him. "Are you ill? Where do you live? Have you been here all day?" were some of the questions asked by the old man. After hearing his answers, the old man took him home to a small house close by, in a back street. They entered a glovemaker's shop, where a woman sat sewing busily. A little white poodle, so closely shaven that his pink skin could plainly be seen, frisked about the room and gamboled upon the boy. "Innocent souls are soon intimate," said the woman as she caressed both the boy and the dog. These good people gave the child food and drink, and said he should stay with them all night, and that the next day the old man, who was called Giuseppe, would go and speak to his mother. A little homely bed was prepared for him, but to him who had so often slept on the hard stones it was a royal couch, and he slept sweetly and dreamed of the splendid pictures and of the metal pig. Giuseppe went out the next morning, and the poor child was not glad to see him go, for he knew that the old man was gone to his mother, and that, perhaps, he would have to go back. He wept at the thought, and then he played with the little, lively dog and kissed it, while the old woman looked kindly at him to encourage him. And what news did Giuseppe bring back? At first the boy could not hear, for he talked a great deal to his wife, and she nodded and stroked the boy's cheek. Then she said, "He is a good lad. He shall stay with us. He may become a clever glove maker like you. Look what delicate fingers he has got. Madonna intended him for a glove maker." So the boy stayed with them, and the woman herself taught him to sew, and he ate well and slept well and became very merry. But at last he began to tease Bellissima, as the little dog was called. This made the woman angry, and she scolded him and threatened him, which made him very unhappy, and he went and sat in his own room full of sad thoughts. This chamber looked upon the street, in which hung skins to dry, and there were thick iron bars across his window. That night he lay awake, thinking of the metal pig. Indeed, it was always in his thoughts. Suddenly he fancied he heard feet outside going pit-a-pat. He sprung out of bed and went to the window. Could it be the metal pig? But there was nothing to be seen. Whatever he had heard had passed already. Next morning, their neighbor, the artist, passed by, carrying a pink box and a large roll of canvas. "Help the gentleman to carry his box of colors," said the woman to the boy, and he obeyed instantly, took the box, and followed the painter. They walked on till they reached the picture gallery, and mounted the same staircase up which he had ridden that night on the metal pig. He remembered all the statues and pictures, the beautiful marble Venus, and again he looked at the Madonna with the Savior and Saint John. They stopped before the picture by Bronzino, in which Christ is represented as standing in the lower world, with the children smiling before him, in the sweet expectation of entering heaven, and the poor boy smiled, too, for here was his heaven. "You may go home now," said the painter, while the boy stood watching him till he had set up his easel. "May I see you paint?" asked the boy. "May I see you put the picture on this white canvas?" "I am not going to paint yet," replied the artist. Then he brought out a piece of chalk. His hand moved quickly, and his eye measured the great picture, and though nothing appeared but a faint line, the figure of the Savior was as clearly visible as in the colored picture. "Why don't you go?" said the painter. Then the boy wandered home silently and seated himself on the table and learned to sew gloves. But all day long his thoughts were in the picture gallery, and so he pricked his fingers and was awkward. But he did not tease Bellissimo. When evening came and the house door stood open, he slipped out. It was a bright, beautiful, starlight evening, but rather cold. Away he went through the already deserted streets, and soon came to the metal pig. He stooped down and kissed its shining nose, and then seated himself on its back. "You happy creature," he said, "I have longed for you. We must take a ride tonight." But the metal pig lay motionless, while the fresh stream gushed forth from its mouth. The little boy still sat astride on its back when he felt something pulling at his clothes. He looked down, and there was Bellissimo, little smooth-shaven Bellissimo, barking as if she would have said, "Here I am too. Why are you sitting there?" A fiery dragon could not have frightened the little boy so much as did the little dog in this place. Bellissima in the street, and not dressed, as the old lady called it. What would be the end of this? The dog never went out in winter, unless she was attired in a little lambskin coat which had been made for her. It was fastened round the little dog's neck and body with red ribbons, and was decorated with rosettes and little bells. The dog looked almost like a little kid when she was allowed to go out in winter, and trot after her mistress. And now here she was in the cold and not dressed. Oh, how would it end? All his fancies were quickly put to flight, yet he kissed the metal pig once more, and then took Bellissima in his arms. The poor little thing trembled so with cold that the boy ran homeward as fast as he could. "What are you running away with there?" asked two of the police whom he met, and at whom the dog barked. "Where have you stolen that pretty dog?" they asked, and they took it away from him. "Oh, I have not stolen it. Do give it to me back again," cried the boy despairingly. "If you have not stolen it, you may say at home that they can send to the watch house for the dog." Then they told him where the watch house was, and went away with Bellissimo. Here was a dreadful trouble. The boy did not know whether he had better jump into the Arno or go home and confess everything. They would certainly kill him, he thought. "Well, I would gladly be killed," he reasoned, "for then I shall die and go to heaven," and so he went home, almost hoping for death. The door was locked, and he could not reach the knocker. No one was in the street, so he took up a stone, and with it made a tremendous noise at the door. "Who is there?" asked somebody from within. "It is I," said he. "Bellissima is gone. Open the door, and then kill me." Then indeed there was a great panic. Madame was so very fond of Bellissimo. She immediately looked at the wall where the dog's dress usually hung, and there was the little lambskin. "Bellissima in the watch house," she cried. "You bad boy. How did you entice her out? Poor little delicate thing with those rough policemen. And she'll be frozen with cold." Giuseppe went off at once, while his wife lamented, and the boy wept. Several of the neighbors came in, and amongst them the painter. He took the boy between his knees and questioned him, and, in broken sentences, he soon heard the whole story, and also about the metal pig, and the wonderful ride to the picture gallery, which was certainly rather incomprehensible. The painter, however, consoled the little fellow, and tried to soften the lady's anger, but she would not be pacified till her husband returned with Bellissima, who had been with the police. Then there was great rejoicing, and the painter caressed the boy and gave him a number of pictures. Oh, what beautiful pictures these were, figures with funny heads, and, above all, the metal pig was there too. Oh, nothing could be more delightful. By means of a few strokes, it was made to appear on the paper, and even the house that stood behind it had been sketched in. Oh, if he could only draw and paint. He who could do this could conjure all the world before him. The first leisure moment during the next day, the boy got a pencil, and on the back of one of the other drawings he attempted to copy the drawing of the metal pig, and he succeeded. Certainly it was rather crooked, rather up and down, one leg thick and another thin. Still it was like the copy, and he was overjoyed at what he had done. The pencil would not go quite as it ought. He had found that out, but the next day he tried again. A second pig was drawn by the side of the first, and this looked 100 times better, and the third attempt was so good that everybody might know what it was meant to represent. And now the glove-making went on but slowly. The orders given by the shops in the town were not finished quickly, for the metal pig had taught the boy that all objects may be drawn upon paper, and Florence is a picture book in itself for anyone who chooses to turn over its pages. On the Piazza del Trinita stands a slender pillar, and upon it is the goddess of justice, blindfolded, with her scales in her hand. She was soon represented on paper, and it was the glovemaker's boy who placed her there. His collection of pictures increased, but as yet they were only copies of lifeless objects, when one day Bellissima came gambolling before him. "Stand still," cried he, "and I will draw you beautifully, to put amongst my collection." But Bellissima would not stand still, so she must be bound fast in one position. He tied her head and tail, but she barked and jumped, and so pulled and tightened the string that she was nearly strangled, and just then her mistress walked in. "You wicked boy!" The poor little creature was all she could utter. She pushed the boy from her, thrust him away with her foot, called him a most ungrateful, good-for-nothing, wicked boy, and forbade him to enter the house again. Then she wept and kissed her little half-strangled Bellissimo. At this moment the painter entered the room. In the year 1834 there was an exhibition in the Academy of Arts at Florence. Two pictures, placed side by side, attracted a large number of spectators. The smaller of the two represented a little boy sitting at a table, drawing. Before him was a little white poodle, curiously shaven, but as the animal would not stand still, it had been fastened with a string to its head and tail to keep it in one position. The truthfulness and life in this picture interested everyone. The painter was said to be a young Florentine who had been found in the streets when a child by an old glove maker who had brought him up. The boy had taught himself to draw. It was also said that a young artist, now famous, had discovered talent in the child just as he was about to be sent away for having tied up Madame's favorite little dog and using it as a model. The glovemaker's boy had also become a great painter, as the picture proved, but the larger picture by its side was a still greater proof of his talent. It represented a handsome boy, clothed in rags, lying asleep, and leaning against the metal peg in the street of the Porta Rosa. All the spectators knew the spot well. The child's arms were round the neck of the peg, and he was in a deep sleep. The lamp before the picture of the Madonna threw a strong, effective light on the pale, delicate face of the child. It was a beautiful picture. A large gilt frame surrounded it, and on one corner of the frame a laurel wreath had been hung, but a black band, twined unseen among the green leaves, and a streamer of crape hung down from it, for within the last few days the young artist had died. The money box. In a nursery where a number of toys lay scattered about, a money box stood on the top of a very high wardrobe. It was made of clay in the shape of a pig and had been bought of the potter. In the back of the pig was a slit, and this slit had been enlarged with a knife so that dollars or crown pieces might slip through, and indeed there were 2 in the box, besides a number of pence. The money pig was stuffed so full that it could no longer rattle, which is the highest state of perfection to which a money pig can attain. There he stood upon the cupboard, high and lofty, looking down upon everything else in the room. He knew very well that he had enough inside him to buy up all the other toys, and this gave him a very good opinion of his own value. The rest thought of this fact also, although they did not express it, for there were so many other things to talk about. A large doll, still handsome, though rather old, for her neck had been mended, lay inside one of the drawers, which was partly open. She called out to the others, "Let us have a game at being men and women. That is something worth playing at." Upon this there was a great uproar. Even the engravings, which hung in frames on the wall, turned round in their excitement and showed that they had a wrong side to them, although they had not the least intention to expose themselves in this way or to object to the game. It was late at night, but as the moon shone through the windows, they had light at a cheap rate. And as the game was now to begin, all were invited to take part in it, even the children's wagon, which certainly belonged to the coarser playthings. "Each has its own value," said the wagon. "We cannot all be noblemen. There must be some to do the work." The money pig was the only one who received a written invitation. He stood so high that they were afraid he would not accept a verbal message. But in his reply, he said, if he had to take a part, he must enjoy the sport from his own home. They were to arrange for him to do so, and so they did. The little toy theater was therefore put up in such a way that the money pig could look directly into it. Some wanted to begin with a comedy, and afterwards to have a tea party and a discussion for mental improvement, but they commenced with the latter first. The rocking horse spoke of training and races, the wagon of railways and steam power, for these subjects belonged to each of their professions, and it was right they should talk of them. The clock talked politics, tick, tick. He professed to know what was the time of day, but there was a whisper that he did not go correctly. The bamboo cane stood by, looking stiff and proud. He was vain of his brass ferrule and silver top, and on the sofa lay 2 worked cushions, pretty but stupid. When the play at the little theater began, the rest sat and looked on. They were requested to applaud and stamp, or crack, when they felt gratified with what they saw. But the riding whip said he never cracked for old people, only for the young who were not yet married. "I crack for everybody," said the cracker. "Yes, and a fine noise you make," thought the audience as the play went on. It was not worth much, but it was very well played, and all the characters turned their painted sides to the audience, for they were made only to be seen on one side. The acting was wonderful, excepting that sometimes they came out beyond the lamps, because the wires were a little too long. The doll, whose neck had been darned, was so excited that the place in her neck burst, and the money pig declared he must do something for one of the players, as they had all pleased him so much. So he made up his mind to remember one of them in his will, as the one to be buried with him in the family vault, whenever that event should happen. They all enjoyed the comedy so much that they gave up all thoughts of the tea party and only carried out their idea of intellectual amusement, which they called playing at men and women, And there was nothing wrong about it, for it was only play. All the while, each one thought most of himself, or of what the money pig could be thinking. His thoughts were on, as he supposed, a very distant time of making his will, and of his burial, and of when it might all come to pass. Certainly sooner than he expected, for all at once down he came from the top of the press, fell on the ground, and was broken to pieces. Then the pennies hopped and danced about in the most amusing manner. The little ones twirled round like tops, and the large ones rolled away as far as they could, especially the one great silver crown piece who had often to go out into the world, and now he had his wish as well as all the rest of the money. The pieces of the money pig were thrown into the dustbin, and the next day there stood a new money pig on the cupboard, but it had not a farthing in its inside yet, and therefore, like the old one, it could not rattle. This was the beginning with him, and we will make it the end of our story. What the Moon Saw. Introduction. It is a strange thing, when I feel most fervently and most deeply, my hands and my tongue seem alike tied, so that I cannot rightly describe or accurately portray the thoughts that are rising within me, and yet I am a painter. My eye tells me as much as that. And all my friends who have seen my sketches and fancies say the same. I am a poor lad and live in one of the narrowest of lanes, but I do not want for light, as my room is high up in the house, with an extensive prospect over the neighboring roofs. During the first few days I went to live in the town, I felt low-spirited and solitary enough. Instead of the forest and the green hills of former days, I had here only a forest of chimney pots to look out upon. And then I had not a single friend, not one familiar face greeted me. So one evening I sat at the window in a desponding mood, and presently I opened the casement and looked out. Oh, how my heart leaped up with joy! Here was a well-known face at last, a round, friendly countenance, the face of a good friend I had known at home. In fact, it was the moon that looked in upon me. He was quite unchanged, the dear old moon, and had the same face exactly that he used to show when he peered down upon me through the willow trees on the moor. I kissed my hand to him over and over again, as he shone far into my little room, and he, for his part, promised me that every evening, when he came abroad, he would look in upon me for a few moments. This promise he has faithfully kept. It is a pity that he can only stay such a short time when he comes. Whenever he appears, he tells me of one thing or another that he has seen on the previous night, or on that same evening. Just paint the scenes I described to you. This is what he said to me, and you will have a very pretty picture book. I have followed his injunction for many evenings. I could make up a new 1001 Nights, in my own way, out of these pictures, but the number might be too great after all. The pictures I have here given have not been chosen at random, but follow in their proper order, just as they were described to me. Some great gifted painter, or some poet or musician, may make something more of them if he likes. What I have given here are only hasty sketches, hurriedly put upon the paper, with some of my own thoughts interspersed. For the moon did not come to me every evening. A cloud sometimes hid his face from me. First evening. Last night, I am quoting the moon's own words. Last night I was gliding through the cloudless Indian sky. My face was mirrored in the waters of the Ganges, and my beams strove to pierce through the thick intertwining boughs of the bananas, arching beneath me like the tortoise's shell. Forth from the thicket tripped a Hindu maid, light as a gazelle, beautiful as Eve, airy and ethereal as a vision, and yet sharply defined amid the surrounding shadows, stood this daughter of Andersen. I could read on her delicate brow the thought that had brought her hither. The thorny creeping plants tore her sandals, but for all that she came rapidly forward. The deer that had come down to the river to quench her thirst sprang by with a startled bound, for in her hand the maiden bore a lighted lamp. I could see the blood in her delicate fingertips as she spread them for a screen before the dancing flame. She came down to the stream and set the lamp upon the water and let it float away. The flame flickered to and fro and seemed ready to expire, but still the lamp burned on, and the girl's black sparkling eyes, half veiled behind their long silken lashes, followed it with a gaze of earnest intensity. She knew that if the lamp continued to burn so long as she could keep it in sight, her betrothed was still alive, but if the lamp was suddenly extinguished, he was dead. And the lamp burned bravely on, and she fell on her knees and prayed. Near her in the grass lay a speckled snake, but she heeded it not. She thought only of Brahma and of her betrothed. "He lives," she shouted joyfully, "he lives." And from the mountains the echo came back upon her, "He lives." Second evening. "Yesterday," said the moon to me, "I looked down upon a small courtyard surrounded on all sides by houses. In the courtyard sat a clucking hen with 11 chickens, and a pretty little girl was running and jumping around them. The hen was frightened and screamed and spread out her wings over the little brood. Then the girl's father came out and scolded her, and I glided away and thought no more of the matter. But this evening, only a few minutes ago, I looked down into the same courtyard. Everything was quiet. But presently the little girl came forth again, crept quietly to the hen house, pushed back the bolt, and slipped into the apartment of the hen and chickens. They cried out loudly and came fluttering down from their perches and ran about in dismay, and the little girl ran after them. I saw it quite plainly, for I looked through a hole in the henhouse wall. I was angry with the willful child, and felt glad when her father came out and scolded her more violently than yesterday, holding her roughly by the arm. She held down her head, and her blue eyes were full of large tears. "What are you about here?" he asked. She wept and said, "I wanted to kiss the hen and beg her pardon for frightening her yesterday, but I was afraid to tell you." And the father kissed the innocent child's forehead, and I kissed her on the mouth and eyes. Third evening. In the narrow street round the corner yonder, it is so narrow that my beams can only glide for a minute along the walls of the house, but in that minute I see enough to learn what the world is made of. In that narrow street I saw a woman. 16 years ago that woman was a child, playing in the garden of the old parsonage in the country. The hedges of rose bush were old, and the flowers were faded. They straggled wild over the paths, and the ragged branches grew up among the boughs of the apple trees. Here and there were a few roses still in bloom, not so fair as the queen of flowers generally appears, but still they had color and scent too. The clergyman's little daughter appeared to me a far lovelier rose, as she sat on her stool under the straggling hedge, hugging and caressing her doll with the battered pasteboard cheeks. 10 years afterwards I saw her again. I beheld her in a splendid ballroom. She was the beautiful bride of a rich merchant. I rejoiced at her happiness, and sought her on calm, quiet evenings. Nobody thinks of my clear eye and my silent glance. Alas, my rose ran wild, like the rose bushes in the garden of the parsonage. There are tragedies in everyday life, and tonight I saw the last act of one. She was lying in bed in a house in that narrow street. She was sick unto death, and the cruel landlord came up and tore away the thin coverlet, her only protection against the cold. "Get up," said he. "Your face is enough to frighten one. Get up and dress yourself. Give me money, or I'll turn you out into the street. Quick, get up." She answered, "Alas, death is gnawing at my heart. Let me rest." But he forced her to get up and bathe her face and put a wreath of roses in her hair, and he placed her in a chair at the window with a candle burning beside her and went away. I looked at her, and she was sitting motionless with her hands in her lap. The wind caught the open window and shut it with a crush, so that a pane came clattering down in fragments, but still she never moved. The curtain caught fire, and the flames played about her face, and I saw that she was dead. There at the open window sat the dead woman, preaching a sermon against sin. My poor fated rose out of the parsonage garden. Fourth evening. "This evening I saw a German play acted," said the moon. "It was in a little town. A stable had been turned into a theater. That is to say, the stable had been left standing and had been turned into private boxes, and all the timber work had been covered with colored paper. A little iron chandelier hung beneath the ceiling, and that it might be made to disappear into the ceiling, as it does in great theaters, when the ting-ting of the prompter's bell is heard, a great inverted tub has been placed just above it. Ting-ting, and the little iron chandelier suddenly rose at least half a yard and disappeared in the tub, and that was the sign that the play was going to begin. A young nobleman and his lady, who happened to be passing through the little town, were present at the performance, and consequently the house was crowded. But under the chandelier was a vacant space like a little crater. Not a single soul sat there, for the tallow was dropping, drip, drip. I saw everything, for it was so warm in there that every loophole had been opened. The male and female servants stood outside, peeping through the chinks, although a real policeman was inside, threatening them with a stick. Close by the orchestra could be seen the noble young couple in two old armchairs, which were usually occupied by His Worship the Mayor and his lady, but these latter were today obliged to content themselves with wooden forms, just as if they had been ordinary citizens, and the lady observed quietly to herself, "One sees, now, that there is rank above rank," and this incident gave an air of extra festivity to the whole proceedings. The chandelier gave little leaps, the crowd got their knuckles rapped, and I, the moon, was present at the performance from beginning to end. Fifth evening. Yesterday began the moon. I looked down upon the turmoil of Paris. My eye penetrated into an apartment of the Louvre. An old grandmother, poorly clad, she belonged to the working class, was following one of the under-servants into the great empty throne room, for this was the apartment she wanted to see, that she was resolved to see. It had cost her many a little sacrifice, and many a coaxing word, to penetrate thus far. She folded her thin hands and looked round with an air of reverence, as if she had been in a church. Here it was, she said, here, and she approached the throne, from which hung the rich velvet fringed with gold lace. There, she exclaimed, there, and she knelt and kissed the purple carpet. I think she was actually weeping. But it was not this very velvet, observed the footman, and a smile played about his mouth. True, but it was this very place, replied the woman, and it must have looked just like this. It looked so, and yet it did not, observed the man. The windows were beaten in, and the doors were off their hinges, and there was blood upon the floor. But for all that you can say, my grandson died upon the throne of France. Died, mournfully repeated the old woman. I do not think another word was spoken, and they soon quitted the hall. The evening twilight faded, and my light shone doubly vivid upon the rich velvet that covered the throne of France. Now, who do you think this poor woman was? Listen, I will tell you a story. It happened in the Revolution of July, on the evening of the most brilliantly victorious day, when every house was a fortress, every window a breastwork. The people stormed the Tuileries. Even women and children were to be found among the combatants. They penetrated into the apartments and halls of the palace. A poor half-grown boy in a ragged blouse fought among the older insurgents. Mortally wounded with several bayonet thrusts, he sank down. This happened in the throne room. They laid the bleeding youth upon the throne of France, wrapped the velvet around his wounds, and his blood streamed forth upon the imperial purple. There was a picture, the splendid hall, the fighting groups, a torn flag upon the ground. The tricolor was waving above the bayonets, and on the throne lay the poor lad with the pale, glorified countenance, his eyes turned towards the sky, his limbs writhing in the death agony, his breast bare, and his poor tattered clothing half hidden by the rich velvet embroidered with silver lilies. At the boy's cradle a prophecy had been spoken. He will die on the throne of France. The mother's heart dreamt of a second Napoleon. My beams have kissed the wreath of immortelles on his grave, and this night they kissed the forehead of the old grand dame, while in a dream the picture floated before her which thou mayest draw, the poor boy on the throne of France. 6th evening. I've been in UPS, said the moon. I looked down upon the great plain covered with coarse grass and upon the barren fields. I mirrored my face in the Tirus River, while the steamboat drove the fish into the rushes. Beneath me floated the waves, throwing long shadows on the so-called graves of Odin, Thor, and Frigga. In the scanty turf that covers the hillside, names have been cut. There is no monument here, no memorial on which the traveler can have his name carved, no rocky wall on whose surface he can get it painted, so visitors have the turf cut away for that purpose. The naked earth peers through in the form of great letters and names. These form a network over the whole hill. Here is an immortality, which lasts till the fresh turf grows. Up on the hill stood a man, a poet. He emptied the mead horn with the broad silver rim and murmured a name. He begged the winds not to betray him, but I heard the name. I knew it. A count's coronet sparkles above it, and therefore he did not speak it out. I smiled, for I knew that a poet's crown adorns his own name. The nobility of Eleanor d'Este is attached to the name of Tasso. And I also know where the rose of beauty blooms. Thus spake the moon, and a cloud came between us. May no cloud separate the poet from the rose. 7th evening. Along the margin of the shore stretches a forest of firs and beeches, and fresh and fragrant is this wood. Hundreds of nightingales visit it every spring. Close beside it is the sea, the ever-changing sea, and between the two is placed the broad high road. One carriage after another rolls over it, but I did not follow them, for my eye loves best to rest upon one point. A Hun's grave lies there, and the sloe and blackthorn grow luxuriantly among the stones. Here is true poetry in nature. And how do you think men appreciate this poetry? I will tell you what I heard there last evening and during the night. First, 2 rich landed proprietors came driving by. "Those are glorious trees," said the first. "Certainly. There are 10 loads of firewood in each," observed the other. "It will be a hard winter, and last year we got $14 a load, and they were gone." "The road here is wretched," observed another man who drove past. "That's the fault of those horrible trees," replied his neighbor. "There is no free current of air. The wind can only come from the sea, and they were gone." The stagecoach went rattling past. All the passengers were asleep at this beautiful spot. The postilion blew his horn, but he only thought, "I can play capitally. It sounds well here. I wonder if those in there like it," and the stagecoach vanished. Then 2 young fellows came galloping up on horseback. "There's youth and spirit in the blood here," thought I, and, indeed, they looked with a smile at the moss-grown hill and thick forest. "I should not dislike a walk here with the Mellors, Christine," said one, and they flew past. The flowers scented the air. Every breath of air was hushed. It seemed as if the sea were a part of the sky that stretched above the deep valley. A carriage rolled by. 6 people were sitting in it. 4 of them were asleep. The 5th was thinking of his new summer coat, which would suit him admirably. The 6th turned to the coachman and asked him if there were anything remarkable connected with yonder heap of stones. "No," replied the coachman, "it's only a heap of stones, but the trees are remarkable." "How so?" "Why, I'll tell you how they are very remarkable. You see, in winter, when the snow lies very deep and has hidden the whole road so that nothing is to be seen, those trees serve me for a landmark. I steer by them so as not to drive into the sea, and you see that is why the trees are remarkable." Now came a painter. He spoke not a word, but his eyes sparkled. He began to whistle. At this the nightingales sang louder than ever. "Hold your tongues," he cried testily, and he made accurate notes of all the colors and transitions, blue and lilac and dark brown. "That will make a beautiful picture," he said. He took it in just as a mirror takes in a view, and as he worked he whistled a march of Rossini. And last of all came a poor girl. She laid aside the burden she carried and sat down to rest upon the Hun's grave. Her pale, handsome face was bent in a listening attitude towards the forest. Her eyes brightened. She gazed earnestly at the sea and the sky. Her hands were folded, and I think she prayed, "Our Father." She herself could not understand the feeling that swept through her, but I know that this minute, and the beautiful natural scene, will live within her memory for years, far more vividly and more truly than the painter could portray it with his colors on paper. My rays followed her till the morning dawn kissed her brow. 8th evening. Heavy clouds obscured the sky, and the moon did not make his appearance at all. I stood in my little room, more lonely than ever, and looked up at the sky where he ought to have shown himself. My thoughts flew far away, up to my great friend, who every evening told me such pretty tales and showed me pictures. Yes, he has had an experience indeed. He glided over the waters of the deluge and smiled on Noah's Ark just as he lately glanced down upon me, and brought comfort and promise of a new world that was to spring forth from the old. When the children of Israel sat weeping by the waters of Babylon, he glanced mournfully upon the willows where hung the silent harps. When Romeo climbed the balcony, and the promise of true love fluttered like a cherub toward heaven, the round moon hung, half hidden among the dark cypresses, in the lucid air. He saw the captive giant at St. Helena, looking from the lonely rock across the wide ocean, while great thoughts swept through his soul. Ah, what tales the moon can tell. Human life is like a story to him. Tonight I shall not see thee again, old friend. Tonight I can draw no picture of the memories of thy visit. And as I looked dreamily towards the clouds, the sky became bright. There was a glancing light, and a beam from the moon fell upon me. It vanished again, and dark clouds flew past, but still it was a greeting, a friendly good night offered to me by the moon. 9th evening. The air was clear again. Several evenings had passed, and the moon was in the first quarter. Again he gave me an outline for a sketch. Listen to what he told me. I have followed the polar bird and the swimming whale to the eastern coast of Greenland. Gaunt ice-covered rocks and dark clouds hung over a valley where dwarf willows and barberry bushes stood clothed in green. The blooming lightness exhaled sweet odors. My light was faint, my face pale as the water lily that, torn from its stem, has been drifting for weeks with the tide. The crown-shaped northern light burned fiercely in the sky. Its ring was broad, and from its circumference the rays shot like whirling shafts of fire across the whole sky, flashing in changing radiance from green to red. The inhabitants of that icy region were assembling for dance and festivity, but, accustomed to this glorious spectacle, they scarcely deigned to glance at it. Let us leave the soul of the dead to their ball play with the heads of the walruses, they thought in their superstition, and they turned their whole attention to the song and dance. In the midst of the circle, and divested of his furry cloak, stood a Greenlander with a small pipe, and he played and sang a song about catching the seal, and the chorus around chimed in with, "Yea, yea." And in their white furs they danced about in the circle, till you might fancy it was a polar bear's ball. And now court of judgment was opened. Those Greenlanders who had quarreled stepped forward, and the offended person chanted forth the faults of his adversary in an extempore song, turning them sharply into ridicule, to the sound of the pipe and the measure of the dance. The defendant replied with satire as keen, while the audience laughed and gave their verdict. The rocks heaved, the glaciers melted, and great masses of ice and snow came crashing down, shivering to fragments as they fall. It was a glorious Greenland summer night. 100 paces away, under the open tent of hides, lay a sick man. Life still flowed through his warm blood, but still he was to die. He himself felt it, and all who stood round him knew it also. Therefore his wife was already sewing round him the shroud of furs, that she might not afterwards be obliged to touch the dead body. And she asked, "Wilt thou be buried on the rock in the firm snow? I will deck the spot with thy kayak and thy arrows, and the Anchcock shall dance over it. Or wouldst thou rather be buried in the sea?" "In the sea," he whispered, and nodded with a mournful smile. "Yes, it is a pleasant summer tent, the sea," observed the wife. "Thousands of seals sport there, the walrus shall lie at thy feet, and the hunt will be safe and merry." And the yelling children tore the outspread hide from the window hole, that the dead man might be carried to the ocean, the billowy ocean, that had given him fruit in life, and that now, in death, was to afford him a place of rest. For his monument he had the floating, ever-changing icebergs, whereon the seal sleeps, while the storm bird flies round their gleaming summits. 10th evening. "I knew an old maid," said the moon. "Every winter she wore a wrapper of yellow satin, and it always remained new, and was the only fashion she followed. In summer, she always wore the same straw hat, and I verily believe the very same gray-blue dress. She never went out, except to cross the street to an old female friend, and in later years she did not even take this walk, for the old friend was dead. In her solitude, my old maid was always busy at the window, which was adorned in summer with pretty flowers, and in winter with cress, grown upon felt. During the last months I saw her no more at the window, but she was still alive. I knew that, for I had not yet seen her begin the long journey of which she often spoke with her friend. Yes, yes, she was in the habit of saying, "When I come to die, I shall take a longer journey than I have made my whole life long. Our family vault is 6 miles from here. I shall be carried there and shall sleep there among my family and relatives." Last night a van stopped at the house. A coffin was carried out, and then I knew that she was dead. They placed straw around the coffin, and the van drove away. There slept the quiet old lady, who had not gone out of her house once for the last year. The van rolled out through the town gate as briskly as if it were going for a pleasant excursion. On the high road the pace was quicker yet. The coachman looked nervously round every now and then. I fancy he half expected to see her sitting on the coffin, in her yellow satin wrapper. And because he was startled, he foolishly lashed his horses, while he held the reins so tightly that the poor beasts were in a foam. They were young and fiery. A hare jumped across the road and startled them, and they fairly ran away. The old sober maiden, who had for years and years moved quietly round and round in a dull circle, was now, in death, rattled over stock and stone on the public highway. The coffin and its covering of straw tumbled out of the van and was left on the high road, while horses, coachmen, and carriage flew past in wild career. The lark rose up caroling from the field, twittering her morning lay over the coffin, and presently perched upon it, picking with her beak at the straw covering, as though she would tear it up. The lark rose up again, singing gaily, and I withdrew behind the red morning clouds. 11th evening. I will give you a picture of Pompey's of the moon. I was in the suburb in the Street of Tombs, as they call it, where the fair monuments stand, in the spot where, ages ago, the merry youths, their temples bound with rosy wreaths, danced with the fair sisters of Lays. Now the stillness of death reigned around. German mercenaries in the Neapolitan service kept guard, played cards and diced, and a troop of strangers from beyond the mountains came into the town, accompanied by a sentry. They wanted to see the city that had risen from the grave illumined by my beams, and I showed them the wheel ruts in the streets paved with broad lava slabs. I showed them the names on the doors, and the signs that hung there yet. They saw in the little courtyard the basins of the fountains, ornamented with shells, but no jet of water gushed upwards, no song sounded forth from the richly painted chambers, where the bronze dog kept the door. It was the city of the dead. Only Vesuvius thundered forth his everlasting hymn, each separate verse of which is called by men an eruption. We went to the temple of Venus, built of snow-white marble, with its high altar in front of the broad steps, and the weeping willows sprouting freshly forth among the pillars. The air was transparent and blue, and black Vesuvius formed the background, with fire ever shooting forth from it, like the stem of the pine tree. Above it stretched the smoky cloud in the silence of the night, like the crown of the pine, but in a blood-red illumination. Among the company was a lady singer, a real and great singer. I have witnessed the homage paid to her in the greatest cities of Europe. When they came to the tragic theater, they all sat down on the amphitheater steps, and thus a small part of the house was occupied by an audience, as it had been many centuries ago. The stage still stood unchanged, with its walled side scenes and the two arches in the background, through which the beholders saw the same scene that had been exhibited in the old times, a scene painted by nature herself, namely, the mountains between Sorrento and Amalfi. The singer gaily mounted the ancient stage and sang. The place inspired her, and she reminded me of a wild Arab horse that rushes headlong on with snorting nostrils and flying mane. Her song was so light and yet so firm. Anon I thought of the mourning mother beneath the cross at Golgotha, so deep was the expression of pain. And, just as it had done thousands of years ago, the sound of applause and delight now filled the theater. "Happy, gifted creature," all the hearers exclaimed. 5 minutes more, and the stage was empty, the company had vanished, and not a sound more was heard. All were gone. But the ruins stood unchanged, as they will stand when centuries shall have gone by, and when none shall know of the momentary applause and of the triumph of the fair songstress, when all will be forgotten and gone. And, even for me, this hour will be but a dream of the past. 12th evening. I looked through the windows of an editor's house, said the moon. It was somewhere in Germany. I saw handsome furniture, many books, and a chaos of newspapers. Several young men were present. The editor himself stood at his desk, and 2 little books, both by young authors, were to be noticed. "This one has been sent to me," said he. "I have not read it yet. What think you of the contents?" "Oh," said the person addressed. He was a poet himself. "It is good enough. A little broad, certainly. But, you see, the author is still young. The verses might be better, to be sure. The thoughts are sound, though there is certainly a good deal of commonplace among them. But what will you have? You can't be always getting something new. That he'll turn out anything great, I don't believe, but you may safely praise him. He is well read, a remarkable Oriental scholar, and has a good judgment. It was he who wrote that nice review of my Reflections on Domestic Life. We must be lenient towards the young man." "But he is a complete hack," objected another of the gentlemen. "Nothing worse in poetry than mediocrity, and he certainly does not go beyond this." "Poor fellow," observed a third, "and his aunt is so happy about him." "It was she, Mr. Editor, who got together so many subscribers for your last translation." "Ah, the good woman. Well, I have noticed the book briefly. Undoubted talent, a welcome offering, a flower in the garden of poetry, prettily brought out, and so on. But this other book, I suppose the author expects me to purchase it? I hear it is praised." "He has genius, certainly. Don't you think so?" "Yes, all the world declares as much," replied the poet, "but it has turned out rather wildly. The punctuation of the book, in particular, is very eccentric. It will be good for him if we pull him to pieces and anger him a little, otherwise he will get too good an opinion of himself." "But that would be unfair," objected the fourth. "Let us not carp at little faults, but rejoice over the real and abundant good that we find here. He surpasses all the rest." "Not so. If he is a true genius, he can bear the sharp voice of censure. There are people enough to praise him. Don't let us quite turn his head." "Decided talent," wrote the editor with the usual carelessness. "That he can write incorrect verses may be seen in page 25, where there are two false quantities. We recommend him to study the ancients, etc. I went away, continued the moon, and looked through the windows in the ant's house. There sat the be-praised poet, the tame one. All the guests paid homage to him, and he was happy. I sought the other poet out, the wild one. Him also I found in a great assembly at his patrons, where the tame poet's book was being discussed. I shall read yours also, said Maecenas, but to speak honestly, you know I never hide my opinion from you. I don't expect much from it, for you are much too wild, too fantastic. But it must be allowed that, as a man, you are highly respectable. A young girl sat in a corner, and she read in a book these words: "In the dust lies genius and glory, but everyday talent will pay. It's only the old, old story, but the piece is repeated each day." 13th evening. The moon said, "Beside the woodland path there are two small farmhouses. The doors are low, and some of the windows are placed quite high, and others close to the ground, and whitethorn and barberry bushes grow around them. The roof of each house is overgrown with moss and with yellow flowers and houseleek. Cabbage and potatoes are the only plants cultivated in the gardens, but out of the hedge there grows a willow tree, and under this willow tree sat a little girl, and she sat with her eyes fixed upon the old oak tree between the two huts. It was an old withered stem. It had been sawn off at the top, and a stork had built his nest upon it, and he stood in this nest clapping with his beak. A little boy came and stood by the girl's side. They were brother and sister. "What are you looking at?" he asked. "I'm watching the stork," she replied. "Our neighbors told me that he would bring us a little brother or sister today. Let us watch to see it come." "The stork brings no such things," the boy declared. "You may be sure of that. Our neighbor told me this same thing, but she laughed when she said it, and so I asked her if she could say on my honor, and she could not, and I know by that the story about the storks is not true, and that they only tell it to us children for fun." "But where do babies come from, then?" asked the girl. "Why, an angel from heaven brings them under his cloak, but no man can see him, and that's why we never know when he brings them." At that moment there was a rustling in the branches of the willow tree, and the children folded their hands and looked at one another. It was certainly the angel coming with the baby. They took each other's hand, and at that moment the door of one of the houses opened, and the neighbor appeared. "Come in, you two," she said. "See what the stork has brought. It is a little brother." And the children nodded gravely at one another, for they had felt quite sure already that the baby was come. 14th evening. I was gliding over the Lunabird Heath, the moon said. A lonely hut stood by the wayside. A few scanty bushes grew near it, and a nightingale who had lost his way sang sweetly. He died in the coldness of the night. It was his farewell song that I heard. The morning dawn came glimmering red. I saw a caravan of emigrant peasant families who were bound to Hamburg, there to take ship for America, where fancied prosperity would bloom for them. The mothers carried their little children at their backs, the elder ones tottered by their sides, and a poor starved horse tugged at a cart that bore their scanty effects. The cold wind whistled, and therefore the little girl nestled closer to the mother, who, looking up at my decreasing disk, thought of the bitter one at home, and spoke of the heavy taxes they had not been able to raise. The whole caravan thought of the same thing. Therefore, the rising dawn seemed to them a message from the sun, a fortune that was to gleam brightly upon them. They heard the dying nightingale sing. It was no false prophet, but a harbinger of fortune. The wind whistled, therefore they did not understand that the nightingale sung, "Fare away over the sea. Thou hast paid the long passage with all that was thine, and poor and helpless shalt thou enter Canaan. Thou must sell thyself, thy wife, and thy children. But your griefs shall not last long. Behind the broad, fragrant leaves lurks the goddess of death, and her welcome kiss shall breathe fever into thy blood. Fare away, over the heaving billows." And the caravan listened well pleased to the song of the nightingale, which seemed to promise good fortune. Day broke through the light clouds. Country people went across the heath to church. The black-gowned women with their white headdresses looked like ghosts that had stepped forth from the church pictures. All around lay a wide dead plain, covered with faded brown heath and black charred spaces between the white sand hills. The women carried him books and walked into the church. "Oh, pray for those who are wandering to find graves beyond the foaming billows." 15th evening. "I know a Pulcinella," the moon told me. "The public applaud vociferously directly they see him. Every one of his movements is comic and is sure to throw the house into convulsions of laughter, and yet there is no art in it all. It is complete nature. When he was yet a little boy, playing about with other boys, he was already Punch. Nature had intended him for it, and had provided him with a hump on his back and another on his breast, but his inward man, his mind, on the contrary, was richly furnished. No one could surpass him in depth of feeling or in readiness of intellect. The theater was his ideal world. If he had possessed a slender, well-shaped figure, he might have been the first tragedian on any stage. The heroic, the great, filled his soul, and yet he had to become a Pulcinella. His very sorrow and melancholy did but increase the comic dryness of his sharply cut features and increase the laughter of the audience, who showered plaudits on their favorite. The lovely Columbine was indeed kind and cordial to him, but she preferred to marry the Harlequin. It would have been too ridiculous if beauty and ugliness had in reality paired together. When Pulcinella was in very bad spirits, she was the only one who could force a hearty burst of laughter, or even a smile from him. First she would be melancholy with him, then quieter, and at last quite cheerful and happy. "I know very well what is the matter with you," she said. "Yes, you're in love." And he could not help laughing. "I in love," he cried. That would have an absurd look. How the public would shout. "Certainly, you are in love," she continued, and added with a comic pathos, "and I am the person you are in love with. You see, such a thing may be said when it is quite out of the question." And, indeed, Pulcinella burst out laughing and gave a leap into the air, and his melancholy was forgotten. And yet she had only spoken the truth. He did love her adoringly, as he loved what was great and lofty in art. At her wedding he was the merriest among the guests, but in the stillness of night he wept. If the public had seen his distorted face then, they would have applauded rapturously. And a few days ago, Columbine died. On the day of the funeral, Harlequin was not required to show himself on the boards, for he was a disconsolate widower. The director had to give a very merry piece, that the public might not too painfully miss the pretty Columbine and the agile Harlequin. Therefore Pulcinella had to be more boisterous and extravagant than ever, and he danced and capered, with despair in his heart, and the audience yelled and shouted, "Bravo, bravissimo." Pulcinella was actually called before the curtain. He was pronounced inimitable. But last night the hideous little fellow went out of the town, quite alone, to the deserted churchyard. The wreath of flowers on Columbine's grave was already faded, and he sat down there. It was a study for a painter. As he sat with his chin on his hands, his eyes turned up towards me, he looked like a grotesque monument, a punch on a grave, peculiar and whimsical. If the people could have seen their favorite, they would have cried as usual, "Bravo, Pulcinella! Bravo, bravissimo!" 16th evening. Hear what the moon told me. I have seen the cadet who had just been made an officer put on his handsome uniform for the first time. I have seen the young bride in her wedding dress, and the princess girl wife happy in her gorgeous robes. But never have I seen a felicity equal to that of a little girl of 4 years old, whom I watched this evening. She had received a new blue dress and a new pink hat. The splendid attire had just been put on, and all were calling for a candle, for my rays, shining in through the windows of the room, were not bright enough for the occasion, and further illumination was required. There stood the little maid, stiff and upright as a doll, her arms stretched painfully straight out away from the dress, and her fingers apart, and oh, what happiness beamed from her eyes, and from her whole countenance. "Tomorrow you shall go out in your new clothes," said her mother, and the little one looked up at her hat and down at her frock and smiled brightly. "Mother," she cried, "what will the little dogs think when they see me in these splendid new things?" 17th evening. "I have spoken to you of Pompeii," said the moon, "that corpse of a city, exposed in the view of living towns. I know another sight still more strange, and this is not the corpse, but the specter of a city. Whenever the jetty fountains splash into the marble basins, they seem to me to be telling the story of the floating city. Yes, the spouting water may tell of her, the waves of the sea may sing of her fame. On the surface of the ocean a mist often rests, and that is her widow's veil. The bridegroom of the sea is dead, his palace and his city are his mausoleum. Dost thou know the city? She has never heard the rolling of wheels or the huff tread of horses in her streets, through which the fish swim, while the black gondola glides spectrally over the green water. I will show you the place, continued the moon, the largest square in it, and you will fancy yourself transported into the city of a fairy tale. The grass grows rank among the broad flagstones, and in the morning twilight thousands of tame pigeons flutter around this solitary lofty tower. On 3 sides you find yourself surrounded by cloistered walks. In these the silent Turk sits smoking his long pipe. The handsome Greek leans against the pillar and gazes at the upraised trophies and lofty masts, memorials of power that is gone. The flags hang down like mourning scars. A girl rests there. She has put down her heavy pails filled with water. The yoke with which she has carried them rests on one of her shoulders, and she leans against the mast of victory. That is not a fairy palace you see before yonder, but a church. The gilded domes and shining orbs flash back my beams. The glorious bronze horses up yonder have made journeys, like the bronze horse in the fairy tale. They have come hither and gone hence, and have returned again. Do you notice the variegated splendor of the walls and windows? It looks as if genius had followed the caprices of a child in the adornment of these singular temples. Do you see the winged lion on the pillar? The gold glitters still, but his wings are tied. The lion is dead, for the king of the sea is dead. The great halls stand desolate, and where gorgeous paintings hung of yore, the naked wall now peers through. The Lazzaroni sleeps under the arcade, whose pavement in old times was to be trodden only by the feet of high nobility. From the deep wells, and perhaps from the prisons by the Bridge of Sighs, rise the accents of woe, as at the time when the tambourine was heard in the gay gondolas, and the golden ring was cast from the Bucentaur to Audria, the queen of the seas. Audria, shroud thyself in mists, let the veil of thy widowhood shroud thy form, and clothe in the weeds of woe the mausoleum of thy bridegroom, the marble, spectral Venice. 18th evening. I looked down upon a great theater, said the moon. The house was crowded, for a new actor was to make his first appearance that night. My rays glided over a little window in the wall, and I saw a painted face with the forehead pressed against the panes. It was the hero of the evening. The knightly beard curled crisply about the chin, but there were tears in the man's eyes, for he had been hissed off, and indeed with reason. The poor incapable, but incapables cannot be admitted into the empire of art. He had deep feeling, and loved his art enthusiastically, but the art loved not him. The prompter's bell sounded. The hero enters with a determined air, so ran the stage direction in his part, and he had to appear before an audience who turned him into ridicule. When the piece was over, I saw a form wrapped in a mantle, creeping down the steps. It was the vanquished knight of the evening. The scene shifters whispered to one another, and I followed the poor fellow home to his room. To hang oneself is to die a mean death, and poison is not always at hand, I know, but he thought of both. I saw how he looked at his pale face in the glass, with eyes half closed, to see if he should look well as a corpse. A man may be very unhappy, and yet exceedingly affected. He thought of death, of suicide. I believe he pitied himself, for he wept bitterly, and when a man has had his cry out, he doesn't kill himself. Since that time a year had rolled by. Again a play was to be acted, but in a little theater, and by a poor strolling company. Again I saw the well-remembered face, with the painted cheeks and the crisp beard. He looked up at me and smiled, and yet he had been hissed off only a minute before, hissed off from a wretched theater by a miserable audience. And tonight a shabby hearse rolled out of the town gate. It was a suicide, our painted, despised hero. The driver of the hearse was the only person present, for no one followed except my beans. In a corner of the churchyard the corpse of the suicide was shoveled into the earth, and nettles will soon be growing rankly over his grave, and the sexton will throw thorns and weeds from the other graves upon it. 19th evening. I come from Rome, said the moon. In the midst of the city, upon one of the 7 hills, lie the ruins of the imperial palace. The wild fig tree grows in the clefts of the wall, and covers the nakedness thereof with its broad gray-green leaves. Trampling among heaps of rubbish, the ass treads upon green laurels, and rejoices over the rank thistles. From this spot, whence the eagles of Rome once flew abroad, whence they came, saw, and conquered, our door leads into a little mean house, built of clay between 2 pillars. The wild vine hangs like a mourning garland over the crooked window. An old woman and her little granddaughter live there. They roll now in the palace of the Caesars, and show to strangers the remains of its past glories. Of the splendid throne hall only a naked wall yet stands, and a black cypress throws its dark shadow on the spot where the throne once stood. The dust lies several feet deep on the broken pavement, and the little maiden, Now the daughter of the imperial palace often sits there on her stool when the evening bells ring. The keyhole of the door close by she calls her turret window. Through this she can see half Rome, as far as the mighty cupola of St. Peter's. On this evening, as usual, stillness reigned around, and in the full beam of my light came the little granddaughter. On her head she carried an earthen pitcher of antique shape filled with water. Her feet were bare, her short frock and her white sleeves were torn. I kissed her pretty round shoulders, her dark eyes and black shining hair. She mounted the stairs. They were steep, having been made up of rough blocks of broken marble and the capital of a fallen pillar. The colored lizard slipped away, startled, from before her feet, but she was not frightened at them. Already she lifted her hand to pull the doorbell. A hare's foot fastened to a string formed the bell handle of the imperial palace. She paused for a moment. Of what might she be thinking? Perhaps of the beautiful Christ child, dressed in gold and silver, which was down below in the chapel, where the silver candlesticks gleamed so bright, and where her little friends sung the hymns in which she also could join. I know not. Presently she moved again. She stumbled. The earthen vessel fell from her head and broke on the marble steps. She burst into tears. The beautiful daughter of the imperial palace wept over the worthless broken pitcher. With her bare feet she stood there weeping, and dared not pull the string, the bell rope of the imperial palace. 20th evening. It was more than a fortnight since the moon had shone. Now he stood once more, round and bright, above the clouds, moving slowly onward. Hear what the moon told me. From a town in Fezzan I followed a caravan. On the margin of the sandy desert, in a salt plain that shone like a frozen lake and was only covered in spots with light drifting sand, a halt was made. The eldest of the company, the water gourd hung at his girdle, and on his head was a little bag of unleavened bread, drew a square in the sand with his staff, and wrote in it a few words out of the Quran. And then the whole caravan passed over the consecrated spot. A young merchant, a child of the East, as I could tell by his eye and his figure, rode pensively forward on his white snorting steed. Was he thinking, perchance, of his fair young wife? It was only 2 days ago that the camel, adorned with furs and with costly shawls, had carried her, the beauteous bride, round the walls of the city. While drums and cymbals had sounded, the women sang, and festive shots, of which the bridegroom fired the greatest number, resounded round the camel, and now he was journeying with the caravan across the desert. For many nights I followed the train. I saw them rest by the wellside among the stunted palms. They thrust the knife into the breast of the camel that had fallen, and roasted its flesh by the fire. My beams cooled the glowing sands, and showed them the black rocks, dead islands in the immense ocean of sand. No hostile tribes met them in their pathless route. No storms arose. No columns of sand whirled destruction over the journeying caravan. At home the beautiful wife prayed for her husband and her father. "Are they dead?" she asked of my golden crescent. "Are they dead?" she cried to my full disk. Now the desert lies behind them. This evening they sit beneath the lofty palm trees, where the crane flutters round them with its long wings, and the pelican watches them from the branches of the mimosa. The luxuriant herbage is trampled down, crushed by the feet of elephants. A troop of Negroes are returning from a market in the interior of the land. The women, with copper buttons in their black hair, and decked out in clothes dyed with indigo, drive the heavily laden oxen, on whose backs slumber the naked black children. A Negro leads a young lion which he has brought by a string. They approach the caravan. The young merchant sits pensive and motionless, thinking of his beautiful wife, dreaming, in the land of the blacks, of his white lily beyond the desert. He raises his head, but at this moment a cloud passed before the moon, and then another. I heard nothing more from him this evening. 21st evening. I saw a little girl weeping, said the moon. She was weeping over the depravity of the world. She had received a most beautiful doll as a present. Oh, that was a glorious doll, so fair and delicate. She did not seem created for the sorrows of this world. But the brothers of the little girl, those great naughty boys, had set the doll high up in the branches of a tree and had run away. The little girl could not reach up to the doll and could not help her down, and that is why she was crying. The doll must certainly have been crying too, for she stretched out her arms among the green branches and looked quite mournful. Yes, these are the troubles of life of which the little girl had often heard tell. Alas, poor doll! It began to grow dark already, and suppose night were to come on completely, was she to be left sitting on the bough all night long? No, the little maid could not make up her mind to that. "I'll stay with you," she said, although she felt anything but happy in her mind. She could almost fancy she distinctly saw little gnomes, with their high-crowned hats, sitting in the bushes, and further back in the long walk, tall specters appeared to be dancing. They came nearer and nearer, and stretched out their hands towards the tree on which the doll sat. They laughed scornfully, and pointed at her with their fingers. Oh, how frightened the little maid was. But if one has not done anything wrong, she thought, nothing evil can harm one. I wonder if I have done anything wrong. And she considered. Oh yes. I laughed at the poor duck with the red rag on her leg. She limped along so funnily. I could not help laughing, but it's a sin to laugh at animals. And she looked up at the doll. Did you laugh at the duck too? She asked, and it seemed as if the doll shook her head. 22nd evening. I looked down upon Tyrol, said the moon, and my beams caused the dark pines to throw long shadows upon the rocks. I looked at the pictures of Saint Christopher carrying the infant Jesus that are painted there upon the walls of the houses, colossal figures reaching from the ground to the roof. Saint Florian was represented pouring water on the burning house, and the Lord hung bleeding on the great cross by the wayside. To the present generation these are old pictures, but I saw when they were put up, and marked how one followed the other. On the brow of the mountain yonder is perched, like a swallow's nest, a lonely convent of nuns. 2 of the sisters stood up in the tower tolling the bell. They were both young, and therefore their glances flew over the mountain out into the world. A traveling coach passed by below. The postilion wound his horn, and the poor nuns looked after the carriage for a moment with a mournful glance, and a tear gleamed in the eyes of the younger one. And the horn sounded faint and more faintly, and the convent bell drowned its expiring echoes. 23rd evening. Hear what the moon told me. Some years ago, here in Copenhagen, I looked through the window of a mean little room. The father and mother slept, but the little son was not asleep. I saw the flowered cotton curtains of the bed move, and the child peeped forth. At first I thought he was looking at the great clock, which was gaily painted in red and green. At the top sat a cuckoo, Below hung the heavy leaden weights, and the pendulum with the polished disc of metal went to and fro, and said tick, tick. But no, he was not looking at the clock, but at his mother's spinning wheel that stood just underneath it. That was the boy's favorite piece of furniture, but he dared not touch it, for if he meddled with it he got a rap on the knuckles. For hours together, when his mother was spinning, he would sit quietly by her side, watching the murmuring spindle and the revolving wheel, and as he sat he thought of many things. Oh, if he might only turn the wheel himself. Father and mother were asleep. He looked at them, and looked at the spinning wheel, and presently a little naked foot peered out of the bed, and then a second foot, and then two little white legs. There he stood. He looked round once more, to see if father and mother were still asleep. Yes, they slept, and now he crept softly, softly, in his short little nightgown, to the spinning wheel and began to spin. The thread flew from the wheel, and the wheel whirled faster and faster. I kissed his fair hair and his blue eyes. It was such a pretty picture. At that moment the mother awoke. The curtains shook. She looked forth, and fancied she saw a gnome or some other kind of little spectre. In heaven's name, she cried, and aroused her husband in a frightened way. He opened his eyes, rubbed them with his hands, and looked at the brisk little lad. "Why, that is Bertel," said he. And I quitted the poor room, for I have so much to see. At the same moment I looked at the halls of the Vatican, where the marble gods are enthroned. I shone upon the group of the Laocoon. The stone seemed to sigh. I pressed a silent kiss on the lips of the muses, and they seemed to stir and move. But my rays lingered longest about the Nile group with the colossal god. Leaning against the Sphinx, he lies there thoughtful and meditative, as if he were thinking on the rolling centuries, and little love gods sport with him and with the crocodiles. In the horn of plenty sat with folded arms a little tiny love god, contemplating the great solemn river god, a true picture of the boy at the spinning wheel. The features were exactly the same. Charming and lifelike stood the little marble form, and yet the wheel of the year has turned more than 1,000 times since the time when it sprang forth from the stone. Just as often as the boy in the little room turned the spinning wheel had the great wheel murmured, before the age could again call forth marble gods equal to those he afterwards formed. Years have passed since all this happened, the moon went on to say. Yesterday I looked upon a bay on the eastern coast of Denmark. Glorious woods are there, and high trees, an old knightly castle with red walls, swans floating in the ponds, and in the background appears, among orchards, a little town with a church. Many boats, the crews all furnished with torches, glided over the silent expanse, but these fires had not been kindled for catching fish, for everything had a festive look. Music sounded, a psalm was sung, and in one of the boats the man stood erect to whom homage was paid by the rest, a tall sturdy man, wrapped in a cloak. He had blue eyes and long white hair. I knew him, and thought of the Vatican, and of the group of the Nile, and the old marble gods. I thought of the simple little room where little Bertel sat in his night shirt by the spinning wheel. The wheel of time has turned, and new gods have come forth from the stone. From the boats there arose a shout, "Hurrah, hurrah for Bertel Thorvaldsen." 24th evening. I will now give you a picture from Frankfurt, said the moon. I especially noticed one building there. It was not the house in which Goethe was born, nor the old council house, through whose grated windows peered the horns of the oxen that were roasted, and given to the people when the emperors were crowned. No, it was a private house, plain in appearance and painted green. It stood near the old Jew street. It was Rothschild's house. I looked through the open door. The staircase was brilliantly lighted. Servants carrying wax candles and massive silver candlesticks stood there and bowed low before an old woman who was being brought downstairs in a litter. The proprietor of the house stood bareheaded and respectfully imprinted a kiss on the hand of the old woman. She was his mother. She nodded in a friendly manner to him and to the servants, and they carried her into the dark, narrow street, into a little house that was her dwelling. Here her children had been born, from hence the fortune of the family had arisen. If she deserted the despised street and the little house, fortune would also desert her children. That was her firm belief. The moon told me no more. His visit this evening was far too short. But I thought of the old woman in the narrow, despised street. It would have cost her but a word, and a brilliant house would have arisen for her on the banks of the Thames, a word, and a villa would have been prepared in the Bay of Naples. If I deserted the lowly house, where the fortunes of my sons first began to bloom, fortune would desert them. It was a superstition, but a superstition of such a class that he who knows the story and has seen this picture need have only 2 words placed under the picture to make him understand it, and these 2 words are, a mother. 25th evening. It was yesterday, in the morning twilight. These are the words the moon told me. In the great city no chimney was yet smoking, and it was just at the chimneys that I was looking. Suddenly a little head emerged from one of them, and then half a body, the arms resting on the rim of the chimney pot. "Yahip! Yahip!" cried a voice. It was the little chimney sweeper, who had for the first time in his life crept through a chimney and stuck out his head at the top. "Yahip! Yahip!" Yes, certainly that was a very different thing to creeping about in the dark, narrow chimneys. The air blew so fresh, and he could look over the whole city towards the green wood. The sun was just rising. It shone round and great, just in his face, that beamed with triumph, though it was very prettily blacked with soot. "The whole town can see me now," he exclaimed, "and the moon can see me now, and the sun too. Yahip! Yahip!" And he flourished his broom in triumph. 26th evening. "Last night I looked down upon a town in China," said the moon. "My beams irradiated the naked walls that form the streets there. Now and then, certainly, a door is seen, but it is locked, for what does the Chinaman care about the outer world? Close wooden shutters covered the windows behind the walls of the houses, but through the windows of the temple a faint light glimmered. I looked in and saw the quaint decorations within. From the floor to the ceiling pictures are painted, in the most glaring colors and richly gilt, pictures representing the deeds of the gods here on earth. In each niche statues are placed, but they are almost entirely hidden by the colored drapery and the banners that hang down. Before each idol, and they are all made of tin, stood a little altar of holy water, with flowers and burning wax lights on it. Above all the rest stood Fo, the chief deity, clad in a garment of yellow silk, for yellow is here the sacred color. At the foot of the altar sat a living being, a young priest. He appeared to be praying, but in the midst of his prayer he seemed to fall into deep thought, and this must have been wrong, for his cheeks glowed and he held down his head. Pursui hom. Was he, perhaps, dreaming of working in the little flower garden behind the High Street wall? And did that occupation seem more agreeable to him than watching the wax lights in the temple? Or did he wish to sit at the rich feast, wiping his mouth with silver paper between each course? Or was his sin so great that, if he dared utter it, the celestial empire would punish it with death? Had his thoughts ventured to fly with the ships of the barbarians to their homes in far distant England? No, his thoughts did not fly so far, and yet they were sinful, sinful as thoughts born of young hearts, sinful here in the temple, in the presence of Fo and the other holy gods. I know whither his thoughts had strayed. At the farther end of the city, on the flat roof paved with porcelain, on which stood the handsome vases covered with painted flowers, sat the beauteous Pooh, of the little roguish eyes, of the full lips, and of the tiny feet. The tight shoe pained her, but her heart pained her still more. She lifted her graceful round arm, and her satin dress rustled. Before her stood a glass bowl containing 4 goldfish. She stirred the bowl carefully with a slender lacquered stick, very slowly, for she, too, was lost in thought. Was she thinking, perchance, how the fishes were richly clothed in gold, how they lived calmly and peacefully in their crystal world, how they were regularly fed, and yet how much happier they might be if they were free? Yes, that she could well understand, the beautiful Pooh. Her thoughts wandered away from her home, wandered to the temple, but not for the sake of holy things. Per Pooh, per Sui Hom. Their earthly thoughts met, but my cold beam lay between the two, like the sword of the cherub. 27th evening. The air was calm, said the moon. The water was transparent as the purest ether through which I was gliding, and deep below the surface I could see the strange plants that stretched up their long arms towards me like the gigantic trees of the forest. The fishes swam to and fro above their tops. High in the air a flight of wild swans were winging their way, one of which sank lower and lower, with wearied pinions, his eyes following the airy caravan that melted farther and farther into the distance. With outspread wings he sank slowly, as a soap bubble sinks in the still air, till he touched the water. At length his head lay back between his wings, and silently he lay there, like a white lotus flower upon the quiet lake. And a gentle wind arose, and crisped the quiet surface, which gleamed like the clouds that poured along in great broad ways, and the swan raised his head, and the glowing water splashed like blue fire over his breast and back. The morning dawn illuminated the red clouds, the swan rose strengthened, and flew towards the rising sun, towards the bluish coast whither the caravan had gone. But he flew alone, with a longing in his breast. Lonely he flew over the blue swelling billows. 28th evening. I will give you another picture of Sweden, said the moon. Among dark pine woods, near the melancholy banks of the Stockson, lies the old convent church of Reda. My rays glided through the grating into the roomy vaults, where kings sleep tranquilly in great stone coffins. On the wall, above the grave of each, is placed the emblem of earthly grandeur, a kingly crown, but it is made only of wood, painted and gilt, and is hung on a wooden peg driven into the wall. The worms have gnawed the gilded wood, the spider has spun her web from the crown down to the sand, like a mourning banner, frail and transient as the grief of mortals. How quietly they sleep! I can remember them quite plainly. I still see the bold smile on their lips, that so strongly and plainly expressed joy or grief. When the steamboat winds along like a magic snail over the lakes, a stranger often comes to the church and visits the burial vault. He asks the names of the kings, and they have a dead and forgotten sound. He glances with a smile at the worm-eaten crowns, and if he happens to be a pious, thoughtful man, something of melancholy mingles with the smile. Slumber on, ye dead ones. The moon thinks of you. The moon at night sends down his rays into your silent kingdom, over which hangs the crown of pine wood. 29th evening. Close by the high road, said the moon, is an inn, and opposite to it is a great wagon shed, whose straw roof was just being rethatched. I looked down between the bare rafters and through the open loft into the comfortless space below. The turkey cock slept on the beam, and the saddle rested in the empty crib. In the middle of the shed stood a traveling carriage. The proprietor was inside, fast asleep, while the horses were being watered. The coachman stretched himself, though I am very sure that he had been most comfortably asleep half the last stage. The door of the servants' room stood open, and the bed looked as if it had been turned over and over. The candles stood on the floor and had burnt deep down into the socket. The wind blew cold through the shed. It was nearer to the dawn than to midnight. In the wooden frame on the ground slept a wandering family of musicians. The father and mother seemed to be dreaming of the burning liquor that remained in the bottle. The little pale daughter was dreaming too, for her eyes were wet with tears. The harp stood at their heads, and the dog lay stretched at their feet. 30th evening. It was in a little provincial town, the moon said. It certainly happened last year, but that has nothing to do with the matter. I saw it quite plainly. Today I read about it in the papers, but there it was not half so clearly expressed. In the taproom of the little inn sat the bear leader, eating his supper. The bear was tied up outside, behind the wood pile. Poor Bruin, who did nobody any harm, though he looked grim enough. Up in the garret 3 little children were playing by the light of my beams. The eldest was perhaps 6 years old, the youngest certainly not more than 2. Tramp, tramp, somebody was coming upstairs. Who might it be? The door was thrust open. It was Bruin, the great, shaggy Bruin. He had got tired of waiting down in the courtyard, and had found his way to the stairs. I saw it all, said the moon. The children were very much frightened at first at the great shaggy animal. Each of them crept into a corner, but he found them all out and smelt at them, but did them no harm. This must be a great dog, they said, and began to stroke him. He lay down upon the ground. The youngest boy clambered on his back, and bending down a little head of golden curls, played at hiding in the beast's shaggy skin. Presently the eldest boy took his drum, and beat upon it till it rattled again. The bear rose upon his hind legs, and began to dance. It was a charming sight to behold. Each boy now took his gun, and the bear was obliged to have one too, and he held it up quite properly. Here was a capital playmate they had found, and they began marching 1, 2, 1, 2. Suddenly someone came to the door, which opened, and the mother of the children appeared. You should have seen her in her dumb terror, with her face as white as chalk, her mouth half open, and her eyes fixed in a horrified stare. But the youngest boy nodded to her in great glee, and called out in his infantile prattle, "We're playing at soldiers." And then the bear leader came running up. 31st evening. The wind blew stormy and cold. The clouds flew hurriedly past, only for a moment now, and then did the moon become visible. He said, I looked down from the silent sky upon the driving clouds, and saw the great shadows chasing each other across the earth. I looked upon a prison. A closed carriage stood before it. A prisoner was to be carried away. My rays pierced through the grated window towards the wall. The prisoner was scratching a few lines upon it as a parting token, but he did not write words, but a melody, the outpouring of his heart. The door was opened, and he was led forth and fixed his eyes upon my round disk. Clouds passed between us as if he were not to see his face, nor a his. He stepped into the carriage. The door was closed, the whip cracked, and the horses galloped off into the thick forest, whither my rays were not able to follow him. But as I glanced through the grated window, my rays glided over the notes. His last farewell engraved on the prison wall, where words fail, sounds can often speak. My rays could only light up isolated notes, so the greater part of what was written there will ever remain dark to me. Was it the death hymn he wrote there? Were these the glad notes of joy? Did he drive away to meet death, or hasten to the embraces of his beloved? The rays of the moon do not read all that is written by mortals. 32nd evening. I love the children, said the moon, especially the quite little ones. They are so droll. Sometimes I peep into the room, between the curtain and the window frame, when they are not thinking of me. It gives me pleasure to see them dressing and undressing. First, the little round naked shoulder comes creeping out of the frock, then the arm, or I see how the stocking is drawn off, and a plump little white leg makes its appearance, and a white little foot that is fit to be kissed, and I kiss it too. But about what I was going to tell you. This evening I looked through a window, before which no curtain was drawn, for nobody lives opposite. I saw a whole troop of little ones, all of one family, and among them was a little sister. She is only 4 years old, but can say her prayers as well as any of the rest. The mother sits by her bed every evening and hears her say her prayers, and then she has a kiss, and the mother sits by the bed till the little one has gone to sleep, which generally happens as soon as ever she can close her eyes. This evening the 2 elder children were a little boisterous. One of them hopped about on one leg in his long white nightgown, and the other stood on a chair surrounded by the clothes of all the children, and declared he was acting Grecian statues. The third and fourth laid the clean linen carefully in the box, for that is a thing that has to be done, and the mother sat by the bed of the youngest, and announced to all the rest that they were to be quiet, for little sister was going to say her prayers. I looked in, over the lamp, into the little maiden's bed, where she lay under the neat white coverlet, her hands folded demurely and her little face quite grave and serious. She was praying the Lord's Prayer aloud, but her mother interrupted her in the middle of her prayer. "How is it," she asked, "that when you have prayed for daily bread, you always add something I cannot understand? You must tell me what that is." The little one lay silent and looked at her mother in embarrassment. "What is it you say after our daily bread?" "Dear mother, don't be angry. I only said, and plenty of butter on it." The neighboring families. One would have thought that something important was going on in the duck pond, but it was nothing after all. All the ducks lying quietly on the water or standing on their heads in it, for they could do that, at once swarmed to the sides. The traces of their feet were seen in the wet earth, and their cackling was heard far and wide. The water, which a few moments before had been as clear and smooth as a mirror, became very troubled. Before, every tree, every neighboring bush, the old farmhouse with the holes in the roof and the swallow's nest, and especially the great rose bush full of flowers, had been reflected in it. The rose bush covered the wall and hung out over the water, in which everything was seen as if in a picture, except that it all stood on its head. But when the water was troubled, everything got mixed up, and the picture was gone. 2 feathers which the fluttering ducks had lost floated up and down. Suddenly they took a rush as if the wind were coming, but as it did not come they had to lie still, and the water once more became quiet and smooth. The roses were again reflected. They were very beautiful, but they did not know it, for no one had told them. The sun shone among the delicate leaves. Everything breathed forth the loveliest fragrance, and all felt as we do when we are filled with joy at the thought of our happiness. "How beautiful existence is," said each rose. "The only thing that I wish for is to be able to kiss the sun, because it is so warm and bright. I should also like to kiss those roses down in the water, which are so much like us, and the pretty little birds down in the nest. There are some up above too. They put out their heads and pipe softly. They have no feathers like their father and mother. We have good neighbors, both below and above. How beautiful existence is. The young ones above and below. Those below were really only shadows in the water, were sparrows. Their parents were sparrows too, and had taken possession of the empty swallow's nest of last year, and now lived in it as if it were their own property. Are those the ducks' children swimming here?" asked the young sparrows when they saw the feathers on the water. "If you must ask questions, ask sensible ones," said their mother. "Don't you see that they're feathers, such as I wear and you'll wear too? But ours are finer. Still, I should like to have them up in the nest, for they keep one warm." I am very curious to know what the ducks were so startled about. Not about us, certainly, although I did say "peep" to you pretty loudly. The thick-headed roses ought to know why, but they know nothing at all. They only look at themselves and smell. I am heartily tired of such neighbors. "Listen to the dear little birds up there," said the roses. "They begin to want to sing too, but are not able to manage it yet. But it will soon come. What a pleasure that must be. It is fine to have such cheerful neighbors." Suddenly 2 horses came galloping up to be watered. A peasant boy rode on one, and he had taken off all his clothes except his large, broad black hat. The boy whistled like a bird and rode into the pond where it was deepest, and as he passed the rose bush he plucked a rose and stuck it in his hat. Now he looked dressed and rode on. The other roses looked after their sister and asked each other, where can she be going to? But none of them knew. "I should like to go out into the world for once," said one, "but here at home among our green leaves it is beautiful too. The whole day long the sun shines bright and warm, and in the night the sky shines more beautifully still. We can see that through all the little holes in it." They meant the stars, but they knew no better. "We make it lively about the house," said the sparrow mother, "and people say that a swallow's nest brings luck, so they are glad of us. But such neighbors as ours, a rose bush on the wall like that causes damp. I dare say it will be taken away. Then we shall, perhaps, have some corn growing here. The roses are good for nothing but to be looked at and to be smelt, or at most to be stuck in a hat. Every year, as I have been told by my mother, they fall off. The farmer's wife preserves them and strews salt among them. Then they get a French name which I neither can pronounce nor care to, and are put into the fire to make a nice smell. You see, that's their life. They exist only for the eye and the nose. Now you know." In the evening, when the gnats were playing about in the warm air and in the red clouds, the nightingale came and sang to the roses that the beautiful was like sunshine to the world, and that the beautiful lived forever. The roses thought that the nightingale was singing about itself, and that one might easily have believed. They had no idea that the song was about them. But they were very pleased with it and wondered whether all the little sparrows could become nightingales. "I understand the song of that bird very well," said the young sparrows. "There was only one word that was not clear to me. What does the beautiful mean?" "Nothing at all," answered their mother. "That's only something external. Up at the hall, where the pigeons have their own house and corn and peas are strewn before them every day, I have dined with them myself, and that you shall do in time, too. For tell me what company you keep, and I'll tell you who you are. Up at the hall they have two birds with green necks and a crest upon their heads. They can spread out their tails like a great wheel, and these are so bright with various colors that it makes one's eyes ache. These birds are called peacocks, and that is the beautiful. If they were only plucked a little, they would look no better than the rest of us. I would have plucked them already if they had not been so big." "I'll pluck them," piped the young sparrow, who had no feathers yet. In the farmhouse lived a young married couple. They loved each other dearly, were industrious and active, and everything in their home looked very nice. On Sundays the young wife came down early, plucked a handful of the most beautiful roses, and put them into a glass of water, which she placed upon the cupboard. "Now I see that it is Sunday," said the husband, kissing his little wife. They sat down, read their hymn book, and held each other by the hand, while the sun shone down upon the fresh roses and upon them. "This sight is really too tedious," said the sparrow mother, who could see into the room from her nest, and she flew away. The same thing happened on the following Sunday, for every Sunday fresh roses were put into the glass, but the rose bush bloomed as beautifully as ever. The young sparrows now had feathers, and wanted very much to fly with their mother, but she would not allow it, and so they had to stay at home. In one of her flights, however it may have happened, she was caught, before she was aware of it, in a horsehair net which some boys had attached to a tree. The horsehair was drawn tightly round her leg, as tightly as if the latter were to be cut off. She was in great pain and terror. The boys came running up and seized her, and in no gentle way either. "It's only a sparrow," they said. They did not, however, let her go, but took her home with them, and every time she cried they hit her on the beak. In the farmhouse was an old man who understood making soap into cakes and balls, both for shaving and washing. He was a merry old man, always wandering about. On seeing the sparrow which the boys had brought, and which they said they did not want, he asked, "Shall we make it look very pretty?" At these words an icy shudder ran through the sparrow mother. Out of his box, in which were the most beautiful colors, the old man took a quantity of shining leaf gold, while the boys had to go and fetch some white of egg, with which the sparrow was to be smeared all over. The gold was stuck onto this, and the sparrow mother was now gilded all over. But she, trembling in every limb, did not think of the adornment. Then the soap man tore off a small piece from the red lining of his old jacket, and cutting it so as to make it look like a cock's comb, he stuck it to the bird's head. "Now you will see the gold jacket fly," said the old man, letting the sparrow go, which flew away in deadly fear, with the sun shining upon her. How she glittered! All the sparrows, and even a crow, and an old boy, he was too, were startled at the sight, but still they flew after her to learn what kind of strange bird she was. Driven by fear and horror, she flew homeward. She was almost sinking fainting to the earth, while the flock of pursuing birds increased, some even attempting to peck at her. "Look at her! Look at her!" they all cried. "Look at her! Look at her!" cried her little ones as she approached the nest. "That is certainly a young peacock, for it glitters in all colors. It makes one's eyes ache, as Mother told us. Peep! That's the beautiful Dot." And then they pecked at the bird with their little beaks so that it was impossible for her to get into the nest. She was so exhausted that she couldn't even say, "Peep," much less, "I am your own mother." The other birds, too, now fell upon the sparrow and plucked off feather after feather until she fell bleeding into the rose bush. "Poor creature," said all the roses, "only be still, and we will hide you. Lean your little head against us." The sparrow spread out her wings once more, then drew them closely to her, and lay dead near the neighboring family, the beautiful fresh roses. "Peep," sounded from the nest. "Where can Mother be so long? It's more than I can understand. It cannot be a trick of hers, and mean that we are now to take care of ourselves. She has left us the house as an inheritance, but to which of us is it to belong when we have families of our own? Yes, it won't do for you to stay with me when I increase my household with a wife and children," said the smallest. "I dare say I shall have more wives and children than you," said the second. "But I am the eldest," exclaimed the third. Then they all got excited. They hit out with their wings, pecked with their beaks, and flop. One after another was thrown out of the nest. There they lay with their anger, holding their heads on one side and blinking the eye that was turned upwards. That was their way of looking foolish. They could fly a little. By practice they learned to improve, and at last they agreed upon a sign by which to recognize each other if they should meet in the world later on. It was to be one peep and 3 scratches on the ground with the left foot. The young one who had remained behind in the nest made himself as broad as he could, for he was the proprietor. But this greatness did not last long. In the night the red flames burst through the window and seized the roof. The dry straw blazed up high, and the whole house, together with the young sparrow, was burned. The 2 others, who wanted to marry, thus saved their lives by a stroke of luck. When the sun rose again and everything looked as refreshed as if it had had a quiet sleep, there only remained of the farmhouse a few black charred beams leaning against the chimney, which was now its own master. Thick smoke still rose from the ruins, but the rose bush stood yonder, fresh, blooming, and untouched, every flower and every twig being reflected in the clear water. "How beautifully the roses bloom before the ruined house," exclaimed a passer-by. "A pleasanter picture cannot be imagined. I must have that." And the man took out of his portfolio a little book with white leaves. He was a painter, and with his pencil he drew the smoking house, the charred beams, and the overhanging chimney, which bent more and more. In the foreground he put the large, blooming rose bush, which presented a charming view. For its sake alone the whole picture had been drawn. Later in the day the 2 sparrows who had been born there came by. "Where is the house?" they asked. "Where is the nest?" "Peep! All is burned, and our strong brother too. That's what he is now for keeping the nest." The roses got off very well. There they still stand with their red cheeks. They certainly do not mourn at their neighbors' misfortunes. "I don't want to talk to them, and it looks miserable here, that's my opinion." And away they went. On a beautiful sunny autumn day, one could almost have believed it was still the middle of summer. There hopped about in the dry, clean-swept courtyard before the principal entrance of the hall a number of black, white, and gaily colored pigeons, all shining in the sunlight. The pigeon mothers said to their young ones, "Stand in groups, stand in groups, for that looks much better." "What kind of creatures are those little gray ones that run about behind us?" asked an old pigeon with red and green in her eyes. "Little gray ones, little gray ones," she cried. "They're sparrows and good creatures. We have always had the reputation of being pious, so we will allow them to pick up the corn with us. They don't interrupt our talk, and they scrape so prettily when they bow." Indeed, they were continually making 3-foot scrapings with the left foot and also said peep. By this means they recognized each other, for they were the sparrows from the nest on the burned house. "Here is excellent fare," said the sparrow. The pigeons strutted round one another, puffed out their chests mightily, and had their own private views and opinions. "Do you see that pouter pigeon?" said one to the other. "Do you see how she swallows the peas? She eats too many, and the best ones too. Hear her, how she lifts her crest, the ugly, spiteful creature. Hear her, and the eyes of all sparkled with malice. Stand in groups, little gray ones, little gray ones. Kiru, Kira. So their chatter ran on, and so it will run on for thousands of years. The sparrows ate lustily, they listened attentively, and even stood in the ranks with the others, but it did not suit them at all. They were full, and so they left the pigeons, exchanging opinions about them, slipped in under the garden palings, and when they found the door leading into the house open, one of them, who was more than full, and therefore felt brave, hopped onto the threshold. "Peep," said he, "I may venture that." "Peep," said the other, "So may I, and something more too," and he hopped into the room. No one was there. The furred sparrow, seeing this, flew still farther into the room, exclaiming, "All or nothing. It is a curious man's nest all the same, and what have they put up here? What is it?" Close to the sparrows the roses were blooming. They were reflected in the water, and the charred beams leaned against the overhanging chimney. "Do tell me what this is. How comes this in a room at the hall?" And all 3 sparrows wanted to fly over the roses and the chimney, but flew against a flat wall. It was all a picture, a great splendid picture, which the artist had painted from a sketch. "Peep," said the sparrows, "it's nothing. It only looks like something. Peep, that is the beautiful. Do you understand it? I don't." And they flew away, for some people came into the room. Days and years went by. The pigeons had often cooed, not to say growled, the spiteful creatures. The sparrows had been frozen in winter and had lived merrily in summer. They were all betrothed, or married, or whatever you like to call it. They had little ones, and of course each one thought his own the handsomest and cleverest. One flew this way, another that, and when they met they recognized each other by their peep and the 3 scrapes with the left foot. The eldest had remained an old maid and had no nest nor young ones. It was her pet idea to see a great city, so she flew to Copenhagen. There was a large house painted in many gay colors standing close to the castle and the canal, upon which latter were to be seen many ships laden with apples and pottery. The windows of the house were broader at the bottom than at the top, and when the sparrows looked through them, every room appeared to them like a tulip with the brightest colors and shades. But in the middle of the tulip stood white men, made of marble. A few were of plaster. Still, looked at with sparrow's eyes, that comes to the same thing. Up on the roof stood a metal chariot drawn by metal horses, and the goddess of victory, also of metal, was driving. It was Thorvaldsen's museum. "How it shines! How it shines!" said the maiden sparrow. "I suppose that is the beautiful Peep, but here it is larger than a peacock." She still remembered what in her childhood's days her mother had looked upon as the greatest among the beautiful. She flew down into the courtyard. There everything was extremely fine. Palms and branches were painted on the walls, and in the middle of the court stood a great blooming rose tree spreading out its fresh boughs, covered with roses over a grave. Thither flew the maiden sparrow, for she saw several of her own kind there. A peep and 3-foot scrapings. In this way she had often greeted throughout the year, and no one here had responded, for those who were once parted do not meet every day, and so this greeting had become a habit with her. But today 2 old sparrows and a young one answered with a peep, and the thrice repeated scrape with the left foot. "Ah, good day, good day." They were 2 old ones from the nest and a little one of the family. "Do we meet here? It's a grand place, but there's not much to eat. This is the beautiful Peep." Many people came out of the side rooms where the beautiful marble statues stood and approached the grave where lay the great master who had created these works of art. All stood with enraptured faces round Thorvaldsen's grave, and a few picked up the fallen rose leaves and preserved them. They had come from afar, one from mighty England, others from Germany and France. The fairest of the ladies plucked one of the roses and hid it in her bosom. Then the sparrows thought that the roses reigned here, and that the house had been built for their sake. That appeared to them to be really too much, but since all the people showed their love for the roses, they did not wish to be behindhand. "Peep," they said, sweeping the ground with their tails, and blinking with one eye at the roses. They had not looked at them long before they were convinced that they were their old neighbors. And so they really were. The painter who had drawn the rose bush near the ruined house had afterwards obtained permission to dig it up, and had given it to the architect, for finer roses had never been seen. The architect had planted it upon Thorvaldsen's grave, where it bloomed as an emblem of the beautiful, and yielded fragrant red rose leaves to be carried as mementos to distant lands. "Have you obtained an appointment here in the city?" asked the sparrows. The roses nodded. They recognized their gray neighbors and were pleased to see them again. How glorious it is to live and to bloom, to see old friends again, and happy faces every day. It is as if every day were a festival. "Peep," said the sparrows. "Yes, they are really our old neighbors. We remember their origin near the pond. Peep, how they have got on. Yes, some succeed while they are asleep. Ah, there's a faded leaf. I can see that quite plainly." And they pecked at it till it fell off. But the tree stood there fresher and greener than ever. The roses bloomed in the sunshine on Thorvaldsen's grave and became associated with his immortal name, the nightingale. In China, you know, the emperor is a Chinese, and all those about him are Chinamen also. The story I am going to tell you happened a great many years ago, so it is well to hear it now before it is forgotten. The emperor's palace was the most beautiful in the world. It was built entirely of porcelain and very costly, but so delicate and brittle that whoever touched it was obliged to be careful. In the garden could be seen the most singular flowers, with pretty silver bells tied to them, which tinkled so that everyone who passed could not help noticing the flowers. Indeed, everything in the emperor's garden was remarkable, and it extended so far that the gardener himself did not know where it ended. Those who traveled beyond its limits knew that there was a noble forest with lofty trees sloping down to the deep blue sea, and the great ship sailed under the shadow of its branches. In one of these trees lived a nightingale who sang so beautifully that even the poor fishermen, who had so many other things to do, would stop and listen. Sometimes, when they went at night to spread their nets, they would hear her sing and say, "Oh, is not that beautiful?" But when they returned to their fishing, they forgot the bird until the next night. Then they would hear it again and exclaim, "Oh, how beautiful is the nightingale's song." Travelers from every country in the world came to the city of the emperor, which they admired very much, as well as the palace and gardens. But when they heard the nightingale, they all declared it to be the best of all. And the travelers, on their return home, related what they had seen, and learned men wrote books containing descriptions of the town, the palace, and the gardens. But they did not forget the nightingale, which was really the greatest wonder. And those who could write poetry composed beautiful verses about the nightingale, who lived in a forest near the deep sea. The books traveled all over the world, and some of them came into the hands of the emperor, and he sat in his golden chair, and as he read, he nodded his approval every moment, for it pleased him to find such a beautiful description of his city, his palace, and his gardens. But when he came to the words, "The nightingale is the most beautiful of all," he exclaimed, "What is this? I know nothing of any nightingale. Is there such a bird in my empire? And even in my garden? I have never heard of it. Something, it appears, may be learned from books." Then he called one of his lords-in-waiting, who was so high-bred that when any in an inferior rank to himself spoke to him or asked him a question, he would answer, "Pooh," which means nothing. "There is a very wonderful bird mentioned here, called a nightingale," said the emperor. "They say it is the best thing in my large kingdom. Why have I not been told of it?" "I have never heard the name," replied the cavalier. "She has not been presented at court." "It is my pleasure that she shall appear this evening," said the emperor. "The whole world knows what I possess better than I do myself." "I have never heard of her," said the cavalier, "yet I will endeavor to find her." But where was the nightingale to be found? The nobleman went upstairs and down, through halls and passages, yet none of those whom he met had heard of the bird. So he returned to the emperor and said that it must be a fable invented by those who had written the book. "Your Imperial Majesty," said he, "cannot believe everything contained in books. Sometimes they are only fiction, or what is called the black art. But the book in which I have read this account," said the emperor, "was sent to me by the great and mighty Emperor of Japan, and therefore it cannot contain a falsehood. I will hear the nightingale. She must be here this evening. She has my highest favor, and if she does not come, the whole court shall be trampled upon after supper is ended." "Tsing Pi," cried the lord-in-waiting, and again he ran up and downstairs, through all the halls and corridors, and half the court ran with him, for they did not like the idea of being trampled upon. There was a great inquiry about this wonderful nightingale, whom all the world knew, but who was unknown to the court. At last they met with a poor little girl in the kitchen, who said, "Oh, yes, I know the nightingale quite well. Indeed, she can sing. Every evening I have permission to take home to my poor sick mother the scraps from the table. She lives down by the seashore, and as I come back I feel tired, and I sit down in the wood to rest and listen to the nightingale song. Then the tears come into my eyes, and it is just as if my mother kissed me. Little maiden, said the lord-in-waiting, I will obtain for you constant employment in the kitchen, and you shall have permission to see the emperor dine, if you will lead us to the nightingale, for she is invited for this evening to the palace. So she went into the wood where the nightingale sang, and half the court followed her. As they went along, a cow began lowing. Oh, said a young courtier, now we have found her. What wonderful power for such a small creature. I have certainly heard it before. No, that is only a cow lowing, said the little girl. We are a long way from the place yet. Then some frogs began to croak in the marsh. Beautiful, said the young courtier again. Now I hear it, tinkling like little church bells. No, those are frogs, said the little maiden, but I think we shall soon hear her now, and presently the nightingale began to sing. Hark, hark, there she is, said the girl, and there she sits, she added, pointing to a little gray bird who was perched on a bough. Is it possible, said the lord-in-waiting, I never imagined it would be a little, plain, simple thing like that. She has certainly changed color at seeing so many grand people around her. Little nightingale, cried the girl, raising her voice, our most gracious emperor wishes you to sing before him. With the greatest pleasure, said the nightingale, and began to sing most delightfully. It sounds like tiny glass bells, said the lord-in-waiting, and see how her little throat works. It is surprising that we have never heard this before. She will be a great success at court. Shall I sing once more before the emperor? Asked the nightingale, who thought he was present. My excellent little nightingale, said the courtier, I have the great pleasure of inviting you to a court festival this evening, where you will gain imperial favor by your charming song. My song sounds best in the green wood, said the bird, but still she came willingly when she heard the emperor's wish. The palace was elegantly decorated for the occasion. The walls and floors of porcelain glittered in the light of 1,000 lamps. Beautiful flowers, round which little bells were tied, stood in the corridors. What with the running to and fro and the draught, these bells tinkled so loudly that no one could speak to be heard. In the center of the great hall, a golden perch had been fixed for the nightingale to sit on. The whole court was present, and the little kitchen maid had received permission to stand by the door. She was not installed as a real court cook. All were in full dress, and every eye was turned to the little gray bird when the emperor nodded to her to begin. The nightingale sang so sweetly that the tears came into the emperor's eyes and then rolled down his cheeks, as her song became still more touching and went to everyone's heart. The emperor was so delighted that he declared the nightingale should have his gold slipper to wear round her neck, but she declined the honor with thanks. She had been sufficiently rewarded already. I have seen tears in an emperor's eyes, she said. That is my richest reward. An emperor's tears have wonderful power and are quite sufficient honor for me. And then she sang again more enchantingly than ever. That singing is a lovely gift, said the ladies of the court to each other, and then they took water in their mouths to make them utter the gurgling sounds of the nightingale when they spoke to anyone, so that they might fancy themselves nightingales. And the footmen and chambermaids also expressed their satisfaction, which is saying a great deal, for they are very difficult to please. In fact, the nightingale's visit was most successful. She was now to remain at court, to have her own cage, with liberty to go out twice a day and once during the night. 12 servants were appointed to attend her on these occasions, who each held her by a silken string fastened to her leg. There was certainly not much pleasure in this kind of flying. The whole city spoke of the wonderful bird, and when two people met, one said, "Nightin," and the other said, "Gale," and they understood what was meant, for nothing else was talked of. 11 peddlers' children were named after her, but not of them could sing a note. One day the emperor received a large packet on which was written, "The Nightingale." "Here is no doubt a new book about our celebrated bird," said the emperor. But instead of a book, it was a work of art contained in a casket, an artificial nightingale made to look like a living one, and covered all over with diamonds, rubies, and sapphires. As soon as the artificial bird was wound up, it could sing like the real one, and could move its tail up and down, which sparkled with silver and gold. Round its neck hung a piece of ribbon, on which was written, "The Emperor of China's nightingale is poor compared with that of the Emperor of Japan's." "This is very beautiful," exclaimed all who saw it, and he who had brought the artificial bird received the title of Imperial Nightingale-Bringer-in-Chief. "Now they must sing together," said the court, "and what a duet it will be." But they did not get on well, for the real nightingale sang in its own natural way, but the artificial bird sang only waltzes. "That is not a fault," said the music master. "It is quite perfect to my taste." So then it had to sing alone, and was as successful as the real bird. Besides, it was so much prettier to look at, for it sparkled like bracelets and breast pins. 33 times did it sing the same tunes without being tired. The people would gladly have heard it again, but the emperor said the living nightingale ought to sing something. But where was she? No one had noticed her when she flew out at the open window, back to her own green woods. "What strange conduct," said the emperor, when her flight had been discovered, and all the courtiers blamed her, and said she was a very ungrateful creature. "But we have the best bird after all," said one, and then they would have the bird sing again, although it was the 34th time they had listened to the same piece, and even then they had not learned it, for it was rather difficult. But the music master praised the bird in the highest degree, and even asserted that it was better than a real nightingale, not only in its dress and the beautiful diamonds, but also in its musical power. "For you must perceive, my chief lord and emperor, that with a real nightingale we can never tell what is going to be sung, but with this bird everything is settled. It can be opened and explained, so that people may understand how the waltzes are formed, and why one note follows upon another." "This is exactly what we think," they all replied, and then the music master received permission to exhibit the bird to the people on the following Sunday, and the emperor commanded that they should be present to hear it sing. When they heard it, they were like people intoxicated. However, it must have been with drinking tea, which is quite a Chinese custom. They all said, "Oh," and held up their forefingers and nodded, but a poor fisherman, who had heard the real nightingale, said, "It sounds prettily enough, and the melodies are all alike, yet there seems something wanting. I cannot exactly tell what." And after this the real nightingale was banished from the empire, and the artificial bird placed on a silk cushion close to the emperor's bed. The presents of gold and precious stones which had been received with it were round the bird, and it was now advanced to the title of Little Imperial Toilet Singer, and to the rank of number 1 on the left hand, for the emperor considered the left side, on which the heart lies, as the most noble, and the heart of an emperor is in the same place as that of other people. The music master wrote a work in 25 volumes about the artificial bird, which was very learned and very long, and full of the most difficult Chinese words, yet all the people said they had read it and understood it, for fear of being thought stupid and having their bodies trampled upon. So a year passed, and the emperor, the court, and all the other Chinese knew every little turn in the artificial bird song, and for that same reason it pleased them better. They could sing with the bird, which they often did. The street boys sang, zizizi, cluck, 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 and the emperor himself could sing it also. It was really most amusing. One evening, when the artificial bird was singing its best, and the emperor lay in bed listening to it, something inside the bird sounded whiz. Then a spring cracked. Horror went all the wheels running round, and then the music stopped. The emperor immediately sprang out of bed and called for his physician, but what could he do? Then they sent for a watchmaker, and after a great deal of talking and examination, the bird was put into something like order, but he said that it must be used very carefully, as the barrels were worn, and it would be impossible to put in new ones without injuring the music. Now there was great sorrow, as the bird could only be allowed to play once a year, and even that was dangerous for the works inside it. Then the music master made a little speech, full of hard words, and declared that the bird was as good as ever, and of course no one contradicted him. 5 years passed, and then a real grief came upon the land. The Chinese really were fond of their emperor, and he now lay so ill that he was not expected to live. Already a new emperor had been chosen, and the people who stood in the street asked the lord-in-waiting how the old emperor was, but he only said, "Pooh," and shook his head. Cold and pale lay the emperor in his royal bed. The whole court thought he was dead, and everyone ran away to pay homage to his successor. The chamberlains went out to have a talk on the matter, and the ladies' maids invited company to take coffee. Cloth had been laid down on the halls and passages, so that not a footstep should be heard, and all was silent and still. But the emperor was not yet dead, although he lay white and stiff on his gorgeous bed, with the long velvet curtains and heavy gold tassels. A window stood open, and the moon shone in upon the emperor and the artificial bird. The poor emperor, finding he could scarcely breathe with a strange weight on his chest, opened his eyes and saw Death sitting there. He had put on the emperor's golden crown and held in one hand his sword of state, and in the other his beautiful banner. All around the bed and peeping through the long velvet curtains were a number of strange heads, some very ugly, and others lovely and gentle-looking. These were the emperor's good and bad deeds, which stared him in the face now Death sat at his heart. "Do you remember this? Do you recollect that?" they asked one after another, thus bringing to his remembrance circumstances that made the perspiration stand on his brow. "I know nothing about it," said the emperor. "Music, music," he cried, "the large Chinese drone, that I may not hear what they say." But they still went on, and Death nodded like a Chinaman to all they said. "Music, music," shouted the emperor. "You little precious golden bird, sing, pray sing. I have given you gold and costly presents. I have even hung my golden slipper round your neck. Sing, sing." But the bird remained silent. There was no one to wind it up, and therefore it could not sing a note. Death continued to stare at the emperor with his cold, hollow eyes, and the room was fearfully still. Suddenly there came through the open window the sound of sweet music. Outside, on the bough of a tree, sat the living nightingale. She had heard of the emperor's illness and was therefore come to sing to him of hope and trust. And as she sung, the shadows grew paler and paler. The blood in the emperor's veins flowed more rapidly and gave life to his weak limbs, and even Death himself listened and said, "Go on, little nightingale, go on. Then will you give me the beautiful golden sword and that rich banner? And will you give me the emperor's crown?" said the bird. So Death gave up each of these treasures for a song, and the nightingale continued her singing. She sung of the quiet churchyard, where the white roses grow, where the elder tree wafts its perfume on the breeze, and the fresh, sweet grass is moistened by the mourner's tears. Then Death longed to go and see his garden, and floated out through the window in the form of a cold, white mist. "Thanks, thanks, you heavenly little bird. I know you well. I banished you from my kingdom once, and yet you have charmed away the evil faces from my bed, and banished death from my heart with your sweet song. How can I reward you?" "You have already rewarded me," said the nightingale. "I shall never forget that I drew tears from your eyes the first time I sang to you. These are the jewels that rejoice a singer's heart. But now sleep and grow strong and well again. I will sing to you again." And as she sung, the emperor fell into a sweet sleep, and how mild and refreshing that slumber was. When he awoke, strengthened and restored, the sun shone brightly through the window, but not one of his servants had returned. They all believed he was dead. Only the nightingale still sat beside him and sang. "You must always remain with me," said the emperor. "You shall sing only when it pleases you, and I will break the artificial bird into 1,000 pieces." "No, do not do that," replied the nightingale. "The bird did very well as long as it could. Keep it here still. I cannot live in the palace and build my nest, but let me come when I like. I will sit on a bough outside your window in the evening and sing to you, so that you may be happy and have thoughts full of joy. I will sing to you of those who are happy and those who suffer, of the good and the evil who are hidden around you. The little singing bird flies far from you and your court to the home of the fisherman and the peasant's cot. I love your heart better than your crown, and yet something holy lingers round that also. I will come, I will sing to you, but you must promise me one thing." "Everything," said the emperor, who, having dressed himself in his imperial robes, stood with the hand that held the heavy golden sword pressed to his heart. "I only ask one thing," she replied. "Let no one know that you have a little bird who tells you everything. It will be best to conceal it." So saying, the nightingale flew away. The servants now came in to look after the dead emperor, when, lo, there he stood, and, to their astonishment, said, "Good morning." "There is no doubt about it. That was a terrible affair," said a hen, and in a quarter of the town, too, where it had not taken place. "That was a terrible affair in a hen roost. I cannot sleep alone tonight. It is a good thing that many of us sit on the roost together." And then she told a story that made the feathers on the other hens bristle up and the cock's comb fall. There was no doubt about it. But we will begin at the beginning, and that is to be found in a hen roost in another part of the town. The sun was setting, and the fowls were flying on to their roost. One hen, with white feathers and short legs, used to lay her eggs according to the regulations, and was, as a hen, respectable in every way. As she was flying upon the roost, she plucked herself with her beak, and a little feather came out. "There it goes," she said. "The more I pluck, the more beautiful do I get." She said this merrily, for she was the best of the hens, and, moreover, as had been said, very respectable. With that she went to sleep. It was dark all around, and hen sat close to hen, but the one who sat nearest to her merry neighbor did not sleep. She had heard, and yet not heard, as we are often obliged to do in this world, in order to live at peace, but she could not keep it from her neighbor on the other side any longer. Did you hear what was said? I mention no names, but there is a hen here who intends to pluck herself in order to look well. If I were a cock, I should despise her. Just over the fowls sat the owl, with Father Owl and the little owls. The family has sharp ears, and they all heard every word that their neighbor had said. They rolled their eyes, and Mother Owl, beating her wings, said, "Don't listen to her." But I suppose you heard what was said? I heard it with my own ears, and one has to hear a great deal before they fall off. There is one among the fowls who has so far forgotten what is becoming to a hen that she plucks out all her feathers and lets the cock see it. "Prenez garde aux enfants," said Father Owl. "Children should not hear such things. But I must tell her neighbor all about it. She is such an estimable owl to talk to." And with that she flew away. Too-hoo, too-hoo. They both hooted into the neighbor's dovecot to the doves inside. "Have you heard? Have you heard? Too-hoo. There is a hen who has plucked out all her feathers for the sake of the cock. She will freeze to death, if she is not frozen already." Too-hoo. "Where? Where?" cooed the doves. "In the neighbor's yard. I have as good as seen it myself. It is almost unbecoming to tell the story, but there is no doubt about it." "Believe every word of what we tell you," said the doves, and cooed down into their poultry yard. "There is a hen, nay, some say that there are two, who have plucked out all their feathers, in order not to look like the others, and to attract the attention of the cock. It is a dangerous game, for one can easily catch cold and die from fever, and both of these are dead already." "Wake up! Wake up!" crowed the cock and flew upon his board. Sleep was still in his eyes, but yet he crowed out, "3 hens have died of their unfortunate love for a cock. They had plucked out all their feathers. It is a horrible story. I will not keep it to myself, but let it go farther." "Let it go farther," shrieked the bats, and the hens clucked and the cocks crowed. "Let it go farther. Let it go farther." In this way the story traveled from poultry yard to poultry yard, and at last came back to the place from which it had really started. 5 hens, it now ran, have plucked out all their feathers to show which of them had grown leanest for love of the cock, and then they all pecked at each other till the blood ran down and they fell down dead, to the derision and shame of their family, and to the great loss of their owner. The hen who had lost the loose little feather naturally did not recognize her own story, and being a respectable hen, said, "I despise those fowls, but there are more of that kind. Such things ought not to be concealed, and I will do my best to get the story into the papers, so that it becomes known throughout the land. The hens have richly deserved it, and their family too." It got into the papers, it was printed, and there is no doubt about it. 1 little feather may easily grow into 5 hens. In the nursery, father and mother and brothers and sisters were gone to the play. Only little Anna and her grandpapa were left at home. "We'll have a play too," he said, "and it may begin immediately." "But we have no theater," cried little Anna, "and we have no one to act for us. My old doll cannot, for she is a fright, and my new one cannot, for she must not rumple her new clothes." One can always get actors if one makes use of what one has, observed Grandpapa. Now we'll go into the theater. Here we will put up a book, there another, and there a third, in a sloping row. Now 3 on the other side. So, now we have the side scenes. The old box that lies yonder may be the back stairs, and we'll lay the flooring on top of it. The stage represents a room, as everyone may see. Now we want the actors. Let us see what we can find in the plaything box. First the personages, and then we will get the play ready. One after the other. That will be capital. Here's a pipe head, and yonder an odd glove. They will do very well for father and daughter. But those are only 2 characters, said little Anna. Here's my brother's old waistcoat. Could not that play in our piece too? It's big enough, certainly, replied Grandpapa. It shall be the lever. There's nothing in the pockets, and that's very interesting, for that's half of an unfortunate attachment. And here we have the Nutcracker's boots, with spurs to them. Row, dow, dow. How they can stamp and strut. They shall represent the unwelcome wooer, whom the lady does not like. What kind of a play will you have now? Shall it be a tragedy or a domestic drama? A domestic drama, please, said little Anna, for the others are so fond of that. Do you know one? I know 100, said Grandpapa. Those that are most in favor are from the French, but they are not good for little girls. In the meantime, we may take one of the prettiest, for inside they're all very much alike. Now I shake the pen. Cockalorum. So now, here's the play, Brindbrand's Van New. Now listen to the playbill. And Grandpapa took a newspaper and read as if he were reading from it. The Pipehead and the Goodhead. A family drama in 1 act. Characters. Mr. Pipehead, a father. Mr. Waistcoat, a lover. Miss Glove, a daughter. Mr. De Boots, a suitor. And now we're going to begin. The curtain rises. We have no curtain, so it has risen already. All the characters are there, and so we have them at hand. Now I speak as Papa Pipehead. He's angry today. One can see that he's a colored meerschaum. Snick, snack, snurr, bachelor. I'm master of this house. I'm the father of my daughter. Will you hear what I have to say? Mr. De Boots is a person in whom one may see one's face. His upper part is of Morocco, and he has spurs into the bargain. Snick, snack, snack. He shall have my daughter. Now listen to what the waistcoat says, little Anna, said Grandpapa. Now the waistcoat speaking. The waistcoat has a lay-down collar, and is very modest, but he knows his own value, and has quite a right to say what he says. I haven't a spot on me. Goodness of material ought to be appreciated. I am of real silk and have strings to me. On the wedding day, but no longer, you don't keep your color in the wash. This is Mr. Pipehead who is speaking. Mr. De Boots is watertight, of strong leather, and yet very delicate. He can creak and clink with his spurs, and has an Italian physiognomy. But they ought to speak in verses, said Anna, for I've heard that's the most charming way of all. They can do that too, replied Grandpapa, and if the public demands it, they will talk in that way. Just look at little Miss Glove, how she's pointing her fingers. Could I but have my love, who then so happy as Glove? Ah, if I from him must part, I'm sure 'twill break my heart. Bah! The last word was spoken by Mr. Pipehead, and now it's Mr. Waistcoat's turn. Oh, Glove, my own dear, though it cost thee a tear, thou must be mine. For Holger Danske has sworn it. Mr. De Boots, hearing this, kicks up, jingles his spurs, and knocks down 3 of the side scenes. "That's exceedingly charming," cried little Anna. "Silence, silence," said Grandpapa. "Silent approbation will show that you're the educated public in the stalls." Now Miss Glove sings her great song with startling effects. "I can't see Pego, and therefore I'll crow, kikariki in the lofty hall." Now comes the exciting part, little Anna. This is the most important in all the play. Mr. Waistcoat undoes himself and addresses his speech to you, that you may applaud, but leave it alone. That's considered more genteel. "I am driven to extremities. Take care of yourself." Now comes the plot. You're the pipe head, and I am the good-headed Snap. There you go. "Do you notice this, little Anna?" asked Grandpapa. "That's a most charming comedy." Mr. Waistcoat seized the old pipe head and put him in his pocket. There he lies, and the waistcoat says, "You're in my pocket. You can't come out till you promise to unite me to your daughter Glove on the left." I hold out my right hand. "That's awfully pretty," said little Anna. And now the old pipe head replies, "Though I'm all ear. Very stupid I appear. Where's my humor? Gone, I fear. And I feel my hollow stick's not here. Ah, never, my dear. Did I feel so queer? Oh, pray let me out. And like a lamb led to slaughter, I'll betroth you, no doubt, to my daughter." "Is the play over already?" asked little Anna. "By no means," replied Grandpapa. "It's only all over with Mr. De Boots." Now the lovers kneel down, and one of them sings, "Father," and the other, "Come, do as you ought to do. Bless your son and daughter." And they receive his blessing and celebrate their wedding, and all the pieces of furniture sing in chorus, "Clink, clinks, 1,000 thanks." And now the play is over. "And now we'll applaud," said Grandpapa. "We'll call them all out, and the pieces of furniture too, for they are of mahogany. And is not our play just as good as those which the others have in the real theater?" "Our play is much better," said Grandpapa. "It is shorter, the performers are natural, and it is past away the interval before tea time. The old bachelor's nightcap. There's a street in Copenhagen with a very strange name. It is called Hisken Street. Where the name came from and what it means is very uncertain. It is said to be German, but that is unjust to the Germans, for it would then be called Hauschen, not Hisken. Hauschen means a little house, and for many years it consisted only of a few small houses, which were scarcely larger than the wooden booths we see in the marketplaces at fair time. They were perhaps a little higher, and had windows, but the panes consisted of horn or blotter skins, for glass was then too dear to have glazed windows in every house. This was a long time ago, so long indeed that our grandfathers and even great-grandfathers would speak of those days as olden times. Indeed, many centuries have passed since then. The rich merchants in Bremen and Lübeck who carried on trade in Copenhagen did not reside in the town themselves, but sent their clerks, who dwelt in the wooden booths in the Hauschen Street, and sold beer and spices. The German beer was very good, and there were many sorts, from Bremen, Prussia, and Brunswick, and quantities of all sorts of spices, saffron, aniseed, ginger, and especially pepper. Indeed, pepper was almost the chief article sold here. So it happened at last that the German clerks in Denmark got their nickname of pepper gentry. It had been made a condition with these clerks that they should not marry, so that those who lived to be old had to take care of themselves, to attend to their own comforts, and even to light their own fires when they had any to light. Many of them were very aged, lonely old boys with strange thoughts and eccentric habits. From this, all unmarried men who have attained a certain age are called, in Denmark, pepper gentry, and this must be remembered by all those who wish to understand the story. These pepper gentlemen, or as they are called in England, old bachelors, are often made a butt of ridicule. They are told to put on their nightcaps, draw them over their eyes, and go to sleep. The boys in Denmark make a song of it thus: "Poor old bachelor, cut your wood." Such a nightcap was never seen. Who would think it was ever clean? Go to sleep, it will do good. So they sing about the pepper gentleman. So do they make sport of the poor old bachelor and his nightcap, and all because they really know nothing of either. It is a cap that no one need wish for or laugh at. And why not? Well, we shall hear in the story. In olden times, Houchen Street was not paved, and passengers would stumble out of one hole into another, as they generally do in unfrequented highways, and the street was so narrow, and the booths leaning against each other were so close together, that in the summertime a sail would be stretched across the street from one booth to another opposite. At these times the odor of the pepper, saffron, and ginger became more powerful than ever. Behind the counter, as a rule, there were no young men. The clerks were almost all old boys, but they did not dress as we are accustomed to see old men represented, wearing wigs, nightcaps, and knee breeches, and with coat and waistcoat buttoned up to the chin. We have seen the portraits of our great-grandfathers dressed in this way, but the pepper gentlemen had no money to spare to have their portraits taken, though one of them would have made a very interesting picture for us now, if taken as he appeared standing behind his counter, or going to church, or on holidays. On these occasions, they wore high-crowned, broad-brimmed hats, and sometimes a younger clerk would stick a feather in his. The woolen shirt was concealed by a broad, linen collar, the close jacket was buttoned up to the chin, and the cloak hung loosely over it. The trousers were tucked into the broad, tipped shoes, for the clerks wore no stockings. They generally stuck a table knife and spoon in their girdles, as well as a larger knife, as a protection to themselves, and such a weapon was often very necessary. After this fashion was Anthony dressed on holidays and festivals, excepting that, instead of a high-crowned hat, he wore a kind of bonnet, and under it a knitted cap, a regular nightcap, to which he was so accustomed that it was always on his head. He had two nightcaps, not heads. Anthony was one of the oldest of the clerks, and just the subject for a painter. He was as thin as a lath, wrinkled round the mouth and eyes, had long, bony fingers, bushy, gray eyebrows, and over his left eye hung a thick tuft of hair, which did not look handsome, but made his appearance very remarkable. People knew that he came from Bremen. It was not exactly his home, although his master resided there. His ancestors were from Thuringia and had lived in the town of Eisenach, close by Wartburg. Old Anthony seldom spoke of this place, but he thought of it all the more. The old clerks of Houchen Street very seldom met together. Each one remained in his own booth, which was closed early enough in the evening, and then it looked dark and dismal out in the street. Only a faint glimmer of light struggled through the horn panes in the little window on the roof, while within sat the old clerk, generally on his bed, singing his evening hymn in a low voice, or he would be moving about in his booth till late in the night, busily employed in many things. It certainly was not a very lively existence. To be a stranger in a strange land is a bitter lot. No one notices you unless you happen to stand in their way. Often, when it was dark night outside, with rain or snow falling, the place looked quite deserted and gloomy. There were no lamps in the street, excepting a very small one, which hung at one end of the street, before a picture of the Virgin, which had been painted on the wall. The dashing of the water against the bulwarks of a neighboring castle could plainly be heard. Such evenings are long and dreary, unless people can find something to do, and so Anthony found it. There were not always things to be packed or unpacked, nor paper bags to be made, nor the scales to be polished. So Anthony invented employment. He mended his clothes and patched his boots, and when he at last went to bed, his nightcap, which he had worn from habit, still remained on his head. He had only to pull it down a little farther over his forehead. Very soon, however, it would be pushed up again to see if the light was properly put out. He would touch it, press the wick together, and at last pull his nightcap over his eyes and lie down again on the other side. But often there would arise in his mind a doubt as to whether every coal had been quite put out in the little fire pan in the shop below. If even a tiny spark had remained, it might set fire to something and cause great damage. Then he would rise from his bed, creep down the ladder, for it could scarcely be called a flight of stairs, and when he reached the fire pan not a spark could be seen, so he had just to go back again to bed. But often, when he had got halfway back, he would fancy the iron shutters of the door were not properly fastened, and his thin legs would carry him down again. And when at last he crept into bed, he would be so cold that his teeth chattered in his head. He would draw the coverlet closer round him, pull his nightcap over his eyes, and try to turn his thoughts from trade and from the labors of the day to olden times. But this was scarcely an agreeable entertainment, for thoughts of olden memories raise the curtains from the past, and sometimes pierce the heart with painful recollections till the agony brings tears to the waking eyes. And so it was with Anthony. Often the scalding tears, like pearly drops, would fall from his eyes to the coverlet and roll on the floor with a sound as if one of his heartstrings had broken. Sometimes, with a lurid flame, memory would light up a picture of life which had never faded from his heart. If he dried his eyes with his nightcap, then the tear and the picture would be crushed, but the source of the tears remained and welled up again in his heart. The pictures did not follow one another in order, as the circumstances they represented had occurred. Very often the most painful would come together, and when those came which were most full of joy, they had always the deepest shadow thrown upon them. The beech woods of Denmark are acknowledged by everyone to be very beautiful, but more beautiful still in the eyes of old Anthony were the beech woods in the neighborhood of Wartburg. More grand and venerable to him seemed the old oaks around the proud baronial castle, where the creeping plants hung over the stony summits of the rocks. Sweeter was the perfume there of the apple blossom than in all the land of Denmark. How vividly were represented to him, in a glittering tear that rolled down his cheek, two children at play, a boy and a girl. The boy had rosy cheeks, golden ringlets, and clear, blue eyes. He was the son of Anthony, a rich merchant. It was himself. The little girl had brown eyes and black hair, and was clever and courageous. She was the mayor's daughter, Molly. The children were playing with an apple. They shook the apple and heard the pips rattling in it. Then they cut it in two, and each of them took half. They also divided the pips and ate all but one, which the little girl proposed should be placed in the ground. "You will see what will come out," she said. "Something you don't expect. A whole apple tree will come out, but not directly." Then they got a flower pot, filled it with earth, and were soon both very busy and eager about it. The boy made a hole in the earth with his finger, and the little girl placed the pit in the hole, and then they both covered it over with earth. "Now you must not take it out tomorrow to see if it has taken root," said Molly. "No one ever should do that. I did so with my flowers, but only twice. I wanted to see if they were growing. I didn't know any better then, and the flowers all died." Little Anthony kept the flower pot, and every morning during the whole winter he looked at it, but there was nothing to be seen but black earth. At last, however, the spring came, and the sun shone warm again, and then two little green leaves sprouted forth in the pot. "They're Molly and me," said the boy. "How wonderful they are, and so beautiful." Very soon a third leaf made its appearance. "Who does that stand for?" thought he, and then came another and another. Day after day and week after week, till the plant became quite a tree. And all this about the two children was mirrored to old Anthony in a single tear, which could soon be wiped away and disappear, but might come again from its source in the heart of the old man. In the neighborhood of Eisenach stretches a ridge of stony mountains, one of which has a rounded outline, and shows itself above the rest without tree, bush, or grass on its barren summits. It is called the Venus Mountain, and the story goes that the Lady Venus, one of the heathen goddesses, keeps house there. She is also called Lady Hallie, as every child round Eisenach well knows. She it was who enticed the noble knight, Tannhauser, the minstrel, from the circle of singers at Wartburg into her mountain. Little Molly and Anthony often stood by this mountain, and one day Molly said, "Do you dare to knock and say, 'Lady Hallie, Lady Hallie, open the door. Tannhauser is here.'" But Anthony did not dare. Molly, however, did, though she only said the words, "Lady Hallie, Lady Hallie," loudly and distinctly. The rest she muttered so much under her breath that Anthony felt certain she had really said nothing, and yet she looked quite bold and saucy, just as she did sometimes when she was in the garden with a number of other little girls. They would all stand round him together and want to kiss him, because he did not like to be kissed, and pushed them away. Then Molly was the only one who dared to resist him. "I may kiss him," she would say proudly as she threw her arms round his neck. She was vain of her power over Anthony, for he would submit quietly and think nothing of it. Molly was very charming, but rather bold, and how she did tease. They said Lady Hallie was beautiful, but her beauty was that of a tempting fiend. Saint Elizabeth, the tutelar saint of the land, the pious princess of Thuringia, whose good deeds have been immortalized in so many places through stories and legends, had greater beauty and more real grace. Her picture hung in the chapel, surrounded by silver lamps, but it did not in the least resemble Molly. The apple tree, which the two children had planted, grew year after year, till it became so large that it had to be transplanted into the garden, where the dew fell and the sun shone warmly. And there it increased in strength so much as to be able to withstand the cold of winter, and after passing through the severe weather, It seemed to put forth its blossoms in spring for very joy that the cold season had gone. In autumn it produced 2 apples, one for Molly and one for Anthony. It could not well do less. The tree after this grew very rapidly, and Molly grew with the tree. She was as fresh as an apple blossom, but Anthony was not to behold this flower for long. All things change. Molly's father left his old home, and Molly went with him far away. In our time, it would be only a journey of a few hours, but then it took more than a day and a night to travel so far eastward from Eisenbach to a town still called Weimar, on the borders of Thuringia. And Molly and Anthony both wept, but these tears all flowed together into one tear, which had the rosy shimmer of joy. Molly had told him that she loved him more than all the splendors of Weimar. 1, 2, 3 years went by, and during the whole time he received only 2 letters. One came by the carrier, and the other a traveler brought. The way was very long and difficult, with many turnings and windings through towns and villages. How often had Anthony and Molly heard the story of Tristan and Isolde, and Anthony had thought the story applied to him, although Tristan means born in sorrow, which Anthony certainly was not. Nor was it likely he would ever say of Molly as Tristan said of Isolde, "She has forgotten me." But in truth, Isolde had not forgotten him, her faithful friend, and when both were laid in their graves, one on each side of the church, the linden trees that grew by each grave spread over the roof, and, bending towards each other, mingled their blossoms together. Anthony thought it a very beautiful but mournful story, yet he never feared anything so sad would happen to him and Molly as he passed the spot, whistling the air of a song, composed by the minstrel Walter, called The Willow Bird, beginning, "Under the linden trees, out on the heath, one stanza pleased him exceedingly, through the forest and in the vale, sweetly warbles the nightingale." This song was often in his mouth, and he sung or whistled it on a moonlight night, when he rode on horseback along the deep, hollow way on his road to Weimar to visit Molly. He wished to arrive unexpectedly, and so indeed he did. He was received with a hearty welcome and introduced to plenty of grand and pleasant company, where overflowing wine cups were passed about. A pretty room and a good bed were provided for him, and yet his reception was not what he had expected and dreamed it would be. He could not comprehend his own feelings nor the feelings of others, but it is easily understood how a person can be admitted into a house or a family without becoming one of them. We converse in company with those we meet, as we converse with our fellow travelers in a stage coach, on a journey. We know nothing of them, and perhaps all the while we are incommoding one another, and each is wishing himself or his neighbor away. Something of this kind Anthony felt when Molly talked to him of old times. "I am a straightforward girl," she said, "and I will tell you myself how it is. There have been great changes since we were children together. Everything is different, both inwardly and outwardly. We cannot control our wills, nor the feelings of our hearts, by the force of custom. Anthony, I would not, for the world, make an enemy of you when I am far away. Believe me, I entertain for you the kindest wishes in my heart, but to feel for you what I now know can be felt for another man, can never be. You must try and reconcile yourself to this. Farewell, Anthony." Anthony also said, "Farewell." Not a tear came into his eye. He felt he was no longer Molly's friend. Hot iron and cold iron alike take the skin from our lips, and we feel the same sensation if we kiss either. And Anthony's kiss was now the kiss of hatred, as it had once been the kiss of love. Within 24 hours Anthony was back again to Eisenach, though the horse that he rode was entirely ruined. "What matters it?" said he. "I am ruined also. I will destroy everything that can remind me of her, or of Lady Hallie, or Lady Venus, the heathen woman. I will break down the apple tree and tear it up by the roots. Never more shall it blossom or bear fruit." The apple tree was not broken down, for Anthony himself was struck with a fever, which caused him to break down and confined him to his bed. But something occurred to raise him up again. What was it? A medicine was offered to him, which he was obliged to take, a bitter remedy, at which the sick body and the oppressed spirit alike shuddered. Anthony's father lost all his property, and, from being known as one of the richest merchants, he became very poor. Dark days, heavy trials, with poverty at the door, came rolling into the house upon them like the waves of the sea. Sorrow and suffering deprived Anthony's father of his strength, so that he had something else to think of besides nursing his love sorrows and his anger against Molly. He had to take his father's place, to give orders, to act with energy, to help, and, at last, to go out into the world and earn his bread. Anthony went to Bremen, and there he learnt what poverty and hard living really were. These things often harden the character, but sometimes soften the heart, even too much. How different the world, and the people in it, appeared to Anthony now, to what he had thought in his childhood. What to him were the minstrel songs? An echo of the past, sounds long vanished. At times he would think in this way, yet again and again the songs would sound in his soul, and his heart become gentle and pious. "God's will is the best," he would then say. "It was well that I was not allowed to keep my power over Molly's heart, and that she did not remain true to me. How I should have felt it now, when fortune has deserted me. She left me before she knew of the change in my circumstances, or had a thought of what was before me. That is a merciful providence for me. All has happened for the best. She could not help it, and I have been so bitter, and in such enmity against her." Years passed by. Anthony's father died, and strangers lived in the old house. He had seen it once again since then. His rich master sent him journeys on business, and on one occasion his way led him to his native town of Eisenach. The old Wartburg castle stood unchanged on the rock where the monk and the nun were hewn out of the stone. The great oaks formed an outline to the scene which he so well remembered in his childhood. The Venus mountains stood out gray and bare, overshadowing the valley beneath. He would have been glad to call out, "Lady Hallie, Lady Hallie, unlock the mountain. I would fain remain here always in my native soil." That was a sinful thought, and he offered a prayer to drive it away. Then a little bird in the thicket sang out clearly, and old Anthony thought of the minstrel song. How much came back to his remembrance as he looked through the tears once more on his native town. The old house was still standing as in olden times, but the garden had been greatly altered. A pathway led through a portion of the ground, and outside the garden, and beyond the path, stood the old apple tree, which he had not broken down. Although he talked of doing so in his trouble, the sun still threw its rays upon the tree, and the refreshing dew fell upon it as of old, and it was so overloaded with fruit that the branches bent towards the earth with the weight. "That flourishes still," said he, as he gazed. One of the branches of the tree had, however, been broken, Mischievous hands must have done this in passing, for the tree now stood in a public thoroughfare. "The blossoms are often plucked," said Anthony. "The fruit is stolen and the branches broken without a thankful thought of their profusion and beauty. It might be said of a tree, as it has been said of some men, it was not predicted at his cradle that he should come to this." How brightly began the history of this tree, and what is it now? Forsaken and forgotten, in a garden by a hedge in a field, and close to a public road. There it stands, unsheltered, plundered, and broken. It certainly has not yet withered, but in the course of years the number of blossoms from time to time will grow less, and at last it will cease altogether to bear fruit, and then its history will be over. Such were Anthony's thoughts as he stood under the tree, and during many a long night as he lay in his lonely chamber in the wooden house in Hausen Street, Copenhagen, in the foreign land to which the rich merchant of Bremen, his employer, had sent him on condition that he should never marry. Marry? Ha, ha, and he laughed bitterly to himself at the thought. Winter one year set in early, and it was freezing hard. Without, a snowstorm made everyone remain at home who could do so. Thus it happened that Anthony's neighbors, who lived opposite to him, did not notice that his house remained unopened for 2 days, and that he had not showed himself during that time, for who would go out in such weather unless he were obliged to do so? They were gray, gloomy days, and in the house whose windows were not glass, twilight and dark nights reigned in turns. During these 2 days old Anthony had not left his bed. He had not the strength to do so. The bitter weather had for some time affected his limbs. There lay the old bachelor, forsaken by all, and unable to help himself. He could scarcely reach the water jug that he had placed by his bed, and the last drop was gone. It was not fever nor sickness, but old age that had laid him low. In the little corner where his bed lay, he was overshadowed as it were by perpetual night. A little spider, which he could however not see, busily and cheerfully spun its web above him, so that there should be a kind of little banner waving over the old man when his eyes closed. The time passed slowly and painfully. He had no tears to shed, and he felt no pain. No thought of Molly came into his mind. He felt as if the world was now nothing to him, as if he were lying beyond it, with no one to think of him. Now and then he felt slight sensations of hunger and thirst, but no one came to him, no one tended him. He thought of all those who had once suffered from starvation, of Saint Elizabeth, who once wandered on the earth, the saint of his home and his childhood, the noble Duchess of Thuringia, that highly esteemed lady who visited the poorest villages, bringing hope and relief to the sick inmates. The recollection of her pious deeds was as light to the soul of poor Anthony. He thought of her as she went about speaking words of comfort, binding up the wounds of the afflicted and feeding the hungry, although often blamed for it by her stern husband. He remembered a story told of her, that on one occasion, when she was carrying a basket full of wine and provisions, her husband, who had watched her footsteps, stepped forward and asked her angrily what she carried in her basket, whereupon, with fear and trembling, she answered, "Roses, which I have plucked from the garden." Then he tore away the cloth which covered the basket, and what could equal the surprise of the pious woman, to find that by a miracle, everything in her basket, the wine, the bread, had all been changed into roses. In this way the memory of the kind lady dwelt in the calm mind of Anthony. She was as a living reality in his little dwelling in the Danish land. He uncovered his face that he might look into her gentle eyes, while everything around him changed from its look of poverty and want to a bright rose tint. The fragrance of roses spread through the room, mingled with the sweet smell of apples. He saw the branches of an apple tree spreading above him. It was the tree which he and Molly had planted together. The fragrant leaves of the tree fell upon him and cooled his burning brow. Upon his parched lips they seemed like refreshing bread and wine, and as they rested on his breast, a peaceful calm stole over him, and he felt inclined to sleep. "I shall sleep now," he whispered to himself. "Sleep will do me good. In the morning I shall be upon my feet again, strong and well. Glorious, wonderful. That apple tree, planted in love, now appears before me in heavenly beauty." And he slept. The following day, the third day during which his house had been closed, the snowstorm ceased. Then his opposite neighbor stepped over to the house in which old Anthony lived, for he had not yet showed himself. There he lay stretched on his bed, dead, with his old nightcap tightly clasped in his two hands. The nightcap, however, was not placed on his head in his coffin. He had a clean white one on then. Where now were the tears he had shed? What had become of those wonderful pearls? They were in the nightcap still. Such tears as these cannot be washed out, even when the nightcap is forgotten. The old thoughts and dreams of a bachelor's nightcap still remain. Never wish for such a nightcap. It would make your forehead hot, cause your pulse to beat with agitation, and conjure up dreams which would appear realities. The first who wore old Anthony's cap felt the truth of this, though it was half a century afterwards. That man was the mayor himself, who had already made a comfortable home for his wife and 11 children by his industry. The moment he put the cap on, he dreamed of unfortunate love, of bankruptcy, and of dark days. "Hello, how the nightcap burns," he exclaimed as he tore it from his bead. Then a pearl rolled out, and then another and another, and they glittered and sounded as they fell. What can this be? Is it paralysis, or something dazzling my eyes? They were the tears which old Anthony had shed half a century before. To everyone who afterwards put this cap on his head came visions and dreams which agitated him not a little. His own history was changed into that of Anthony till it became quite a story, and many stories might be made by others, so we will leave them to relate their own. We have told the first, and our last word is, don't wish for a bachelor's nightcap. The Old Church Bell, written for the Schiller album. In the country of Württemberg, in Germany, where the acacias grow by the public road, where the apple trees and the pear trees in autumn bend to the earth with the weight of the precious fruit, lies the little town of Marbach. As is often the case with many of these towns, it is charmingly situated on the banks of the river Neckar, which rushes rapidly by, passing villages, old knights' castles, and green vineyards, till its waters mingle with those of the stately Rhine. It was late in the autumn. The vine leaves still hung upon the branches of the vines, but they were already tinted with red and gold. Heavy showers fell on the surrounding country, and the cold autumn wind blew sharp and strong. It was not at all pleasant weather for the poor. The days grew shorter and more gloomy, and, dark as it was out of doors in the open air, it was still darker within the small, old-fashioned houses of the village. The gable end of one of these houses faced the street, and with its small, narrow windows, presented a very mean appearance. The family who dwelt in it were also very poor and humble, but they treasured the fear of God in their innermost hearts. And now he was about to send them a child. It was the hour of the mother's sorrow, when there pealed forth from the church tower the sound of festive bells. In that solemn hour the sweet and joyous chiming filled the hearts of those in the humble dwelling with thankfulness and trust, and when, amidst these joyous sounds, a little son was born to them, the words of prayer and praise arose from their overflowing hearts, and their happiness seemed to ring out over town and country in the liquid tones of the church bell's chime. The little one, with its bright eyes and golden hair, had been welcomed joyously on that dark November day. Its parents kissed it lovingly, and the father wrote these words in the Bible: on the 10th of November, 1759, God sent us a son. And a short time after, when the child had been baptized, the names he had received were added: John Christopher Frederick. And what became of the little lad, the poor boy of the humble town of Marbach? Ah, indeed, there was no one who thought or supposed, not even the old church bell which had been the first to sound and chime for him, that he would be the first to sing the beautiful song of the bell. The boy grew apace, and the world advanced with him. While he was yet a child, his parents removed from Marbach and went to reside in another town, but their dearest friends remained behind at Marbach, and therefore sometimes the mother and her son would start on a fine day to pay a visit to the little town. The boy was of this time about 6 years old, and already knew a great many stories out of the Bible and several religious psalms. While seated in the evening on his little cane chair, he had often heard his father read from Gallard's fables, and sometimes from Klopstock's grand poem, The Messiah. He and his sister, 2 years older than himself, had often wept scalding tears over the story of him who suffered death on the cross for us all. On his first visit to Marbach, the town appeared to have changed but very little, and it was not far enough away to be forgotten. The house, with its pointed gable, narrow windows, overhanging walls and stories, projecting one beyond another, looked just the same as in former times. But in the churchyard there were several new graves, and there also, in the grass, close by the wall, stood the old church bell. It had been taken down from its high position, in consequence of a crack in the metal which prevented it from ever chiming again, and a new bell now occupied its place. The mother and son were walking in the churchyard when they discovered the old bell, and they stood still to look at it. Then the mother reminded her little boy of what a useful bell this had been for many 100 years. It had chimed for weddings and for christenings, it had tolled for funerals, and to give the alarm in case of fire. With every event in the life of man, the bell had made its voice heard. His mother also told him how the chiming of that old bell had once filled her heart with joy and confidence, and that in the midst of the sweet tones her child had been given to her. And the boy gazed on the large, old bell with the deepest interest. He bowed his head over it and kissed it, old, thrown away, and cracked as it was, and standing there amidst the grass and nettles. The boy never forgot what his mother told him, and the tones of the old bell reverberated in his heart till he reached manhood. In such sweet remembrance was the old bell cherished by the boy, who grew up in poverty to be tall and slender, with a freckled complexion and hair almost red, but his eyes were clear and blue as the deep sea. And what was his career to be? His career was to be good, and his future life enviable. We find him taking high honors at the military school in the division commanded by the member of a family high in position, and this was an honor, that is to say, good luck. He wore gaiters, stiff collars, and powdered hair, and by this he was recognized, and, indeed, he might be known by the word of command: march, halt, front. The old church bell had long been quite forgotten, and no one imagined it would ever again be sent to the melting furnace to make it as it was before. No one could possibly have foretold this. Equally impossible would it have been to believe that the tones of the old bell still echoed in the heart of the boy from Marbach, or that one day they would ring out loud enough and strong enough to be heard all over the world. They had already been heard in the narrow space behind the skull wall, even above the deafening sounds of march, halt, front. They had chimed so loudly in the heart of the youngster that he had sung them to his companions, and their tones resounded to the very borders of the country. He was not a free scholar in the military school, neither was he provided with clothes or food. But he had his number and his own peg, for everything here was ordered like clockwork, which we all know is of the greatest utility. People get on so much better together when their position and duties are understood. It is by pressure that a jewel is stamped. The pressure of regularity and discipline here stamped the jewel, which in the future the world so well knew. In the chief town of the province a great festival was being celebrated. The light streamed forth from thousands of lamps, and the rockets shot upwards towards the sky, filling the air with showers of colored fiery sparks. A record of this bright display will live in the memory of man, for through it the pupil in the military school was in tears and sorrow. He had dared to attempt to reach foreign territories unnoticed, and must therefore give up fatherland, mother, his dearest friends, all, or sink down into the stream of common life. The old church bell had still some comfort. It stood in the shelter of the church wall in Marbach, once so elevated, now quite forgotten. The wind roared around it, and could have readily related the story of its origin and of its sweet chimes, and the wind could also tell of him to whom he had brought fresh air when, in the woods of a neighboring country, he had sunk down exhausted with fatigue, with no other worldly possessions than hope for the future, and a written leaf from Fiesco. The wind could have told that his only protector was an artist, who, by reading each leaf to him, made it plain, and that they amused themselves by playing at 9 pins together. The wind could also describe the pale fugitive who, for weeks and months, lay in a wretched little roadside inn, where the landlord got drunk and raved, and where the merry-makers had it all their own way. And he, the pale fugitive, sang of the ideal. For many heavy days and dark nights the heart must suffer to enable it to endure trial and temptation. Yet, amidst it all, would the minstrel sing. Dark days and cold nights also passed over the old bell, and it noticed them not, but the bell in the man's heart felt it to be a gloomy time. What would become of this young man, and what would become of the old bell? The old bell was, after a time, carried away to a greater distance than anyone, even the warder in the bell tower, ever imagined, and the bell in the breast of the young man was heard in countries where his feet had never wandered. The tones went forth over the wide ocean to every part of the round world. We will now follow the career of the old bell. It was, as we have said, carried far away from Marbach and sold as old copper, then sent to Bavaria to be melted down in a furnace. And then what happened? In the royal city of Bavaria, many years after the bell had been removed from the tower and melted down, Some metal was required for a monument in honor of one of the most celebrated characters which a German people or a German land could produce. And now we see how wonderfully things are ordered. Strange things sometimes happen in this world. In Denmark, in one of those green islands where the foliage of the beech woods rustles in the wind, and where many Huns' graves may be seen, was another poor boy born. He wore wooden shoes, and when his father worked in a shipyard, the boy, wrapped up in an old worn-out shawl, carried his dinner to him every day. This poor child was now the pride of his country, for the sculptured marble, the work of his hands, had astonished the world. To him was offered the honor of forming from the clay a model of the figure of him whose name, John Christopher Frederick, had been written by his father in the Bible. The bust was cast in bronze, and part of the metal used for this purpose was the old church bell, whose tones had died away from the memory of those at home and elsewhere. The metal, glowing with heat, flowed into the mold, and formed the head and bust of the statue which was unveiled in the square in front of the old castle. The statue represented in living, breathing reality the form of him who was born in poverty, the boy from Marbach, the pupil of the military school, the fugitive who struggled against poverty and oppression from the outer world. Germany's great and immortal poet, who sung of Switzerland's deliverer, William Tell, and of the heaven-inspired Maid of Orleans. It was a beautiful sunny day. Flags were waving from tower and roof in Royal Stuttgart, and the church bells were ringing a joyous peal. One bell was silent, but it was illuminated by the bright sunshine which streamed from the head and bust of the renowned figure of which it formed a part. On this day, just 100 years had passed since the day on which the chiming of the old church bell at Marbach had filled the mother's heart with trust and joy, the day on which her child was born in poverty and in a humble home, the same who, in after years, became rich, became the noble woman-hearted poet, a blessing to the world, the glorious, the sublime, the immortal bard, John Christopher Frederick Schiller, the Danish sculptor Thorvaldsen, the old gravestone. In a house with a large courtyard, in a provincial town, at that time of the year in which people say the evenings are growing longer, a family circle were gathered together at their old home. A lamp burned on the table, although the weather was mild and warm, and the long curtains hung down before the open windows, and without the moon shone brightly in the dark blue sky. But they were not talking of the moon, but of a large, old stone that lay below in the courtyard not very far from the kitchen door. The maids often laid the clean copper saucepans and kitchen vessels on the stone, that they might dry in the sun, and the children were fond of playing on it. It was, in fact, an old gravestone. "Yes," said the master of the house, "I believe the stone came from the graveyard of the old church of the convent which was pulled down, and the pulpit, the monuments, and the gravestone sold. My father bought the latter. Most of them were cut in two and used for paving stones, but that one stone was preserved whole and laid in the courtyard. Anyone can see that it is a gravestone," said the eldest of the children. "The representation of an hourglass and part of the figure of an angel can still be traced, but the inscription beneath is quite worn out, excepting the name Prabin and a large S close by it, and a little farther down the name of Martha can be easily read. But nothing more, and even that cannot be seen unless it has been raining, or when we have washed the stone. Dear me, How singular. Why, that must be the gravestone of Preben Schwein and his wife. The old man who said this looked old enough to be the grandfather of all present in the room. Yes, he continued, these people were among the last who were buried in the churchyard of the old convent. They were a very worthy old couple. I can remember them well in the days of my boyhood. Everyone knew them, and they were esteemed by all. They were the oldest residents in the town, and people said they possessed a ton of gold, yet they were always very plainly dressed, in the coarsest stuff, but with linen of the purest whiteness. Preben and Martha were a fine old couple, and when they both sat on the bench at the top of the steep stone steps in front of their house, with the branches of the linden tree waving above them, and nodded in a gentle, friendly way to passers-by, it really made one feel quite happy. They were very good to the poor. They fed them and clothed them, and in their benevolence there was judgment as well as true Christianity. The old woman died first. That day is still quite vividly before my eyes. I was a little boy and had accompanied my father to the old man's house. Martha had fallen into the sleep of death just as we arrived there. The corpse lay in a bedroom near to the one in which we sat, and the old man was in great distress and weeping like a child. He spoke to my father and to a few neighbors who were there of how lonely he should feel now she was gone, and how good and true she, his dead wife, had been during the number of years that they had passed through life together, and how they had become acquainted and learned to love each other. I was, as I have said, a boy, and only stood by and listened to what the others said, but it filled me with a strange emotion to listen to the old man and to watch how the color rose in his cheeks as he spoke of the days of their courtship, of how beautiful she was, and how many little tricks he had been guilty of that he might meet her. And then he talked of his wedding day, and his eyes brightened, and he seemed to be carried back by his words to that joyful time. And yet there she was, lying in the next room, dead, an old woman, and he was an old man, speaking of the days of hope long passed away. Ah, well, so it is. Then I was but a child, and now I am old as Preben Schwein then was. Time passes away, and all things changed. I can remember quite well the day on which she was buried, and how old Preben walked close behind the coffin. A few years before this time the old couple had had their gravestone prepared, with an inscription and their names, but not the date. In the evening the stone was taken to the churchyard and laid on the grave. A year later it was taken up, that old Preben might be laid by the side of his wife. They did not leave behind them wealth. They left behind them far less than people had believed they possessed. What there was went to families distantly related to them, of whom, till then, no one had ever heard. The old house, with its balcony of wickerwork, and the bench at the top of the high steps under the lime tree, was considered, by the road inspectors, too old and rotten to be left standing. Afterwards, when the same fate befell the convent church, and the graveyard was destroyed, the gravestone of Preben and Martha, like everything else, was sold to whoever would buy it. And so it happened that this stone was not cut in two as many others had been, but now lies in the courtyard below, a scouring block for the maids and a playground for the children. The paved street now passes over the resting place of old Preben and his wife. No one thinks of them any more now. And the old man who had spoken of all this shook his head mournfully and said, "Forgotten. Ah, yes, everything will be forgotten." And then the conversation turned on other matters. But the youngest child in the room, a boy with large, earnest eyes, mounted upon a chair behind the window curtains and looked out into the yard, where the moon was pouring a flood of light on the old gravestone, the stone that had always appeared to him so dull and flat, but which lay there now like a great leaf out of a book of history. All that the boy had heard of old Preben and his wife seemed clearly defined on the stone, and as he gazed on it and glanced at the clear, bright moon shining in the pure air, it was as if the light of God's countenance beamed over his beautiful world. Forgotten. Everything will be forgotten, still echoed through the room, and in the same moment an invisible spirit whispered to the heart of the boy, "Preserve carefully the seed that has been entrusted to thee, that it may grow and thrive. Guard it well. Through thee, my child, shall the obliterated inscription on the old, weather-beaten gravestone go forth to future generations in clear, golden characters. The old pair shall again wander through the streets arm in arm, or sit with their fresh, healthy cheeks on the bench under the lime tree, and smile and nod at rich and poor. The seed of this hour shall ripen in the course of years into a beautiful poem. The beautiful and the good are never forgotten. They live always in story or in song." The old house. A very old house stood once in a street with several that were quite new and clean. The date of its erection had been carved on one of the beams, and surrounded by scrolls formed of tulips and hawk tendrils. By this date it could be seen that the old house was nearly 300 years old. Verses too were written over the windows in old-fashioned letters, and grotesque faces, curiously carved, grinned at you from under the cornices. One story projected a long way over the other, and under the roof ran a leaden gutter, with a dragon's head at the end. The rain was intended to pour out at the dragon's mouth, but it ran out of his body instead, for there was a hole in the gutter. The other houses in the street were new and well built, with large window panes and smooth walls. Anyone could see they had nothing to do with the old house. Perhaps they thought, "How long will that heap of rubbish remain here to be a disgrace to the whole street?" The parapet projects so far forward that no one can see out of our windows what is going on in that direction. The stairs are as broad as the staircase of a castle, and as steep as if they led to a church tower. The iron railing looks like the gate of a cemetery, and there are brass knobs upon it. It is really too ridiculous. Opposite to the old house were more nice new houses, which had just the same opinion as their neighbors. At the window of one of them sat a little boy with fresh rosy cheeks and clear sparkling eyes, who was very fond of the old house, in sunshine or in moonlight. He would sit and look at the wall from which the plaster had in some places fallen off, and fancy all sorts of scenes which had been in former times. How the street must have looked when the houses had all gable roofs, open staircases, and gutters with dragons at the spout. He could even see soldiers walking about with halberds. Certainly it was a very good house to look at for amusement. An old man lived in it, who wore knee breeches, a coat with large brass buttons, and a wig, which anyone could see was a real wig. Every morning an old man came to clean the rooms and to wait upon him, otherwise the old man in the knee breeches would have been quite alone in the house. Sometimes he came to one of the windows and looked out, then the little boy nodded to him, and the old man nodded back again, till they became acquainted and were friends, although they had never spoken to each other, but that was of no consequence. The little boy one day heard his parents say, The old man opposite is very well off, but is terribly lonely. The next Sunday morning the little boy wrapped something in a piece of paper and took it to the door of the old house and said to the attendant who waited upon the old man, "Will you please give this from me to the gentleman who lives here? I have 2 tin soldiers, and this is one of them, and he shall have it, because I know he is terribly lonely." And the old attendant nodded and looked very pleased, and then he carried the tin soldier into the house. Afterwards he was sent over to ask the little boy if he would not like to pay a visit himself. His parents gave him permission, and so it was that he gained admission to the old house. The brassy knobs on the railings shone more brightly than ever, as if they had been polished on account of his visit, and on the door were carved trumpeters standing in tulips, and it seemed as if they were blowing with all their might. Their cheeks were so puffed out. "Tantarara, the little boy is coming. Tantarara, the little boy is coming." Then the door opened. All round the hall hung old portraits of knights in armor and ladies in silk gowns, and the armor rattled and the silk dresses rustled. Then came a staircase which went up a long way, and then came down a little way and led to a balcony which was in a very ruinous state. There were large holes and long cracks, out of which grew grass and leaves. Indeed, the whole balcony, the courtyard, and the walls were so overgrown with green that they looked like a garden. In the balcony stood flower pots, on which were heads having asses' ears, but the flowers in them grew just as they pleased. In one pot pinks were growing all over the sides, at least the green leaves were shooting forth stalk and stem, and sang as plainly as they could speak, "The air has fanned me, the sun has kissed me, and I am promised a little flower for next Sunday, really for next Sunday." Then they entered a room in which the walls were covered with leather, and the leather had golden flowers stamped upon it. "Gilding will fade in damp weather. To endure, there is nothing like leather," said the walls. Chairs handsomely carved, with elbows on each side, and with very high backs, stood in the room, and as they creaked they seemed to say, "Sit down." "Oh dear, how I am creaking. I shall certainly have the gout like the old cupboard. Gout in my back, ugh." And then the little boy entered the room where the old man sat. "Thank you for the tin soldier, my little friend," said the old man, "and thank you also for coming to see me." "Thanks, thanks," or "creak, creak," said all the furniture. There was so much that the pieces of furniture stood in each other's way to get a sight of the little boy. On the wall near the center of the room hung the picture of a beautiful lady, young and gay, dressed in the fashion of the olden times, with powdered hair and a full, stiff skirt. She said neither thanks nor creak, but she looked down upon the little boy with her mild eyes, and then he said to the old man, "Where did you get that picture?" "From the shop opposite," he replied. "Many portraits hang there that none seem to trouble themselves about. The persons they represent have been dead and buried long since. But I knew this lady many years ago, and she has been dead nearly half a century." Under a glass beneath the picture hung a nosegay of withered flowers, which were no doubt half a century old too, at least they appeared so. And the pendulum of the old clock went to and fro, and the hands turned round, and as time passed on, everything in the room grew older, but no one seemed to notice it. "They say at home," said the little boy, "that you are very lonely." "Oh," replied the old man, "I have pleasant thoughts of all that has passed, recalled by memory, and now you are come to visit me, and that is very pleasant." Then he took from the bookcase a book full of pictures representing long processions of wonderful coaches, such as are never seen at the present time. Soldiers like the knave of clubs and citizens with waving banners. The tailors had a flag with a pair of scissors supported by 2 lions, and on the shoemaker's flag there were not boots, but an eagle with 2 heads, for the shoemakers must have everything arranged so that they can say, "This is a pair." What a picture book it was, and then the old man went into another room to fetch apples and nuts. It was very pleasant, certainly, to be in that old house. "I cannot endure it," said the tin soldier, who stood on a shelf. "It is so lonely and dull here. I have been accustomed to live in a family, and I cannot get used to this life. I cannot bear it. The whole day is long enough, but the evening is longer. It is not here like it was in your house opposite, when your father and mother talked so cheerfully together, while you and all the dear children made such a delightful noise. No, it is all lonely in the old man's house. Do you think he gets any kisses? Do you think he ever has friendly looks or a Christmas tree? He will have nothing now but the grave. Oh, I cannot bear it." "You must not look only on the sorrowful side," said the little boy. "I think everything in this house is beautiful, and all the old pleasant thoughts come back here to pay visits." "Ah, but I never see any, and I don't know them," said the tin soldier, "and I cannot bear it." "You must bear it," said the little boy. Then the old man came back with a pleasant face, and brought with him beautiful preserved fruits, as well as apples and nuts, and the little boy thought no more of the tin soldier. How happy and delighted the little boy was, and after he returned home, and while days and weeks passed, a great deal of nodding took place from one house to the other, and then the little boy went to pay another visit. The carved trumpeters blew, "Tantarara." There is the little boy. Tantarara. The swords and armor on the old knight's pictures rattled. The silk dresses rustled, the leather repeated its rhyme, and the old chairs had the gout in their backs and cried, "Creak." It was all exactly like the first time, for in that house, one day and 1 hour were just like another. "I cannot bear it any longer," said the tin soldier. "I have wept tears of tin. It is so melancholy here. Let me go to the wars and lose an arm or a leg. That would be some change. I cannot bear it. Now I know what it is to have visits from one's old recollections and all they bring with them. I have had visits from mine, and you may believe me, it is not altogether pleasant. I was very nearly jumping from the shelf. I saw you all in your house opposite, as if you were really present. It was Sunday morning, and you children stood round the table, singing the hymn that you sing every morning. You were standing quietly, with your hands folded, and your father and mother. You were standing quietly, with your hands folded, and your father and mother were looking just as serious, when the door opened, and your little sister Maria, who is not 2 years old, was brought into the room. You know she always dances when she hears music and singing of any sort, so she began to dance immediately, although she ought not to have done so, but she could not get into the right time because the tune was so slow, so she stood first on one leg and then on the other, and bent her head very low, but it would not suit the music. You all stood looking very grave, although it was very difficult to do so, but I laughed so to myself that I fell down from the table and got a bruise, which is there still. I know it was not right to laugh. So all this and everything else that I have seen keeps running in my head, and these must be the old recollections that bring so many thoughts with them. Tell me whether you still sing on Sundays, and tell me about your little sister Maria, and how my old comrade is, the other tin soldier. Ah, really he must be very happy. I cannot endure this life. You are given away, said the little boy. You must stay. Don't you see that? Then the old man came in with a box containing many curious things to show him. Rouge pots, scent boxes, and old cards, so large and so richly gilded that none are ever seen like them in these days. And there were smaller boxes to look at, and the piano was opened, and inside the lid were painted landscapes. But when the old man played, the piano sounded quite out of tune. Then he looked at the picture he had bought at the broker's, and his eyes sparkled brightly as he nodded at it and said, "Ah, she could sing that tune. I will go to the wars. I will go to the wars," cried the tin soldier as loud as he could, and threw himself down on the floor. Where could he have fallen? The old man searched, and the little boy searched, but he was gone and could not be found. "I shall find him again," said the old man, but he did not find him. The boards of the floor were open and full of holes. The tin soldier had fallen through a crack between the boards and lay there now in an open grave. The day went by, and the little boy returned home. The week passed, and many more weeks. It was winter, and the windows were quite frozen, so the little boy was obliged to breathe on the panes and rub a hole to peep through at the old house. Snow drifts were lying in all the scrolls and on the inscriptions, and the steps were covered with snow as if no one were at home. And indeed nobody was home, for the old man was dead. In the evening, a hearse stopped at the door, and the old man in his coffin was placed in it. He was to be taken to the country to be buried there in his own grave, so they carried him away. No one followed him, for all his friends were dead, and the little boy kissed his hand to the coffin as the hearse moved away with it. A few days after, there was an auction at the old house, and from his window the little boy saw the people carrying away the pictures of old knights and ladies, the flower pots with the long ears, the old chairs, and the cupboards. Some were taken one way, some another. Her portrait, which had been bought at the picture dealer's, went back again to his shop, and there it remained, for no one seemed to know her or to care for the old picture. In the spring, they began to pull the house itself down. People called it complete rubbish. From the street could be seen the room in which the walls were covered with leather, ragged and torn, and the green in the balcony hung straggling over the beams. They pulled it down quickly, for it looked ready to fall, and at last it was cleared away altogether. "What a good riddance," said the neighbors' houses. Very shortly, a fine new house was built farther back from the road. It had lofty windows and smooth walls, but in front, on the spot where the old house really stood, a little garden was planted, and wild vines grew up over the neighboring walls. In front of the garden were large iron railings and a great gate, which looked very stately. People used to stop and peep through the railings. The sparrows assembled in dozens upon the wild vines, and chattered all together as loud as they could, but not about the old house. None of them could remember it, for many years had passed by, so many indeed, that the little boy was now a man, and a really good man too, and his parents were very proud of him. He was just married, and had come, with his young wife, to reside in the new house with the garden in front of it, and now he stood there by her side while she planted a field flower that she thought very pretty. She was planting it herself with her little hands, and pressing down the earth with her fingers. "Oh dear, what was that?" she exclaimed, as something pricked her. Out of the soft earth something was sticking up. It was, only think, it was really the tin soldier, the very same which had been lost up in the old man's room, and had been hidden among old wood and rubbish for a long time, till it sunk into the earth, where it must have been for many years. And the young wife wiped the soldier, first with a green leaf, and then with her fine pocket handkerchief, that smelt of such beautiful perfume. And the tin soldier felt as if he was recovering from a fainting fit. "Let me see him," said the young man, and then he smiled and shook his head and said, "It can scarcely be the same, but it reminds me of something that happened to one of my tin soldiers when I was a little boy." And then he told his wife about the old house and the old man, and of the tin soldier which he had sent across, because he thought the old man was lonely. And he related the story so clearly that tears came into the eyes of the young wife for the old house and the old man. "It is very likely that this is really the same soldier," said she, "and I will take care of him, and always remember what you have told me, but someday you must show me the old man's grave." "I don't know where it is," he replied. "No one knows. All his friends are dead. No one took care of him, and I was only a little boy." "Oh, how dreadfully lonely he must have been," said she. "Yes, terribly lonely," cried the tin soldier. "Still it is delightful not to be forgotten." "Delightful indeed," cried a voice quite near to them. No one but the tin soldier saw that it came from a rag of the leather which hung in tatters. It had lost all its gilding, and looked like wet earth, but it had an opinion, and it spoke it thus: "Gilding will fade in damp weather. To endure, there is nothing like leather." But the tin soldier did not believe any such thing. What the old man does is always right. I will tell you a story that was told me when I was a little boy. Every time I thought of the story, it seemed to me more and more charming, for it is with stories as it is with many people, they become better as they grow older. I have no doubt that you have been in the country and seen a very old farmhouse with a thatched roof and mosses and small plants growing wild upon it. There is a stork's nest on the ridge of the gable, for we cannot do without the stork. The walls of the house are sloping, and the windows are low, and only one of the latter is made to open. The baking oven sticks out of the wall like a great knob. An elder tree hangs over the palings, and beneath its branches, at the foot of the paling, is a pool of water, in which a few ducks are disporting themselves. There is a yard dog, too, who barks at all corners. Just such a farmhouse as this stood in a country lane, and in it dwelt an old couple, a peasant and his wife. Small as their possessions were, they had one article they could not do without, and that was a horse, which contrived to live upon the grass, which it found by the side of the high road. The old peasant rode into the town upon this horse, and his neighbors often borrowed it of him, and paid for the loan of it by rendering some service to the old couple. After a time they thought it would be as well to sell the horse, or exchange it for something which might be more useful to them. "But what may this something be?" "You'll know best, old man," said the wife. "It is fair day today, so ride into town, and get rid of the horse for money, or make a good exchange. Whichever you do will be right to me, so ride to the fair." And she fastened his neckerchief for him, for she could do that better than he could, and she could also tie it very prettily in a double bow. She also smoothed his hat round and round with the palm of her hand, and gave him a kiss. Then he rode away upon the horse that was to be sold or bartered for something else. Yes, the old man knew what he was about. The sun shone with great heat, and not a cloud was to be seen in the sky. The road was very dusty, for a number of people, all going to the fair, were driving, riding, or walking upon it. There was no shelter anywhere from the hot sunshine. Among the rest a man came trudging along and driving a cow to the fair. The cow was as beautiful a creature as any cow could be. "She gives good milk, I am certain," said the peasant to himself. That would be a very good exchange, the cow for the horse. "Hello there, you with the cow," he said. "I tell you what, I dare say a horse is of more value than a cow, but I don't care for that. A cow will be more useful to me. So, if you like, we'll exchange." "To be sure I will," said the man. Accordingly, the exchange was made, and as the matter was settled, the peasant might have turned back, for he had done the business he came to do. But, having made up his mind to go to the fair, he determined to do so, if only to have a look at it. So on he went to the town with his cow. Leading the animal, he strode on sturdily, and after a short time, overtook a man who was driving a sheep. It was a good fat sheep, with a fine fleece on its back. "I should like to have that fellow," said the peasant to himself. "There is plenty of grass for him by our palings, and in the winter we could keep him in the room with us. Perhaps it would be more profitable to have a sheep than a cow. Shall I exchange?" The man with the sheep was quite ready, and the bargain was quickly made. And then our peasant continued his way on the high road with his sheep. Soon after this, he overtook another man who had come into the road from a field and was carrying a large goose under his arm. "What a heavy creature you have there," said the peasant. "It has plenty of feathers and plenty of fat, and would look well tied to a string, or paddling in the water at our place. That would be very useful to my old woman. She could make all sorts of profits out of it. How often she has said, 'If now we only had a goose.' Now here is an opportunity, and if possible, I will get it for her. Shall we exchange? I will give you my sheep for your goose, and thanks into the bargain." The other had not the least objection, and accordingly the exchange was made, and our peasant became possessor of the goose. By this time he had arrived very near the town. The crowd on the high road had been gradually increasing, and there was quite a rush of men and cattle. The cattle walked on the path and by the palings, and at the turnpike gate they even walked into the toll-keeper's potato field, where one fowl was strutting about with a string tied to its leg, for fear it should take fright at the crowd and run away and get lost. The tail feathers of the fowl were very short, and it winked with both its eyes and looked very cunning as it said, "Cluck, cluck." What were the thoughts of the fowl as it said this I cannot tell you, but directly our good man saw it, he thought, "Why, that's the finest fowl I ever saw in my life. It's finer than our parson's brood hen, upon my word. I should like to have that fowl." Fowls can always pick up a few grains that lie about and almost keep themselves. I think it would be a good exchange if I could get it for my goose. "Shall we exchange?" he asked the toll-keeper. "Exchange," repeated the man. "Well, it would not be a bad thing." And so they made an exchange. The toll-keeper at the turnpike gate kept the goose, and the peasant carried off the fowl. Now he had really done a great deal of business on his way to the fair, and he was hot and tired. He wanted something to eat, and a glass of ale to refresh himself, so he turned his steps to an inn. He was just about to enter when the ostler came out, and they met at the door. The ostler was carrying a sack. "What have you in that sack?" asked the peasant. "Rotten apples," answered the ostler, "a whole sack full of them. They will do to feed the pigs with." "Why, that will be terrible waste," he replied. "I should like to take them home to my old woman. Last year the old apple tree by the grass plot only bore one apple, and we kept it in the cupboard till it was quite withered and rotten. It was always property, my old woman said, and here she would see a great deal of property, a whole sackful. I should like to show them to her." "What will you give me for the sackful?" asked the ostler. "What will I give?" "Well, I will give you my fowl in exchange." So he gave up the fowl and received the apples, which he carried into the inn parlor. He leaned the sack carefully against the stove and then went to the table. But the stove was hot, and he had not thought of that. Many guests were present: horse dealers, cattle drovers, and 2 Englishmen. The Englishmen were so rich that their pockets quite bulged out and seemed ready to burst, and they could bet too, as you shall hear. Hiss, hiss. What could that be by the stove? The apples were beginning to roast. "What is that?" asked one. "Why, do you know?" said our peasant. And then he told them the whole story of the horse, which he had exchanged for a cow, and all the rest of it, down to the apples. "Well, your old woman will give it you well when you get home," said one of the Englishmen. "Won't there be a noise?" "What? Give me what?" said the peasant. "Why, she will kiss me and say, 'What the old man does is always right.'" "Let us lay a wager on it," said the Englishman. "We'll wager you a ton of coined gold, 100 pounds to the 100 weight." "No, a bushel will be enough," replied the peasant. "I can only set a bushel of apples against it, and I'll throw myself and my old woman into the bargain. That will pile up the measure, I fancy." "Done. Taken." And so the bet was made. Then the landlord's coach came to the door, and the 2 Englishmen and the peasant got in, and away they drove, and soon arrived and stopped at the peasant's hut. "Good evening, old woman." "Good evening, old man." "I have made the exchange." "Ah, well, you understand what you're about," said the woman. Then she embraced him and paid no attention to the strangers, nor did she notice the sack. "I got a cow in exchange for the horse." "Thank heaven," said she. "Now we shall have plenty of milk and butter and cheese on the table." "That was a capital exchange." "Yes, but I changed the cow for a sheep." "Ah, better still," cried the wife. "You always think of everything. We have just enough pasture for a sheep. Use milk and cheese, woolen jackets and stockings. The cow could not give all these, and her hair only falls off. How you think of everything. But I changed away the sheep for a goose. Then we shall have roast goose to eat this year." "You dear old man, you are always thinking of something to please me. This is delightful. We can let the goose walk about with a string tied to her leg, so she will be fatter still before we roast her." But I gave away the goose for a fowl. "A fowl? Well, that was a good exchange," replied the woman. "The fowl will lay eggs and hatch them, and we shall have chickens. We shall soon have a poultry yard." "Oh, this is just what I was wishing for." "Yes, but I exchanged the fowl for a sack of shriveled apples." "What? I really must give you a kiss for that," exclaimed the wife. "My dear, good husband, now I'll tell you something. Do you know, almost as soon as you left me this morning, I began to think of what I could give you nice for supper this evening, and then I thought of fried eggs and bacon, with sweet herbs. I had eggs and bacon, but I wanted the herbs, so I went over to the schoolmaster's. I knew they had plenty of herbs, but the schoolmistress is very mean, although she can smile so sweetly. I begged her to lend me a handful of herbs. Lend, she exclaimed. I have nothing to lend. Nothing at all grows in our garden, not even a shriveled apple. I could not even lend you a shriveled apple, my dear woman. But now I can lend her 10, or a whole sackful, which I'm very glad of. It makes me laugh to think about it. And then she gave him a hearty kiss. Well, I like all this, said both the Englishmen, always going down the hill, and yet always merry. It's worth the money to see it. So they paid 100 weight of gold to the peasant, who, whenever he did, was not scolded but kissed. Yes, it always pays best when the wife sees and maintains that her husband knows best, and whatever he does is right. That is a story which I heard when I was a child, and now you have heard it too, and know that what the old man does is always right. The old street lamp. Did you ever hear the story of the old street lamp? It is not remarkably interesting, but for once in a way you may as well listen to it. It was a most respectable old lamp, which had seen many, many years of service, and now was to retire with a pension. It was this evening at its post for the last time, giving light to the street. His feelings were something like those of an old dancer at the theater, who is dancing for the last time, and knows that on the morrow she will be in her garret, alone and forgotten. The lamp had very great anxiety about the next day, for he knew that he had to appear for the first time at the town hall, to be inspected by the mayor and the council, who are to decide if he were fit for further service or not. Whether the lamp was good enough to be used to light the inhabitants of one of the suburbs, or in the country, at some factory, and if not, it would be sent at once to an iron foundry, to be melted down. In this latter case it might be turned into anything, and he wondered very much whether he would then be able to remember that he had once been a street lamp, and it troubled him exceedingly. Whatever might happen, one thing seemed certain, that he would be separated from the watchman and his wife, whose family he looked upon as his own. The lamp had first been hung up on that very evening that the watchman, then a robust young man, had entered upon the duties of his office. Well, it was a very long time since one became a lamp and the other a watchman. His wife had a little pride in those days. She seldom condescended to glance at the lamp, excepting when she passed by in the evening, never in the daytime. But in later years, when all these, the watchman, the wife, and the lamp, had grown old, she had attended to it, cleaned it, and supplied it with oil. The old people were thoroughly honest. They had never cheated the lamp of a single drop of the oil provided for it. This was the lamp's last night in the street, and tomorrow he must go to the town hall. Two very dark things to think of. No wonder he did not burn brightly. Many other thoughts also passed through his mind. How many persons he had lighted on their way, and how much he had seen. As much, very likely, as the mayor and corporation themselves. None of these thoughts were uttered aloud, however, for he was a good, honorable old lamp, who would not willingly do harm to anyone, especially to those in authority. As many things were recalled to his mind, the light would flash up with sudden brightness. He had, at such moments, a conviction that he would be remembered. There was a handsome young man once, thought he. It is certainly a long while ago, but I remember he had a little note, written on pink paper with a gold edge. The writing was elegant, evidently a lady's hand. Twice he read it through, and kissed it, and then looked up at me, with eyes that said quite plainly, "I am the happiest of men." Only he and I know what was written on this, his first letter from his lady love. Yes, and there was another pair of eyes that I remember. It is really wonderful how the thoughts jump from one thing to another. A funeral passed through the street. A young and beautiful woman lay on a bier, decked with garlands of flowers and attended by torches, which quite overpowered my light. All along the street stood the people from the houses in crowds, ready to join the procession. But when the torches had passed from before me, and I could look round, I saw one person alone, standing, leaning against my post and weeping. Never shall I forget the sorrowful eyes that looked up at me. These and similar reflections occupied the old street lamp, on this the last time that his light would shine. The sentry, when he is relieved from his post, knows at least who will succeed him, and may whisper a few words to him, but the lamp did not know his successor, or he could have given him a few hints respecting rain or mist, and could have informed him how far the moon's rays would rest on the pavement, and from which side the wind generally blew, and so on. On the bridge over the canal stood 3 persons who wished to recommend themselves to the lamp, for they thought he could give the office to whomsoever he chose. The first was a herring's head, which could emit light in the darkness. He remarked that it would be a great saving of oil if they placed him on the lamppost. Number 2 was a piece of rotten wood, which also shines in the dark. He considered himself descended from an old stem, once the pride of the forest. The third was a glow-worm, and how he found his way there the lamp could not imagine, yet there he was, and could really give light as well as the others. But the rotten wood and the herring's head declared most solemnly, by all they held sacred, that the glow-worm only gave light at certain times, and must not be allowed to compete with themselves. The old lamp assured them that not one of them could give sufficient light to fill the position of a street lamp, but they would believe nothing he said. And when they discovered that he had not the power of naming his successor, they said they were very glad to hear it, for the lamp was too old and worn out to make a proper choice. At this moment the wind came rushing round the corner of the street, and through the air holes of the old lamp. "What is this I hear," said he, "that you're going away tomorrow? Is this evening the last time we shall meet? Then I must present you with a farewell gift. I will blow into your brain, so that in future you shall not only be able to remember all that you have seen or heard in the past, but your light within shall be so bright that you shall be able to understand all that is said or done in your presence." "Oh, that is really a very, very great gift," said the old lamp. "I thank you most heartily. I only hope I shall not be melted down." "That is not likely to happen yet," said the wind, "and I will also blow a memory into you, so that should you receive other similar presents your old age will pass very pleasantly." "That is if I am not melted down," said the lamp. "But should I in that case still retain my memory?" "Do be reasonable, old lamp," said the wind, puffing away. At this moment the moon burst forth from the clouds. "What will you give the old lamp?" asked the wind. "I can give nothing," she replied. "I am on the wane, and no lamps have ever given me light while I have frequently shone upon them." And with these words the moon hid herself again behind the clouds, that she might be saved from further importunities. Just then a drop fell upon the lamp from the roof of the house, but the drop explained that he was a gift from those gray clouds, and perhaps the best of all gifts. "I shall penetrate you so thoroughly," he said, "that you will have the power of becoming rusty, and if you wish it, to crumble into dust in one night. But this seemed to the lamp a very shabby present, and the wind thought so too. Does no one give any more? Will no one give any more? Shouted the breath of the wind, as loud as it could. Then a bright falling star came down, leaving a broad, luminous streak behind it. What was that? Cried the herring's head. Did not a star fall? I really believe it went into the lamp. Certainly, when such high-born personages try for the office, we may as well say good night and go home. And so they did, all three, while the old lamp threw a wonderfully strong light all around him. This is a glorious gift, said he. The bright stars have always been a joy to me, and have always shone more brilliantly than I ever could shine, though I have tried with my whole might, and now they have noticed me, a poor old lamp, and have set me a gift that will enable me to see clearly everything that I remember, as if it still stood before me, and to be seen by all those who love me. And herein lies the truest pleasure, for joy which we cannot share with others is only half enjoyed. That sentiment does you honor, said the wind, but for this purpose wax lights will be necessary. If these are not lighted in you, your particular faculties will not benefit others in the least. The stars have not thought of this. They suppose that you and every other light must be a wax taper, but I must go down now. So he laid himself to rest. Wax tapers, indeed, said the lamp. I have never yet had these, nor is it likely I ever shall. If I could only be sure of not being melted down. The next day. Well, perhaps we had better pass over the next day. The evening had come, and the lamp was resting in a grandfather's chair, and guess where? Why, at the old watchman's house. He had begged, as a favor, that the mayor and corporation would allow him to keep the street lamp, in consideration of his long and faithful service, as he had himself hung it up and lit it on the day he first commenced his duties, 24 years ago. He looked upon it almost as his own child. He had no children, so the lamp was given to him. There it lay in the great armchair near to the warm stove. It seemed almost as if it had grown larger, for it appeared quite to fill the chair. The old people sat at their supper, casting friendly glances at the old lamp, whom they would willingly have admitted to a place at the table. It is quite true that they dwelt in a cellar, 2 yards deep in the earth, and they had to cross a stone passage to get to their room, but within it was warm and comfortable, and strips of list had been nailed round the door. The bed and the little window had curtains, and everything looked clean and neat. On the window seat stood 2 curious flower pots which a sailor, named Christian, had brought over from the East or West Indies. They were of clay, and in the form of 2 elephants, with open backs. They were hollow and filled with earth, and through the open space flowers bloomed. In one grew some very fine chives or leeks. This was the kitchen garden. The other elephant, which contained a beautiful geranium, they called their flower garden. On the wall hung a large colored print, representing the Congress of Vienna, and all the kings and emperors at once. A clock, with heavy weights, hung on the wall and went tick, tick, steadily enough, yet it was always rather too fast, which, however, the old people said was better than being too slow. They were now eating their supper, while the old street lamp, as we have heard, lay in the grandfather's armchair near the stove. It seemed to the lamp as if the whole world had turned round, but after a while the old watchman looked at the lamp, and spoke of what they had both gone through together, in rain and in fog, during the short bright nights of summer or in the long winter nights, through the drifting snowstorms when he longed to be at home in the cellar. Then the lamp felt it was all right again. He saw everything that had happened quite clearly, as if it were passing before him. Surely the wind had given him an excellent gift. The old people were very active and industrious. They were never idle for even a single hour. On Sunday afternoons they would bring out some books, generally a book of travels which they were very fond of. The old man would read aloud about Africa, with its great forests and the wild elephants, while his wife would listen attentively, stealing a glance now and then at the clay elephants, which served as flower pots. "I can almost imagine I am seeing it all," she said, and then how the lamp wished for a wax taper to be lighted in him, for then the old woman would have seen the smallest detail as clearly as he did himself. The lofty trees, with their thickly entwined branches, the naked Negroes on horseback, and whole herds of elephants treading down bamboo thickets with their broad, heavy feet. "What is the use of all my capabilities," sighed the old lamp, "when I cannot obtain any wax lights? They have only oil and tallow here, and these will not do." One day a great heap of wax candle ends found their way into the cellar. The larger pieces were burned, and the smaller ones the old woman kept for waxing her thread. So there were now candles enough, but it never occurred to anyone to put a little piece in the lamp. "Here I am now with my rare powers," thought the lamp. "I have faculties within me, but I cannot share them. They do not know that I could cover these white walls with beautiful tapestry, or change them into noble forests, or, indeed, to anything else they might wish for." The lamp, however, was always kept clean and shining in a corner where it attracted all eyes. Strangers looked upon it as lumber, but the old people did not care for that. They loved the lamp. One day, it was the watchman's birthday. The old woman approached the lamp, smiling to herself, and said, "I will have an illumination today in honor of my old man." And the lamp rattled in his metal frame, for he thought, "Now at last I shall have a light within me." But after all, no wax light was placed in the lamp, but oil as usual. The lamp burned through the whole evening, and began to perceive too clearly that the gift of the stars would remain a hidden treasure all his life. Then he had a dream, for, to one with his faculties, dreaming was no difficulty. It appeared to him that the old people were dead, and that he had been taken to the iron foundry to be melted down. It caused him quite as much anxiety as on the day when he had been called upon to appear before the mayor and the council at the town hall. But though he had been endowed with the power of falling into decay from rust when he pleased, he did not make use of it. He was therefore put into the melting furnace and changed into as elegant an iron candlestick as he could wish to see, one intended to hold a wax taper. The candlestick was in the form of an angel holding a nosegay, in the center of which the wax taper was to be placed. It was to stand on a green writing table, in a very pleasant room. Many books were scattered about, and splendid paintings hung on the walls. The owner of the room was a poet and a man of intellect. Everything he thought or wrote was pictured around him. Nature showed herself to him sometimes in the dark forests, at others in cheerful meadows where the storks were strutting about, or on the deck of a ship sailing across the foaming sea with the clear, blue sky above, or at night the glittering stars. "What powers I possess," said the lamp, awaking from his dream. "I could almost wish to be melted down, but no, that must not be while the old people live." They love me for myself alone. They keep me bright and supply me with oil. I am as well off as the picture of the Congress, in which they take so much pleasure. And from that time he felt at rest in himself, and not more so than such an honorable old lamp really deserved to be. Aluliakoi, the dream god. There is nobody in the world who knows so many stories as Olakoi, or who can relate them so nicely. In the evening, while the children are seated at the table or in their little chairs, he comes up the stairs very softly, for he walks in his socks. Then he opens the doors without the slightest noise and throws a small quantity of very fine dust in their eyes, just enough to prevent them from keeping them open, and so they do not see him. Then he creeps behind them and blows softly upon their necks till their heads begin to droop. But Olakoi does not wish to hurt them, for he is very fond of children and only wants them to be quiet that he may relate to them pretty stories, and they never are quiet until they are in bed and asleep. As soon as they are asleep, Olakoi seats himself upon the bed. He is nicely dressed. His coat is made of silken stuff. It is impossible to say of what color, for it changes from green to red, and from red to blue as he turns from side to side. Under each arm he carries an umbrella, one of them with pictures on the inside. He spreads over the good children, and then they dream the most beautiful stories the whole night. But the other umbrella has no pictures, and this he holds over the naughty children so that they sleep heavily and wake in the morning without having dreamed at all. Now we shall hear how Olakoi came every night during a whole week to the little boy named Jalmer, and what he told him. There were 7 stories, as there are 7 days in the week. Monday. Now pay attention, said Olakoi, in the evening, when Jalmer was in bed, and I will decorate the room. Immediately all the flowers in the flower pots became large trees, with long branches reaching to the ceiling and stretching along the walls, so that the whole room was like a greenhouse. All the branches were loaded with flowers, each flower as beautiful and as fragrant as a rose, and had anyone tasted them, he would have found them sweeter even than jam. The fruit glittered like gold, and there were cakes so full of plums that they were nearly bursting. It was incomparably beautiful. At the same time sounded dismal moans from the table drawer in which lay Jalmer's school books. What can that be now? Said Olakoi, going to the table and pulling out the drawer. It was a slate, in such distress because of a false number in the sum that it had almost broken itself to pieces. The pencil pulled and tugged at its string as if it were a little dog that wanted to help, but could not. And then came a moan from Jalmer's copy book. Oh, it was quite terrible to hear. On each leaf stood a row of capital letters, every one having a small letter by its side. This formed a copy. Under these were other letters, which Jalmer had written. They fancied they looked like the copy, but they were mistaken, for they were leaning on one side as if they intended to fall over the pencil lines. See, this is the way you should hold yourselves, said the copy. Look here, you should slope thus, with a graceful curve. Oh, we are very willing to do so, but we cannot, said Jalmer's letters. We are so wretchedly made. You must be scratched out, then, said Olakoi. Oh, no, they cried, and then they stood up so gracefully it was quite a pleasure to look at them. Now we must give up our stories and exercise these letters, said Olakoi. 1, 2, 1, 2. So he drilled them till they stood up gracefully and looked as beautiful as a copy could look. But after Olakoi was gone, and Hjalmar looked at them in the morning, they were as wretched and as awkward as ever. Tuesday. As soon as Hjalmar was in bed, Olakoi touched, with his little magic wand, all the furniture in the room, which immediately began to chatter, and each article only talked of itself. Over the chest of drawers hung a large picture in a gilt frame, representing a landscape with fine old trees, flowers in the grass, and a broad stream, which flowed through the wood, past several castles, far out into the wild ocean. Olakoi touched the picture with his magic wand, and immediately the birds commenced singing, the branches of the trees rustled, and the clouds moved across the sky, casting their shadows on the landscape beneath them. Then Olakoi lifted little Hjalmar up to the frame, and placed his feet in the picture, just on the high grass, and there he stood with the sun shining down upon him through the branches of the trees. He ran to the water, and seated himself in a little boat which lay there, and which was painted red and white. The sails glittered like silver, and 6 swans, each with a golden circlet round its neck, and a bright blue star on its forehead, drew the boat past the green wood, where the trees talked of robbers and witches, and the flowers of beautiful little elves and fairies, whose histories the butterflies had related to them. Brilliant fish, with scales like silver and gold, swam after the boat, sometimes making a spring and splashing the water round them, while birds, red and blue, small and great, flew after him in 2 long lines. The gnats danced round them, and the cockchafers cried, "Buzz, buzz." They all wanted to follow Hjalmar, and all had some story to tell him. It was a most pleasant sail. Sometimes the forests were thick and dark, sometimes like a beautiful garden, gay with sunshine and flowers. Then he passed great palaces of glass and of marble, and on the balconies stood princesses, whose faces were those of little girls whom Hjalmar knew well, and had often played with. One of them held out her hand, in which was a heart made of sugar, more beautiful than any confectioner ever sold. As Hjalmar sailed by, he caught hold of one side of this sugar heart, and held it fast, and the princess held fast also, so that it broke in 2 pieces. Hjalmar had one piece, and the princess the other, but Hjalmar's was the largest. At each castle stood little princes acting as sentinels. They presented arms, and had golden swords, and made it rain plums and tin soldiers, so that they must have been real princes. Hjalmar continued to sail, sometimes through woods, sometimes as it were through large halls, and then by large cities. At last he came to the town where his nurse lived, who had carried him in her arms when he was a very little boy, and had always been kind to him. She nodded and beckoned to him, and then sang the little verses she had herself composed and set to him. How oft my memory turns to thee, my own Hjalmar, ever dear, when I could watch thy infant glee, or kiss away a pearly tear. 'Twas in my arms thy lisping tongue first spoke the half-remembered word, while o'er thy tottering steps I hung, my fond protection to afford. Farewell, I pray the heavenly power to keep thee till thy dying hour. And all the birds sang the same tune, the flowers danced on their stems, and the old trees nodded as if Olakoi had been telling them stories as well. Wednesday. How the rain did pour down! Hjalmar could hear it in his sleep, and when Olakoi opened the window, the water flowed quite up to the window sill. It had the appearance of a large lake outside, and a beautiful ship lay close to the house. "Wilt thou sail with me tonight, little Hjalmar?" said Olakoi. "Then we shall see foreign countries, and thou shalt return here in the morning." All in a moment, there stood Hjalmar in his best clothes on the deck of the noble ship, and immediately the weather became fine. They sailed through the streets, round by the church, and on every side rolled the wide, great sea. They sailed till the land disappeared, and then they saw a flock of storks who had left their own country and were traveling to warmer climates. The storks flew one behind the other, and had already been a long, long time on the wing. One of them seemed so tired that his wings could scarcely carry him. He was the last of the row, and was soon left very far behind. At length he sunk lower and lower with outstretched wings, flapping them in vain, till his feet touched the rigging of the ship, and he slided from the sails to the deck and stood before them. Then a sailor boy caught him and put him in the hen house with the fowls, the ducks, and the turkeys, while the poor stork stood quite bewildered amongst them. "Just look at that fellow," said the chickens. Then the turkey cock puffed himself out as large as he could and inquired who he was, and the ducks waddled backwards, crying, "Quack, quack." Then the stork told them all about warm Africa, of the pyramids, and of the ostrich, which, like a wild horse, runs across the desert. But the ducks did not understand what he said, and quacked amongst themselves, "We are all of the same opinion, namely, that he is stupid." "Yes, to be sure, he is stupid," said the turkey cock, and gobbled. Then the stork remained quite silent and thought of his home in Africa. "Those are handsome thin legs of yours," said the turkey cock. "What do they cost a yard?" "Quack, quack, quack," grinned the ducks, but the stork pretended not to hear. "You may as well laugh," said the turkey, "for that remark was rather witty, or perhaps it was above you. Is he not clever? He will be a great amusement to us while he remains here." And then he gobbled, and the ducks quacked, "Gobble, gobble, quack, quack." What a terrible uproar they made, while they were having such fun among themselves. Then Hjalmar went to the hen house, and, opening the door, called to the stork. Then he hopped out on the deck. He had rested himself now, and he looked happy and seemed as if he nodded to Hjalmar, as if to thank him. Then he spread his wings and flew away to warmer countries, while the hens clucked, the ducks quacked, and the turkey cock turned quite scarlet in the head. "Tomorrow you shall be made into soup," said Hjalmar to the fowls, and then he awoke and found himself lying in his little bed. It was a wonderful journey which Olakoi had made him take this night. Thursday. "What do you think I have got here?" said Olakoi. "Do not be frightened, and you shall see a little mouse." And then he held out his hand to him, in which lay a lovely little creature. "It has come to invite you to a wedding. 2 little mice are going to enter into the marriage state tonight. They reside under the floor of your mother's storeroom, and that must be a fine dwelling place." "But how can I get through the little mouse hole in the floor?" asked Hjalmar. "Leave me to manage that," said Olakoi. "I will soon make you small enough." And then he touched Hjalmar with his magic wand, whereupon he became less and less, until at last he was not longer than a little finger. "Now you can borrow the dress of the tin soldier. I think it will just fit you. It looks well to wear a uniform when you go into company." "Yes, certainly," said Hjalmar, and in a moment he was dressed as neatly as the neatest of all tin soldiers. "Will you be so good as to seat yourself in your mamma's thimble," said the little mouse, "that I may have the pleasure of drawing you to the wedding?" "Will you really take so much trouble, young lady?" said Jalmer. And so in this way he rode to the mouse's wedding. First they went under the floor, and then passed through a long passage, which was scarcely high enough to allow the thimble to drive under, and the whole passage was lit up with the phosphorescent light of rotten wood. "Does it not smell delicious?" asked the mouse as she drew him along. "The wall and the floor have been smeared with bacon rind. Nothing can be nicer." Very soon they arrived at the bridal hall. On the right stood all the little lady mice, whispering and giggling as if they were making game of each other. To the left were the gentlemen mice, stroking their whiskers with their 4 paws, and in the center of the hall could be seen the bridal pair, standing side by side, in a hollow cheese rind, and kissing each other, while all eyes were upon them, for they had already been betrothed, and were soon to be married. More and more friends kept arriving, till the mice were nearly treading each other to death, for the bridal pair now stood in the doorway, and none could pass in or out. The room had been rubbed over with bacon rind, like the passage, which was all the refreshment offered to the guests. But for dessert they produced a pea, on which a mouse belonging to the bridal pair had bitten the first letters of their names. This was something quite uncommon. All the mice said it was a very beautiful wedding, and that they had been very agreeably entertained. After this, Jalmer returned home. He had certainly been in grand society, but he had been obliged to creep under a room, and to make himself small enough to wear the uniform of a tin soldier. Friday. "It is incredible how many old people there are who would be glad to have me at night," said Olakoi, "especially those who have done something wrong. 'Good little Ol,' say they to me, 'we cannot close our eyes, and we lie awake the whole night, and see all our evil deeds sitting on our beds like little imps, and sprinkling us with hot water. Will you come and drive them away, that we may have a good night's rest?' And then they sigh so deeply and say, 'We would gladly pay you for it. Good night, Olak, the money lies on the window. But I never do anything for gold.' 'What shall we do tonight?' asked Jalmer. 'I do not know whether you would care to go to another wedding,' he replied, 'although it is quite a different affair to the one we saw last night. Your sister's large doll, that is dressed like a man, and is called Herman, intends to marry the doll Bertho. It is also the doll's birthday, and they will receive many presents.' 'Yes, I know that already,' said Jalmer. 'My sister always allows her dolls to keep their birthdays or to have a wedding when they require new clothes. That has happened already 100 times, I am quite sure.' 'Yes, so it may, but tonight is the 101st wedding, and when that has taken place it must be the last. Therefore this is to be extremely beautiful. Only look.' Jalmer looked at the table, and there stood the little cardboard doll's house, with lights in all the windows, and drawn up before it were the tin soldiers presenting arms. The bridal pair were seated on the floor, leaning against the leg of the table, looking very thoughtful and with good reason. Then Olakoi, dressed up in grandmother's black gown, married them. As soon as the ceremony was concluded, all the furniture in the room joined in singing a beautiful song, which had been composed by the lead pencil, and which went to the melody of a military tattoo. What merry sounds are on the wind, as marriage rites together bind. A quiet and a loving pair, though formed of kid, yet smooth and fair. Hurrah! If they are deaf and blind, will sing, though weather prove unkind.' And now came the present, But the bridal pair had nothing to eat, for love was to be their food. "Shall we go to a country house or travel?" asked the bridegroom. Then they consulted the swallow who had traveled so far, and the old hen in the yard, who had brought up 5 broods of chickens. And the swallow talked to them of warm countries, where the grapes hang in large clusters on the vines, and the air is soft and mild, and about the mountains glowing with colors more beautiful than we can think of. "But they have no red cabbage like we have," said the hen. "I was once in the country with my chickens for a whole summer. There was a large sand pit, in which we could walk about and scratch as we liked. Then we got into a garden in which grew red cabbage. Oh, how nice it was! I cannot think of anything more delicious." "But one cabbage stalk is exactly like another," said the swallow, "and here we have often bad weather." "Yes, but we are accustomed to it," said the hen. "But it is so cold here and freezes sometimes." "Cold weather is good for cabbages," said the hen. "Besides, we do have it warm here sometimes. For years ago, we had a summer that lasted more than 5 weeks, and it was so hot one could scarcely breathe. And then in this country we have no poisonous animals, and we are free from robbers. He must be wicked who does not consider our country the finest of all lands. He ought not to be allowed to live here." And then the hen wept very much and said, "I have also traveled. I once went 12 miles in a coop, and it was not pleasant traveling at all." "The hen is a sensible woman," said the doll Bertha. "I don't care for traveling over mountains, just to go up and come down again. No, let us go to the sand pit in front of the gate, and then take a walk in the cabbage garden." And so they settled it. Saturday. "Am I to hear any more stories?" asked little Hjalmar as soon as Olagoy had sent him to sleep. "We shall have no time this evening," said he, spreading out his prettiest umbrella over the child. "Look at these Chinese," and then the whole umbrella appeared like a large china bowl with blue trees and pointed bridges, upon which stood little Chinamen nodding their heads. "We must make all the world beautiful for tomorrow morning," said Olagoy, "for it will be a holiday. It is Sunday. I must now go to the church steeple and see if the little sprites who live there have polished the bells, so that they may sound sweetly. Then I must go into the fields and see if the wind has blown the dust from the grass and the leaves, and the most difficult task of all which I have to do is to take down all the stars and brighten them up. I have to number them first before I put them in my apron, and also to number the places from which I take them, so that they may go back into the right holes, or else they would not remain, and we should have a number of falling stars, for they would all tumble down one after the other. Hark ye, Mr. Luck, oi, said an old portrait which hung on the wall of Hjalmar's bedroom. Do you know me? I am Hjalmar's great-grandfather. I thank you for telling the boy stories, but you must not confuse his ideas. The stars cannot be taken down from the sky and polished. They are spheres like our earth, which is a good thing for them. Thank you, old great-grandfather, said Olagoy. I thank you. You may be the head of the family, as no doubt you are, but I am older than you. I am an ancient heathen. The old Romans and Greeks named me the dream god. I have visited the noblest houses and continue to do so. Still I know how to conduct myself both to high and low, and now you may tell the stories yourself. And so Olagoy walked off, taking his umbrellas with him. Well, one is never to give an opinion, I suppose, grumbled the portrait. And it woke Hjalmar. Sunday. Good evening, said Olagoy. Hjalmar nodded, and then sprang out of bed, and turned his great-grandfather's portrait to the wall so that it might not interrupt them as it had done yesterday. "Now," said he, "you must tell me some stories about 5 green peas that lived in one pod, or of the chick seed that courted the chickweed, or of the darning needle who acted so proudly because she fancied herself an embroidery needle." "You may have too much of a good thing," said Olakoi. "You know that I like best to show you something, so I will show you my brother. He is also called Olakoi, but he never visits anyone but once, and when he does come, he takes him away on his horse and tells him stories as they ride along. He knows only 2 stories. One of these is so wonderfully beautiful that no one in the world can imagine anything at all like it, but the other is just as ugly and frightful, so that it would be impossible to describe it." Then Olakoi lifted Jalmer up to the window. "There, now you can see my brother, the other Olakoi. He is also called Death. You perceive he is not so bad as they represent him in picture books. There he is a skeleton, but now his coat is embroidered with silver, and he wears the splendid uniform of a hussar, and a mantle of black velvet flies behind him, over the horse. Look how he gallops along." Jalmer saw that as this Olakoi rode on, he lifted up old and young, and carried them away on his horse. Some he seated in front of him, and some behind, but always inquired first, "How stands the mark book?" "Good," they all answered. "Yes, but let me see for myself," he replied, and they were obliged to give him the books. Then all those who had very good, or exceedingly good, came in front of the horse and heard the beautiful story, while those who had middling or tolerably good in their books were obliged to sit behind and listen to the frightful tale. They trembled and cried and wanted to jump down from the horse, but they could not get free, for they seemed fastened to the seat. "Why, Death is a most splendid luck, oi," said Jalmer. "I am not in the least afraid of him." "You need have no fear of him," said Olakoi, "if you take care and keep a good conduct book." "Now I call that very instructive," murmured the great-grandfather's portrait. "It is useful sometimes to express an opinion," so he was quite satisfied. These are some of the doings and sayings of Olakoi. I hope he may visit you himself this evening and relate some more. Ol the Tower Keeper. In the world it's always going up and down, and now I can't go up any higher. So said Ol the Tower Keeper. Most people have to try both the ups and the downs, and, rightly considered, we all get to be watchmen at last and look down upon life from a height. Such was the speech of Ol, my friend, the old tower keeper, a strange, talkative old fellow who seemed to speak out everything that came into his head, and who for all that had many a serious thought deep in his heart. Yes, he was the child of respectable people, and there were even some who said that he was the son of a privy councillor, or that he might have been. He had studied, too, and had been assistant teacher and deputy clerk, but of what service was all that to him? In those days he lived in the clerk's house, and was to have everything in the house, to be at free quarters, as the saying is, but he was still, so to speak, a fine young gentleman. He wanted to have his boots cleaned with patent blacking, and the clerk could only afford ordinary grease, and upon that point they split. One spoke of stinginess, the other of vanity, and the blacking became the black cause of enmity between them, and at last they parted. This is what he demanded of the world in general, namely, patent blacking, and he got nothing but grease. Accordingly, he at last drew back from all men, and became a hermit, but the church tower is the only place in a great city where hermitage, office, and bread can be found together. So he betook himself up thither, and smoked his pipe as he made his solitary rounds. He looked upward and downward, and had his own thoughts, and told in his own way of what he read in books and in himself. I often lent him books, good books, and you may know by the company he keeps. He loved neither the English governess novels nor the French ones, which he called a mixture of empty wind and raisin stalks. He wanted biographies and descriptions of the wonders of the world. I visited him at least once a year, generally directly after New Year's Day, and then he always spoke of this and that which the change of the year had put into his head. I will tell the story of 3 of these visits, and will reproduce his own words whenever I can remember them. First visit. Among the books which I had lately lent all, was one which had greatly rejoiced and occupied him. It was a geological book, containing an account of the boulders. Yes, they're rare old fellows, those boulders, he said, and to think that we should pass them without noticing them. And over the street pavement, the paving stones, those fragments of the oldest remains of antiquity, one walks without ever thinking about them. I have done the very thing myself. But now I look respectfully at every paving stone. Many thanks for the book. It has filled me with thought, and has made me long to read more on the subject. The romance of the earth is, after all, the most wonderful of all romances. It's a pity one can't read the first volume of it, because it is written in a language that we don't understand. One must read in the different strata, in the pebble stones, for each separate period. Yes, it is a romance, a very wonderful romance, and we all have our place in it. We grope and ferret about, and yet remain where we are, but the ball keeps turning without emptying the ocean over us. The clod on which we move about holds and does not let us through. And then it's a story that has been acting for thousands upon thousands of years and is still going on. My best thanks for the book about the boulders. Those are fellows indeed. They could tell us something worth hearing if they only knew how to talk. It's really a pleasure now and then to become a mere nothing, especially when a man is as highly placed as I am. And then to think that we all, even with patent lacquer, are nothing more than insects of a moment on that ant-hill the earth, though we may be insects with stars and garters, places and offices. One feels quite a novice beside these venerable million-year-old boulders. On last New Year's Eve I was reading the book and had lost myself in it so completely that I forgot my usual New Year's diversion, namely, the wild hunt to Amac. Ah, you don't know what that is. The journey of the witches on broomsticks is well enough known. That journey is taken on St. John's Eve to the Brocken, but we have a wild journey, also which is national and modern, and that is the journey to Amac on the night of the New Year. All indifferent poets and poetesses, musicians, newspaper writers, and artistic notabilities, I mean those who are no good, ride in the New Year's night through the air to Amac. They sit backwards on their painting brushes or quill pens, for steel pens won't bear them, they're too stiff. As I told you, I see that every New Year's night, and could mention the majority of the writers by name, but I should not like to draw their enmity upon myself, for they don't like people to talk about their ride to Amac on quill pens. I've a kind of niece who is a fishwife and who, as she tells me, supplies 3 respectable newspapers with the terms of abuse and vituperation they use, and she has herself been at Amac as an invited guest, but she was carried out thither, for she does not own a quill pen, nor can she ride. She has told me all about it. Half of what she said is not true, but the other half gives us information enough. When she was out there, the festivities began with a song. Each of the guests had written his own song, and each one sang his own song, for he thought that the best, and it was all one, all the same melody. Then those came marching up in little bands who were only busy with their mouths. There were ringing bells that rang alternately, and then came the little drummers that beat their tattoo in the family circle, and acquaintance was made with those who write without putting their names, which here means as much as using grease instead of patent blacking. And then there was the beetle with his boy, and the boy was worst off, for in general he gets no notice taken of him. Then, too, there was the good street sweeper with his cart, who turns over the dustbin and calls it good. Very good, remarkably good. And in the midst of the pleasure that was afforded by the mere meeting of these folks, there shot up out of the great dirt heap at Amac a stem, a tree, an immense flower, a great mushroom, a perfect roof, which formed a sort of warehouse for the worthy company, for in it hung everything they had given to the world during the old year. Out of the tree poured sparks like flames of fire. These were the ideas and thoughts, borrowed from others, which they had used, and which now got free and rushed away like so many fireworks. They played at the stick burns, and the young poets played at heart burns, and the witlings played off their jests, and the jests rolled away with a thundering sound, as if empty pots were being shattered against doors. It was very amusing, my niece said. In fact, she said many things that were very malicious, but very amusing, but I won't mention them, for a man must be good-natured, and not a carping critic. But you will easily perceive that when a man once knows the rights of the journey to Amac as I know them, it's quite natural that on the New Year's night one should look out to see the wild chase go by. If in the new year I miss certain persons who used to be there, I am sure to notice others who are new arrivals. But this year I omitted taking my look at the guests. I bowled away on the boulders, rolled back through millions of years, and saw the stones break loose high up in the north, saw them drifting about on icebergs long before Noah's Ark was constructed, saw them sink down to the bottom of the sea, and reappear with a sandbank, with that one that peered forth from the flood and said, "This shall be Zealand." I saw them become the dwelling place of birds that are unknown to us, and then become the seat of wild chiefs of whom we know nothing, until with their axes they cut their runic signs into a few of these stones, which then came into the calendar of time. But as for me, I had gone quite beyond all locks of time, and had become a cipher and a nothing. Then 3 or 4 beautiful falling stars came down, which cleared the air and gave my thoughts another direction. You know what a falling star is, do you not? The learned men are not at all clear about it. I have my own ideas about shooting stars, as the common people in many parts call them, and my idea is this: how often are silent thanksgivings offered up for one who has done a good and noble action? The thanks are often speechless, but they are not lost for all that. I think these thanks are caught up, and the sunbeams bring the silent, hidden thankfulness over the head of the benefactor, and if it be a whole people that has been expressing its gratitude through a long lapse of time, the thankfulness appears as a nosegay of flowers, and at length falls in the form of a shooting star over the good man's grave. I am always very much pleased when I see a shooting star, especially in the New Year's night, and then find out for whom the gift of gratitude was intended. Lately, a gleaming star fell in the southwest, as a tribute of thanksgiving to many, many. For whom was that star intended? Thought I. It fell, no doubt, on the hill by the Bay of Plensburg, where the Danebrog waves over the graves of Schluppegrill, Laszlo's, and their comrades. One star also fell in the midst of the land, fell upon sorrow, a flower on the grave of Hallberg, the thanks of the year from a great many, thanks for his charming plays. It is a great and pleasant thought to know that a shooting star falls upon our graves. On mine certainly none will fall, no sunbeam brings thanks to me, for here there is nothing worthy of thanks. I shall not get the patent lacquer, sighed Ole, for my fate on earth is only Greece after all. Second visit. It was New Year's Day, and I went up on the tower. Ole spoke of the toasts that were drunk on the transition from the old year into the new, from one grave into the other, as he said. And he told me a story about the glasses, and this story had a very deep meaning. It was this. When on the New Year's night the clock strikes 12, the people at the table rise up with full glasses in their hands and drain these glasses and drink success to the new year. They begin the year with the glass in their hands. That is a good beginning for drunkards. They begin the new year by going to bed, and that's a good beginning for drones. Sleep is sure to play a great part in the new year, and the glass likewise. Do you know what dwells in the glass? Asked Ole. I will tell you. There dwell in the glass, first, health, and then pleasure, then the most complete sensual delight, and misfortune and the bitterest woe dwell in the glass also. Now, suppose we count the glasses. Of course, I count the different degrees in the glasses for different people. You see, the first glass, that's the glass of health, and in that the herb of health is found growing. Put it up on the beam in the ceiling, and at the end of the year you may be sitting in the arbor of health. If you take this second glass, from this a little bird soars upward, twittering in guileless cheerfulness, so that a man may listen to his song, and perhaps join in fair is life. No downcast looks. Take courage and march onward. Out of the third glass rises a little winged urchin, who cannot certainly be called an angel child, for there is goblin blood in his veins, and he has the spirit of a goblin, not wishing to hurt or harm you, indeed, but very ready to play off tricks upon you. He'll sit at your ear and whisper merry thoughts to you. He'll creep into your heart and warm you, so that you grow very merry and become a wit, so far as the wits of the others can judge. In the fourth glass is neither herb, bird, nor urchin. In that glass is the pause drawn by reason, and one may never go beyond that sign. Take the fifth glass, and you will weep at yourself. You will feel such a deep emotion, or it will affect you in a different way. Out of the glass there will spring with the bang Prince Carnival, 9 times and extravagantly merry. He'll draw you away with him. You'll forget your dignity, if you have any, and you'll forget more than you should or ought to forget. All is dance, song, and sound. The masks will carry you away with them, and the daughters of vanity, clad in silk and satin, will come with loose hair and alluring charms, but tear yourself away if you can. The sixth glass. Yes, in that glass sits a demon, in the form of a little, well-dressed, attractive and very fascinating man, who thoroughly understands you, agrees with you in everything, and becomes quite a second self to you. He is a lantern with him, to give you light as he accompanies you home. There is an old legend about a saint who was allowed to choose one of the 7 deadly sins, and who accordingly chose drunkenness, which appeared to him the least, but which led him to commit all the other 6. The man's blood is mingled with that of the demon. It is the 6th glass, and with that the germ of all evil shoots up within us, and each one grows up with a strength like that of the grains of mustard seed, and shoots up into a tree, and spreads over the whole world. And most people have no choice but to go into the oven, to be recast in a new form. That's the history of the glasses, said the tower keeper Ole, and it can be told with lacquer or only with grease, but I give it you with both. 3rd visit. On this occasion I chose the general moving day for my visit to Ole, for on that day it is anything but agreeable down in the streets in the town, for they are full of sweepings, shreds, and remnants of all sorts, to say nothing of the cast-off rubbish in which one has to wait about. But this time I happened to see 2 children playing in this wilderness of sweepings. They were playing at going to bed, for the occasion seemed especially favorable for this sport. They crept under the straw and drew an old bit of ragged curtain over themselves by way of coverlet. It was splendid, they said, but it was a little too strong for me, and besides, I was obliged to mount up on my visit to Ole. It's moving day to day, he said. Streets and houses are like a dustbin, a large dustbin, but I'm content with the cartload. I may get something good out of that, and I really did get something good out of it once. Shortly after Christmas I was going up the street. It was rough weather, wet and dirty, the right kind of weather to catch cold in. The dustman was there with his cart, which was full, and looked like a sample of streets on moving day. At the back of the cart stood a fir tree, quite green still, and with tinsel on its twigs. It had been used on Christmas Eve, and now it was thrown out into the street, and the dustman had stood it up at the back of his cart. It was droll to look at, or you may say it was mournful, all depends on what you think of when you see it, and I thought about it, and thought this and that of many things that were in the cart, or I might have done so, and that comes to the same thing. There was an old lady's glove, too. I wonder what that was thinking of? Shall I tell you? The glove was lying there, pointing with its little finger at the tree. I'm sorry for the tree, it thought, and I was also at the feast where the chandeliers glittered. My life was, so to speak, a ball night, a pressure of the hand, and I burst. My memory keeps dwelling upon that, and I have really nothing else to live for. This is what the glove thought, or what it might have thought. That's a stupid affair with yonder fir tree, said the potsherds. You see, potsherds think everything is stupid. When one is in the dust cart, they said, one ought not to give one's self airs and wear tinsel. I know that I have been useful in the world, far more useful than such a green stick. This was a view that might be taken, and I don't think it quite a peculiar one, but for all that, the fir tree looked very well. It was like a little poetry in the dust heap, and truly there is dust enough in the streets on moving day. The way is difficult and troublesome then, and I feel obliged to run away out of the confusion. Or, if I am on the tower, I stay there and look down, and it is amusing enough. There are the good people below, playing at changing houses. They toil and tug away with their goods and chattels, and the household goblin sits in an old tub and moves with them. All the little griefs of the lodging and the family, and the real cares and sorrows, move with them out of the old dwelling into the new. And what gain is there for them or for us in the whole affair? Yes, there was written long ago the good old maxim, think on the great moving day of death. That is a serious thought. I hope it is not disagreeable to you that I should have touched upon it. Death is the most certain messenger, after all, in spite of his various occupations. Yes, Death is the omnibus conductor, and he is the passport writer, and he countersigns our service book, and he is director of the savings bank of life. Do you understand me? All the deeds of our life, the great and the little alike, we put into the savings bank, and when death calls with his omnibus, and we have to step in and drive with him into the land of eternity, then on the frontier he gives us our service book as a pass. As a provision for the journey, he takes this or that good deed we have done and lets it accompany us, and this may be very pleasant or very terrific. Nobody has ever escaped the omnibus journey. There is certainly a talk about one who was not allowed to go. They call him the Wandering Jew. He has to ride behind the omnibus. If he had been allowed to get in, he would have escaped the clutches of the poets. Just cast your mind's eye into that great omnibus. The society is mixed, for king and beggar, genius and idiot sit side by side. They must go without their property and money. They've only the service book and the gift out of the savings bank with them. But which of our deeds is selected and given to us? Perhaps quite a little one that we have forgotten, but which has been recorded, small as a pea, but the pea can send out a blooming shoot. The poor bumpkin who sat on a low stool in the corner and was jeered at and flouted will perhaps have his worn-out stool given him as a provision, and the stool may become a litter in the land of eternity and rise up then as a throne, gleaming like gold and blooming as an arbor. He who always lounged about and drank the spice draught of pleasure, that he might forget the wild things he had done here, will have his barrel given to him on the journey, and will have to drink from it as they go on, and the drink is bright and clear, so that the thoughts remain pure, and all good and noble feelings are awakened, and he sees and feels what in life he could not or would not see, and then he has within him the punishment, the gnawing worm, which will not die through time. Incalculable. If on the glasses there stood written oblivion, on the barrel remembrance is inscribed. When I read a good book, an historical work, I always think at last of the poetry of what I am reading, and of the omnibus of death, and wonder which of the hero's deeds death took out of the savings bank for him, and what provisions he got on the journey into eternity. There was once a French king, I have forgotten his name, for the names of good people are sometimes forgotten, even by me, but it will come back some day. There was a king who, during a famine, became the benefactor of his people, and the people raised up to his memory a monument of snow, with the inscription, "Quicker than this melts didst thou bring help." I fancy that death, looking back upon the monument, gave him a single snowflake as provision, a snowflake that never melts, and this flake floated over his royal head, like a white butterfly, into the land of eternity. Thus, too, there was Louis She. I have remembered his name, for one remembers what is bad. A trait of him often comes into my thoughts, and I wish one could say the story is not true. He had his Lord High Constable executed, and he could execute him, right or wrong, but he had the innocent children of the constable, one 7 and the other 8 years old, placed under the scaffolds so that the warm blood of their father spurted over them, and then he had them sent to the Bastille and shut up in iron cages, where not even a coverlet was given them to protect them from the cold. And King Louis sent the executioner to them every week, and had a tooth pulled out of the head of each, that they might not be too comfortable. And the elder of the boys said, "My mother would die of grief if she knew that my younger brother had to suffer so cruelly. Therefore pull out 2 of my teeth and spare him." The tears came into the hangman's eyes, but the king's will was stronger than the tears, and every week 2 little teeth were brought to him on a silver plate. He had demanded them, and he had them. I fancy that death took these 2 teeth out of the savings bank of life and gave them to Louis Xi to carry with him on the great journey into the land of immortality. They fly before him like 2 flames of fire. They shine and burn, and they bite him. The innocent children's teeth. Yes, that's a serious journey. The omnibus ride on the great moving day. And when is it to be undertaken? That's just the serious part of it. Any day, any hour, any minute, the omnibus may draw up. Which of our deeds will death take out of the savings bank and give to us as provision? Let us think of the moving day that is not marked in the calendar. Our aunt. You ought to have known our aunt. She was charming. That is to say, she was not charming at all as the word is usually understood, but she was good and kind, amusing in her way, and was just as anyone ought to be whom people are to talk about and to laugh at. She might have been put into a play, and wholly and solely on account of the fact that she only lived for the theater and for what was done there. She was an honorable matron, but Agent Fabs, whom she used to call Flabs, declared that our aunt was stage-struck. "The theater is my school," said she, "the source of my knowledge. From thence I have resuscitated biblical history. Now Moses and Joseph in Egypt, there are operas for you. I get my universal history from the theater, my geography, and my knowledge of men. Out of the French pieces I get to know life in Paris, slippery but exceedingly interesting. How I have cried over La Femelle Roquebourg that the man must drink himself to death so that she may marry the young fellow. Yes, how many tears I have wept in the 50 years I have subscribed to the theater. Our aunt knew every acting play, every bit of scenery, every character, everyone who appeared or had appeared. She seemed really only to live during the 9 months the theater was open. Summertime without a summer theater seemed to be only a time that made her old, while, on the other hand, a theatrical evening that lasted till midnight was a lengthening of her life. She did not say, as other people do, "Now we shall have spring, the stork is here," or "They've advertised the first strawberries in the papers." She, on the contrary, used to announce the coming of autumn with, "Have you heard they're selling boxes for the theater? Now the performances will begin." She used to value a lodging entirely according to its proximity to the theater. It was a real sorrow to her when she had to leave the little lane behind the playhouse and move into the great street that lay a little farther off, and live there in a house where she had no opposite neighbors. "At home," said she, "my windows must be my opera box. One cannot sit and look into one's self till one's tired. One must see people. But now I live just as if I'd go into the country. If I want to see human beings, I must go into my kitchen and sit down on the sink, for there only I have opposite neighbors. No, when I lived in my dear little lane, I could look straight down into the ironmonger's shop, and had only 300 paces to the theater, and now I've 3,000 paces to go, military measurement. Our aunt was sometimes ill, but however unwell she might feel, she never missed the play. The doctor prescribed one day that she should put her feet in a bran bath, and she followed his advice, but she drove to the theater all the same, and sat with her feet in bran there. If she had died there, she would have been very glad. Thorvaldsen died in the theater, and she called that a happy death. She could not imagine but that in heaven there must be a theater too. It had not, indeed, been promised us, but we might very well imagine it. The many distinguished actors and actresses who had passed away must surely have a field for their talent. Our aunt had an electric wire from the theater to her room. A telegram used to be dispatched to her at coffee time, and it used to consist of the words, "Herr Sivertsen is at the machinery," for it was he who gave the signal for drawing the curtain up and down and for changing the scenes. From him she used to receive a short and concise description of every piece. His opinion of Shakespeare's Tempest was mad nonsense. There's so much to put up, and the first scene begins with water to the front of the wings. That is to say, the water had to come forward so far. But when, on the other hand, the same interior scene remained through 5 acts, he used to pronounce it a sensible, well-written play, a resting play, which performed itself, without putting up scenes. In earlier times, by which name our aunt used to designate 30 years ago, she and the before-mentioned Herr Sivertsen had been younger. At that time he had already been connected with the machinery and was, as she said, her benefactor. It used to be the custom in those days that in the evening performances in the only theater the town possessed, spectators were admitted to the part called the flies over the stage, and every machinist had 1 or 2 places to give away. Often the flies were quite full of good company. It was said that generals' wives and privy councillors' wives had been up there. It was quite interesting to look down behind the scenes and to see how the people walked to and fro on the stage when the curtain was down. Our aunt had been there several times, as well when there was a tragedy as when there was a ballet, for the pieces in which there were the greatest number of characters on the stage were the most interesting to see from the flies. One sat pretty much in the dark up there, and most people took their supper up with them. Once 3 apples and a great piece of bread and butter and sausage fell down right into the dungeon of Ugolino, where that unhappy man was to be starved to death, and there was great laughter among the audience. The sausage was one of the weightiest reasons why the worthy management refused in future to have any spectators up in the flies. "But I was there 37 times," said our aunt, "and I shall always remember Mr. Sivertsen for that." On the very last evening when the flies were still open to the public, the Judgment of Solomon was performed, as our aunt remembered very well. She had, through the influence of her benefactor, Herr Sivertsen, procured a free admission for the agent Fabs, although he did not deserve it in the least, for he was always cutting his jokes about the theater and teasing our aunt. But she had procured him a free admission to the flies, for all that. He wanted to look at this player stuff from the other side. Those were his own words, and they were just like him, said our aunt. He looked down from above on the Judgment of Solomon and fell asleep over it. One would have thought that he had come from a dinner where many toasts had been given. He went to sleep and was locked in. And there he sat through the dark night in the flies, and when he woke, he told a story, but our aunt would not believe it. The Judgment of Solomon was over, he said, and all the people had gone away, upstairs and downstairs. But now the real play began, the afterpiece, which was the best of all, said the agent. Then life came into the affair. It was not the Judgment of Solomon that was performed. No, a real court of judgment was held upon the stage. And Agent Fabs had the impudence to try and make our aunt believe all this. That was the thanks she got for having got him a place in the flies. What did the agent say? Why, it was curious enough to hear, but there was malice and satire in it. It looked dark enough up there, said the agent, But then the magic business began, a great performance, the judgment in the theater. The box keepers were at their posts, and every spectator had to show his ghostly passbook, that it might be decided if he was to be admitted with hands loose or bound, and with or without a muzzle. Grand people who came too late when the performance had begun, and young people who could not always watch the time, were tied up outside, and had list slippers put on their feet, with which they were allowed to go in before the beginning of the next act. And they had muzzles too. And then the judgment on the stage began. All malice and not a bit of truth in it, said our aunt. The painter, who wanted to get to paradise, had to go up a staircase which he had himself painted, but which no man could mount. That was to expiate his sins against respective. All the plants and buildings which the property man had placed, with infinite pains, in countries to which they did not belong, the poor fellow was obliged to put in their right places before cockcrow, if he wanted to get into paradise. Let her Fabs see how he would get in himself. But what he said of the performers, tragedians and comedians, singers and dancers, that was the most rascally of all. Mr. Faggs, indeed, Flads. He did not deserve to be admitted at all, and our aunt would not soil her lips with what he said. And he said, did Flabs, that the whole was written down, and it should be printed when he was dead and buried, but not before, for he would not risk having his arms and legs broken. Once our aunt had been in fear and trembling in her temple of happiness, the theater. It was on a winter day, one of those days in which one has a couple of hours of daylight with a gray sky. It was terribly cold and snowy, but Aunt must go to the theater. A little opera and a great ballet were performed, and a prologue and an epilogue into the bargain, and that would last till late at night. Our aunt must needs go, so she borrowed a pair of fur boots of her lodger's boots with fur inside and out, and which reached far up her legs. She got to the theater, and to her box. The boots were warm, and she kept them on. Suddenly there was a cry of fire. Smoke was coming from one of the side scenes, and streamed down from the flies, and there was a terrible panic. The people came rushing out, and our aunt was the last in the box on the second tier, left-hand side, for from there the scenery looks best, she used to say. The scenes are always arranged that they look best from the king's side. Aunt wanted to come out, but the people before her, in their fright and heedlessness, slammed the door of the box, and there sat our aunt and couldn't get out and couldn't get in. That is to say, she couldn't get into the next box, for the partition was too high for her. She called out, and no one heard her. She looked down into the tier of boxes below her, and it was empty and low and looked quite near, and Aunt in her terror felt quite young and light. She thought of jumping down, and had got one leg over the partition, the other resting on the bench. There she sat astride, as if on horseback, well wrapped up in her flowered cloak with one leg hanging out, a leg in a tremendous fur boot. That was a sight to behold, and when it was beheld, our aunt was heard too, and was saved from burning, for the theater was not burned down. That was the most memorable evening of her life, and she was glad that she could not see herself, for she would have died with confusion. Her benefactor in the machinery department, her Sivertson, visited her every Sunday, but it was a long time from Sunday to Sunday. In the latter time, therefore, she used to have in a little child for the scraps, that is to say, to eat up the remains of the dinner. It was a child employed in the ballet, one that certainly wanted feeding. The little one used to appear, sometimes as an elf, sometimes as a page. The most difficult part she had to play was the lion's hind leg and the magic flute, but as she grew larger, she could represent the 4 feet of the lion. She certainly only got half a guilder for that, whereas the hind legs were paid for with a whole guilder, but then she had to walk bent and to do without fresh air. That was all very interesting to hear, said our aunt. She deserved to live as long as the theater stood, but she could not last so long, and she did not die in the theater, but respectably in her bed. Her last words were, moreover, not without meaning. She asked, "What will the play be tomorrow?" At her death, she left about $500. We presume this from the interest, which came to $20. This our aunt had destined as a legacy for a worthy old spinster who had no friends. It was to be devoted to a yearly subscription for a place in the 2nd tier, on the left side, for the Saturday evening, for on that evening 2 pieces were always given. It said in the will, and the only condition laid upon the person who enjoyed the legacy was that she should think every Saturday evening of our aunt, who was lying in her grave. This was our aunt's religion, the Garden of Paradise. There was once a king's son who had a larger and more beautiful collection of books than anyone else in the world, and full of splendid copper-plate engravings. He could read and obtain information respecting every people of every land, but not a word could he find to explain the situation of the Garden of Paradise, and this was just what he most wished to know. His grandmother had told him when he was quite a little boy, just old enough to go to school, that each flower in the Garden of Paradise was a sweet cake, that the pistils were full of rich wine, that on one flower history was written, on another geography or tables, so those who wished to learn their lessons had only to eat some of the cakes, and the more they ate, the more history, geography, or tables they knew. He believed it all then, but as he grew older and learnt more and more, he became wise enough to understand that the splendor of the Garden of Paradise must be very different to all this. Oh, why did Eve pluck the fruit from the tree of knowledge? Why did Adam eat the forbidden fruit? Thought the king's son. If I had been there, it would never have happened, and there would have been no sin in the world. The Garden of Paradise occupied all his thoughts till he reached his 17th year. One day he was walking alone in the wood, which was his greatest pleasure, when evening came on. The clouds gathered, and the rain poured down as if the sky had been a waterspout, and it was as dark as the bottom of a well at midnight. Sometimes he slipped over the smooth grass or fell over stones that projected out of the rocky ground. Everything was dripping with moisture, and the poor prince had not a dry thread about him. He was obliged at last to climb over great blocks of stone, with water spurting from the thick moss. He began to feel quite faint, when he heard a most singular rushing noise, and saw before him a large cave, from which came a blaze of light. In the middle of the cave an immense fire was burning, and a noble stag, with its branching horns, was placed on a spit between the trunks of 2 pine trees. It was turning slowly before the fire, and an elderly woman, as large and strong as if she had been a man in disguise, sat by, throwing one piece of wood after another into the flames. "Come in," she said to the prince. "Sit down by the fire and dry yourself." "There's a great draught here," said the prince, as he seated himself on the ground. "It will be worse when my sons come home," replied the woman. "You are now in the cavern of the winds, and my Sons are the four winds of heaven. Can you understand that? Where are your sons? Asked the prince. It is difficult to answer stupid questions, said the woman. My sons have plenty of business on hand. They're playing at shuttlecock with the clouds up yonder in the king's hall, and she pointed upwards. Oh, indeed, said the prince, but you speak more roughly and harshly and are not so gentle as the women I am used to. Yes, that is because they have nothing else to do, but I'm obliged to be harsh to keep my boys in order, and I can do it although they are so headstrong. Do you see those 4 sacks hanging on the wall? Well, they are just as much afraid of those sacks as he used to be of the rat behind the looking glass. I can bend the boys together and put them in the sacks without any resistance on their parts, I can tell you. There they stay and dare not attempt to come out until I allow them to do so. And here comes one of them. It was the north wind who came in, bringing with him a cold, piercing blast. Large hailstones rattled on the floor, and snowflakes were scattered around in all directions. He wore a bearskin dress and cloak. His sealskin cap was drawn over his ears, long icicles hung from his beard, and one hailstone after another rolled from the collar of his jacket. Don't go too near the fire, said the prince, or your hands and face will be frost-bitten. Frost-bitten, said the north wind with a loud laugh. Why, frost is my greatest delight. What sort of a little snip are you, and how did you find your way to the cavern of the winds? He is my guest, said the old woman, and if you are not satisfied with that explanation you can go into the sack. Do you understand me? That settled the matter. So the north wind began to relate his adventures, whence he came, and where he had been for a whole month. I come from the polar seas, he said. I have been on the Bear's Island with the Russian walrus hunters. I sat and slept at the helm of their ship as they sailed away from North Cape. Sometimes when I woke, the storm birds would fly about my legs. They are curious birds. They give one flap with their wings, and then on their outstretched pinions soar far away. Don't make such a long story of it, said the mother of the winds. What sort of a place is Bear's Island? A very beautiful place, with a floor for dancing as smooth and flat as a plate. Half melted snow, partly covered with moss, sharp stones, and skeletons of walruses and polar bears lie all about, their gigantic limbs in a state of green decay. It would seem as if the sun never shone there. I blew gently to clear away the mist, and then I saw a little hut which had been built from the wood of a wreck and was covered with the skins of the walrus, the fleshy side outwards. It looked green and red, and on the roof sat a growling bear. Then I went to the seashore to look after birds' nests and saw the unfledged nestlings opening their mouths and screaming for food. I blew into the 1,000 little throats and quickly stopped their screaming. Farther on were the walruses with pigs' heads and teeth a yard long, rolling about like great worms. You relate your adventures very well, my son, said the mother. It makes my mouth water to hear you. After that, continued the north wind, the hunting commenced. The harpoon was flung into the breast of the walrus, so that a smoking stream of blood spurted forth like a fountain, and besprinkled the ice. Then I thought of my own game. I began to blow and set my own ships, the great iceberg, sailing, so that they might crush the boats. Oh, how the sailors howled and cried out! But I howled louder than they. They were obliged to unload their cargo and throw their chests and the dead walruses on the ice. Then I sprinkled snow over them and left them in their crushed boats to drift southward and to taste salt water. They will never return to Bear's Island. So you have done mischief, said the mother of the winds. I shall leave others to tell the good I have done, he replied. But here comes my brother from the west. I like him best of all, for he has the smell of the sea about him, and brings in a cold, fresh air as he enters. Is that the little Zephyr? Asked the prince. Yes, it is the little Zephyr, said the old woman, but he is not little now. In years gone by he was a beautiful boy. Now that is all past. He came in, looking like a wild man, and he wore a slouched hat to protect his head from injury. In his hand he carried a club, cut from a mahogany tree in the American forests, not a trifle to carry. Whence do you come? Asked the mother. I come from the wilds of the forests, where the thorny brambles form thick hedges between the trees, where the water snake lies in the wet grass, and mankind seem to be unknown. What were you doing there? I looked into the deep river and saw it rushing down from the rocks. The water drops mounted to the clouds and glittered in the rainbow. I saw the wild buffalo swimming in the river, but the strong tide carried him away amidst a flock of wild ducks, which flew into the air as the waters dashed onwards, leaving the buffalo to be hurled over the waterfall. This pleased me, so I raised a storm, which rooted up old trees and sent them floating down the river. And what else have you done? Asked the old woman. I have rushed wildly across the savannas. I have stroked the wild horses and shaken the cocoa nuts from the trees. Yes, I have many stories to relate, but I need not tell everything I know. You know it all very well, don't you, old lady? And he kissed his mother so roughly that she nearly fell backwards. Oh, he was, indeed, a wild fellow. Now in came the south wind, with a turban and a flowing Bedouin cloak. How cold it is here, said he, throwing more wood on the fire. It is easy to feel that the north wind has arrived here before me. Why, it is hot enough here to roast a bear, said the north wind. You are a bear yourself, said the other. Do you want to be put in the sack, both of you? Said the old woman. Sit down, now, on that stone, yonder, and tell me where you have been. In Africa, mother. I went out with the Hottentots, who were lion hunting in the Kaffir land, where the plains are covered with grass the color of a green olive, and here I ran races with the ostrich, but I soon outstripped him in swiftness. At last I came to the desert, in which lie the golden sands, looking like the bottom of the sea. Here I met a caravan, and the travelers had just killed their last camel to obtain water. There was very little for them, and they continued their painful journey beneath the burning sun and over the hot sands, which stretched before them a vast, boundless desert. Then I rolled myself in the loose sand and whirled it in burning columns over their heads. The dromedaries stood still in terror, while the merchants drew their caftans over their heads and threw themselves on the ground before me, as they do before Allah, their God. Then I buried them beneath a pyramid of sand, which covers them all. When I blow that away on my next visit, the sun will bleach their bones, and travelers will see that others have been there before them. Otherwise, in such a wild desert, they might not believe it possible. So you have done nothing but evil, said the mother. Into the sack with you. And, before he was aware, she had seized the south wind round the body and pocked him into the bag. He rolled about on the floor till she sat herself upon him to keep him still. These boys of yours are very lively, said the prince. Yes, she replied, but I know how to correct them when necessary, and here comes the fourth. In came the east wind, dressed like a Chinese. "Oh, you come from that quarter, do you?" said she. "I thought you had been to the Garden of Paradise." "I am going there tomorrow," he replied. "I have not been there for 100 years. I have just come from China, where I danced round the porcelain tower till all the bells jingled again. In the streets an official flogging was taking place, and bamboo canes were being broken on the shoulders of men of every high position, from the 1st to the 9th grade. They cried, 'Many thanks, my fatherly benefactor,' but I am sure the words did not come from their hearts, so I rang the bells till they sounded, ding, ding dong." "You are a wild boy," said the old woman. "It is well for you that you are going tomorrow to the Garden of Paradise. You always get improved in your education there. Drink deeply from the fountain of wisdom while you are there, and bring home a bottleful for me." "That I will," said the east wind. "But why have you put my brother South in a bag? Let him out, for I want him to tell me about the phoenix bird. The princess always wants to hear of this bird when I pay her my visit every 100 years. If you will open the sack, sweetest mother, I will give you 2 pocketfuls of tea, green and fresh as when I gathered it from the spot where it grew." "Well, for the sake of the tea, and because you're my own boy, I will open the bag." She did so, and the south wind crept out, looking quite cast down, because the prince had seen his disgrace. "There's a palm leaf for the princess," he said. "The old phoenix, the only one in the world, gave it to me himself. He has scratched on it with his beak the whole of his history during the 100 years he has lived." She can there read how the old phoenix set fire to his own nest, and sat upon it while it was burning, like a Hindu widow. The dry twigs around the nest crackled and smoked till the flames burst forth and consumed the phoenix to ashes. Amidst the fire lay an egg, red hot, which presently burst with a loud report, and out flew a young bird. He is the only phoenix in the world, and the king over all the other birds. He has bitten a hole in the leaf which I give you, and that is his greeting to the princess. "Now let us have something to eat," said the mother of the winds. So they all sat down to feast on the roasted stag, and as the prince sat by the side of the east wind, they soon became good friends. "Pray tell me," said the prince, "who is that princess of whom you have been talking? And where lies the Garden of Paradise?" "Ho, ho," said the east wind. "Would you like to go there? Well, you can fly off with me tomorrow, but I must tell you one thing, no human being has been there since the time of Adam and Eve. I suppose you have read of them in your Bible." "Of course I have," said the prince. "Well," continued the east wind, "when they were driven out of the Garden of Paradise, it sunk into the earth, but it retained its warm sunshine, its balmy air, and all its splendor. The fairy queen lives there, in the island of happiness, where death never comes and all is beautiful. I can manage to take you there tomorrow, if you will sit on my back. But now don't talk any more, for I want to go to sleep." And then they all slept. When the prince awoke in the early morning, he was not a little surprised at finding himself high up above the clouds. He was seated on the back of the east wind, who held him faithfully, and they were so high in the air that woods and fields, rivers and lakes, as they lay beneath them, looked like a painted map. "Good morning," said the east wind. "You might have slept on a while, for there is very little to see in the flat country over which we are passing, unless you like to count the churches. They look like spots of chalk on a green board." The green board was the name he gave to the green fields and meadows. "It was very rude of me not to say goodbye to your mother and your brothers," said the prince. "They will excuse you, as you were asleep," said the east wind, and then they flew on faster than ever. The leaves and branches of the trees rustled as they passed. When they flew over seas and lakes, the waves rose higher, and the large ships dipped into the water like diving swans. As darkness came on, towards evening, the great towns looked charming. Lights were sparkling, now seen, now hidden, just as the sparks go out one after another on a piece of burnt paper. The prince clapped his hands with pleasure, but the east wind advised him not to express his admiration in that manner, or he might fall down and find himself hanging on a church steeple. The eagle in the dark forests flies swiftly, but faster than he flew the east wind. The Cossack on his small horse rides lightly o'er the plains, but lighter still past the prince on the winds of the wind. "There are the Himalayas, the highest mountains in Asia," said the east wind. "We shall soon reach the garden of paradise now." Then they turned southward, and the air became fragrant with the perfume of spices and flowers. Here figs and pomegranates grew wild, and the vines were covered with clusters of blue and purple grapes. Here they both descended to the earth and stretched themselves on the soft grass, while the flowers bowed to the breath of the wind as if to welcome it. "Are we now in the garden of paradise?" asked the prince. "No, indeed," replied the east wind, "but we shall be there very soon. Do you see that wall of rocks and the cavern beneath it, over which the grapevines hang like a green curtain? Through that cavern we must pass. Wrap your cloak round you, for while the sun scorches you here, a few steps farther it will be icy cold." The bird flying past the entrance to the cavern feels as if one wing were in the region of summer, and the other in the depths of winter. "So this then is the way to the garden of paradise?" asked the prince as they entered the cavern. It was indeed cold, but the cold soon passed, for the east wind spread his wings, and they gleamed like the brightest fire. As they passed on through this wonderful cave, the prince could see great blocks of stone, from which water trickled, hanging over their heads in fantastic shapes. Sometimes it was so narrow that they had to creep on their hands and knees, while at other times it was lofty and wide, like the free air. It had the appearance of a chapel for the dead, with petrified organs and silent pipes. "We seem to be passing through the valley of death to the garden of paradise," said the prince. But the east wind answered not a word, only pointed forwards to a lovely blue light which gleamed in the distance. The blocks of stone assumed a misty appearance, till at last they looked like white clouds in moonlight. The air was fresh and balmy, like a breeze from the mountains perfumed with flowers from a valley of roses. A river, clear as the air itself, sparkled at their feet, while in its clear depths could be seen gold and silver fish sporting in the bright water, and purple eels emitting sparks of fire at every moment, while the broad leaves of the water lilies that floated on its surface flickered with all the colors of the rainbow. The flower in its color of flame seemed to receive its nourishment from the water, as a lamp is sustained by oil. A marble bridge of such exquisite workmanship that it appeared as if formed of lace and pearls led to the island of happiness, in which bloomed the garden of paradise. The east wind took the prince in his arms and carried him over, while the flowers and the leaves sang the sweet songs of his childhood in tones so full and soft that no human voice could venture to imitate. Within the garden grew large trees, full of sap, but whether they were palm trees or gigantic water plants, the prince knew not. The climbing plants hung in garlands of green and gold, like the illuminations on the margins of old missals or twined among the initial letters. Birds, flowers, and festoons appeared intermingled in seeming confusion. Close by, on the grass, stood a group of peacocks, with radiant tails outspread to the sun. The prince touched them and found, to his surprise, that they were not really birds, but the leaves of the burdock tree, which shone with the colors of a peacock's tail. The lion and the tiger, gentle and tame, were springing about like playful cats among the green bushes, whose perfume was like the fragrant blossom of the olive. The plumage of the wood pigeon glistened like pearls as it struck the lion's mane with its wings, while the antelope, usually so shy, stood near, nodding its head as if it wished to join in the frolic. The fairy of paradise next made her appearance. Her raiment shone like the sun, and her serene countenance beamed with happiness like that of a mother rejoicing over her child. She was young and beautiful, and a train of lovely maidens followed her, each wearing a bright star in her hair. The east wind gave her the palm leaf, on which was written the history of the phoenix, and her eyes sparkled with joy. She then took the prince by the hand and led him into her palace, the walls of which were richly colored, like a tulip leaf when it is turned to the sun. The roof had the appearance of an inverted flower, and the colors grew deeper and brighter to the gazer. The prince walked to a window and saw what appeared to be the tree of knowledge of good and evil, with Adam and Eve standing by, and the serpent near them. "I thought they were banished from paradise," he said. The princess smiled and told him that time had engraved each event on a window pane in the form of a picture, but, unlike other pictures, all that it represented lived and moved. The leaves rustled, and the persons went and came, as in a looking glass. He looked through another pane and saw the ladder in Jacob's dream, on which the angels were ascending and descending with outspread wings. All that had ever happened in the world here lived and moved on the panes of glass in pictures such as time alone could produce. The fairy now led the prince into a large, lofty room with transparent walls through which the light shone. Here were portraits, each one appearing more beautiful than the other, millions of happy beings whose laughter and song mingled in one sweet melody. Some of these were in such an elevated position that they appeared smaller than the smallest rosebud, or like pencil dots on paper. In the center of the hall stood a tree with drooping branches, from which hung golden apples, both great and small, looking like oranges amid the green leaves. It was the tree of knowledge of good and evil, from which Adam and Eve had plucked and eaten the forbidden fruit, and from each leaf trickled a bright red dewdrop, as if the tree were weeping tears of blood for their sin. "Let us now take the boat," said the fairy. "A sail on the cool waters will refresh us. But we shall not move from the spot. Although the boat may rock on the swelling water, the countries of the world will glide before us, but we shall remain still." It was indeed wonderful to behold. First came the lofty Alps, snow-clad and covered with clouds and dark pines. The horn resounded, and the shepherds sang merrily in the valleys. The banana trees bent their drooping branches over the boat. Black swans floated on the water, and singular animals and flowers appeared on the distant shore. New Holland, the fifth division of the world, now glided by, with mountains in the background, looking blue in the distance. They heard the song of the priests and saw the wild dance of the savage to the sound of the drums and trumpets of bone. the pyramids of Egypt rising to the clouds, columns and sphinxes, overthrown and buried in the sand, followed in their turn, while the northern lights flashed out over the extinguished volcanoes of the north in fireworks none could imitate. The prince was delighted, and yet he saw hundreds of other wonderful things more than can be described. "Can I stay here forever?" asked he. "That depends upon yourself," replied the fairy. "If you do not, like Adam, long for what is forbidden, you can remain here always." "I should not touch the fruit on the tree of knowledge," said the prince. "There is abundance of fruit equally beautiful." "Examine your own heart," said the princess, "and if you do not feel sure of its strength, return with the east wind who brought you. He is about to fly back and will not return here for 100 years. The time will not seem to you more than 100 hours, yet even that is a long time for temptation and resistance. Every evening when I leave you, I shall be obliged to say, 'Come with me,' and to beckon to you with my hand. But you must not listen, nor move from your place to follow me, for with every step you will find your power to resist weaker. If once you attempted to follow me, you would soon find yourself in the hall, where grows the tree of knowledge, for I sleep beneath its perfumed branches. If you stooped over me, I should be forced to smile. If you then kissed my lips, the garden of paradise would sink into the earth, and to you it would be lost. A keen wind from the desert would howl around you, cold rain fall on your head, and sorrow and woe be your future lot. I will remain," said the prince. So the east wind kissed him on the forehead and said, "Be firm, then shall we meet again when 100 years have passed. Farewell, farewell." Then the east wind spread his broad pinions, which shone like the lightning in harvest, or as the northern lights in a cold winter. "Farewell, farewell," echoed the trees and the flowers. Storks and pelicans flew after him in feathery bands to accompany him to the boundaries of the garden. "Now we will commence dancing," said the fairy, "and when it is nearly over at sunset, while I am dancing with you, I shall make a sign and ask you to follow me, but do not obey. I shall be obliged to repeat the same thing for 100 years, and each time, when the trial is past, if you resist, you will gain strength, till resistance becomes easy, and at last the temptation will be quite overcome. This evening, as it will be the first time, I have warned you." After this, the fairy led him into a large hall, filled with transparent lilies. The yellow stamina of each flower formed a tiny golden harp, from which came forth strains of music like the mingled tones of flute and lyre. Beautiful maidens, slender and graceful in form, and robed in transparent gauze, floated through the dance, and sang of the happy life in the garden of paradise, where death never entered, and where all would bloom forever in immortal youth. As the sun went down, the whole heavens became crimson and gold, and tinted the lilies with the hue of roses. Then the beautiful maidens offered to the prince sparkling wine, and when he had drank, he felt happiness greater than he had ever known before. Presently the background of the hall opened, and the tree of knowledge appeared, surrounded by a halo of glory that almost blinded him. Voices, soft and lovely as his mother's, sounded in his ears, as if she were singing to him, "My child, my beloved child." Then the fairy beckoned to him and said in sweet accents, "Come with me, come with me." Forgetting his promise, forgetting it even on the very first evening, he rushed towards her, while she continued to beckon to him and to smile. The fragrance around him overpowered his senses. The music from the harp sounded more entrancing, while around the tree appeared millions of smiling faces, nodding and singing. Man should know everything. Man is the Lord of the earth. The tree of knowledge no longer wept tears of blood, for the dewdrops shone like glittering stars. Come, come, continued that thrilling voice, and the prince followed the call. At every step his cheeks glowed, and the blood rushed wildly through his veins. I must follow, he cried. It is not a sin, it cannot be, to follow beauty and joy. I only want to see her sleep, and nothing will happen unless I kiss her, and that I will not do, for I have strength to resist, and a determined will. The fairy threw off her dazzling attire, bent back the boughs, and in another moment was hidden among them. I have not sinned yet, said the prince, and I will not, and then he pushed aside the boughs to follow the princess. She was lying already asleep, beautiful as only a fairy in the garden of paradise could be. She smiled as he bent over her, and he saw tears trembling out of her beautiful eyelashes. Do you weep for me? He whispered. Oh, weep not, thou loveliest of women. Now do I begin to understand the happiness of paradise. I feel it to my inmost soul, in every thought. A new life is born within me. One moment of such happiness is worth an eternity of darkness and woe. He stooped and kissed the tears from her eyes and touched her lips with his. A clap of thunder, loud and awful, resounded through the trembling air. All around him fell into ruin. The lovely fairy, the beautiful garden, sunk deeper and deeper. The prince saw it sinking down in the dark night till it shone only like a star in the distance beneath him. Then he felt a coldness, like death, creeping over him. His eyes closed, and he became insensible. When he recovered, a chilling rain was beating upon him, and a sharp wind blew on his head. Alas, what have I done? He sighed. I have sinned like Adam, and the garden of paradise has sunk into the earth. He opened his eyes and saw the star in the distance, but it was the morning star in heaven which glittered in the darkness. Presently he stood up and found himself in the depths of the forest, close to the cavern of the winds, and the mother of the winds sat by his side. She looked angry and raised her arm in the air as she spoke. The very first evening, she said. Well, I expected it. If you were my son, you should go into the sack. And there he will have to go at last, said a strong old man with large black wings and a scythe in his hand, whose name was Death. He shall be laid in his coffin, but not yet. I will allow him to wander about the world for a while, to atone for his sin, and to give him time to become better. But I shall return when he least expects me. I shall lay him in a black coffin, place it on my head, and fly away with it beyond the stars. There also blooms a garden of paradise, and if he is good and pious, he will be admitted. But if his thoughts are bad, and his heart is full of sin, he will sink with his coffin deeper than the garden of paradise has sunk. Once in every 1,000 years I shall go and fetch him, when he will either be condemned to sink still deeper, or be raised to a happier life in the world beyond the stars.